That's where all this AI comes in, and that's where the internet comes in, that's where social media comes in, that's where all this outrage culture comes in. It comes in from an unprecedented amount of opinions. It's so like there's so much that's fucking up the noise from the actual data because there's so many human beings that can talk simultaneously now, and the ones who want to talk the most generally are the fucking dumbest. They're the ones that have the time to be spewing shit out on social media all day because they're distracting themselves from whatever they really should be doing with their life. That's like, it's a psychological thing. The type of person that gets completely addicted to arguing with people on Twitter all day, that person is for sure distracting themselves from something they should have been doing. And you're arguing against something you don't even know who they are, you don't know how old they are, and you don't know how they're dressed. Many of them, and they're the primary users of these angry, aggressive social media platforms. And so you get a distorted of what's happening with human beings, but it's colliding with people that are pushing back, colliding with people that are opening their eyes to the amount of corruption, the amount of bullshit, the amount of lies you're being told, the amount of money that's being made by these folks. It's supposed to be making $170,000 a year. It's slavery. It's different forms of slavery. I don't know. It's control. Everything is control. It's human beings controlling things. And they can do it by tricking you. They can trick you. They're with you. They're with trans kids. They're woke. They're this and that. I'm telling you that werewolves. That's a trick to get you to come fucking just hang out in the cafeteria until the movie comes up. That's how they do this. In the movies where they do it, werewolves. They shoot silver bullets. Except American Werewolf. English makes more sense. We clarified there are werewolves. It's just a kind of thing that's different than you. Okay, if you're an architect and you listen to this, PR, you're trying to look at your car, that's a good guy, probably low T, but they can fix that. If you're listening to this, you could imagine a type of a person that exists at the same time. It's capable of being such a sociopath that they will just lie to the world in a well-formed out manner. That they know is going to cause war. That they know is going to let the support be behind because they've been lied to. For the military campaign, it's going to result in untold hundreds of thousands of deaths in hospitals like Iraq. So we know that wasn't that long ago. We know that they lied about weapons of mass destruction. They talked about it incessantly on television. They lied and got everyone's support behind Iraq, which didn't even make any sense. It made zero sense. We were so loud. We're like a dog that someone's been fucking throwing rocks at the dog, and then they open the gate and another kid gets away because he just happened to be there. Yeah, so it's a guy in the corner. Oh my God! What the fuck happened? And if you just question why are we going there? You're not very good. You don't want to fight that. And he made the move. That's where Bush came. I still have to make sure that lifted her hand. If you don't trust the new world order, then we shall declare war now. He went, yes. Oh, he went there. And what he was really saying, need to prevent the werewolves. Get them up and down. You want to be on this team? Your left team is in it. This is what you want. That was Mr. Combs. What 9/11 exposed, that was great. So it's that yes. That people will come together, and I swear to God, the people that are listening to this, experts and adults during that time, I swear to God, there was a noticeable more positive change in the way people, especially the way people treated cops and the fire. I remember when I was in New York City after 9/11. these firemen hanging out with us outside in front of this comedy club, and it was like hanging out with stars. Like, it was like, these are like the local stars of the hockey team or something like that. Everybody was like, because of firemen. Like, it was totally different, man. Firemen were getting laid like crazy. They wanted to fuck heroes. They wanted to fuck real heroes because those are the people that really did risk their lives in order to save people and fucking buildings collapse.
This is causing the opposite effect that we want. You tell me that imagine treatment was here. They become dangerous with their pride or patriotism.
Worst case demonize them. Worst case scenarios. And that first place we had the towers, what did they plan for? And they allowed it to happen. That's the scariest of all the conspiracy theories. And I'm not saying that's what happened. I think much more likely there's a lot of things that happen that were incompetence. I think getting that many people to keep their mouths shut about a plan where planes are going to slam into the World Trade Center, boy, that seems sketchy. That seems like it could come out. But I think one thing they absolutely do is when shit goes down, they take advantage of it. Well, what you just said, the media was so powerful. Don't forget, they were all cylinders. All cylinders. If you question social media, social media, all you can do is go on. I remember being in the pubs in Chester, New Jersey. So I was in a club there in Chester, New Jersey, and I was talking to the terrorists. And I would say,
you know, you look at
questions,
or look at like
things weird, they just pancake straight down.
they perform
And then the second way,
like I love I do one
and the reaction from that person was, what are you fucking one of those
or no one's talking about stuff.
he wanted to kill me. So
Right,
I'm saying
different
is,
stuff.
you couldn't question anything at the time. If you dared question anything, even the most popular newscasters that people love today because they're on certain sides, they were selling it hard. And to me, I never forgot that. They were selling death. They were selling murder. They were selling war. And bro, you couldn't question anything. They had that counterattack ready to go. So when people go, you told me this was a secret. Yeah, man. When you control all that, that's pretty powerful. When you want to make that fight. I questioned it. This guy wanted to fucking fire against me. And I was just like, that's crazy. You think it's weird? It's crazy. Because it's not offensive. It's not offensive. First of all, it's
I mean, you get your got promoted,
right, because the thing about Tower 1 and Tower 2 specifically is that it didn't fall like a controlled demolition at all. They fell like a building that was collapsing. But Tower 7 fell like a building into its base. That one's extraordinary. That one's extraordinary. And that one absolutely looks like a controlled demolition. I am not saying it's a controlled demolition. What I'm saying is the way it collapsed, it went into its base, just like a controlled demolition. And if you don't agree with that, then you're talking nonsense. But if you don't agree with the fact that that looks like a controlled demolition, then you really can't talk because you're dealing in fantasy. Because it undeniably looks exactly as it was. The first one thing that doesn't look like controlled demolition is the top of it. You see it cave in long before the building collapses. So there's a structural collapse that you can see from the video that most people aren't aware of. You see the top of it before the whole building comes down. See that top? See that dark thing at the top? That thing goes first. Watch how that goes. So, yeah, just play it. So what was going on? There was diesel generators in that building. Now, see if you can play. See the thing. I think it was even before that. I think it was a larger thing that went under first and collapsed first. See that's the thing. See that? Okay, there it goes. So that collapses. So
That's so funny because it's like the
structures come on. So this thing collapsing like that doesn't throw me off as much. Having seen that, because I don't know jack shit about construction, yes, but I do know that construction companies are shitty as fuck about it. If you're supposed to use X, you can use these fucking structural engineers, they don't like to fix the we got 5 rivets instead of 6. And then you're saying millions and millions of dollars. The Big Take was a fucking construction project that was the most corrupt construction project that's ever existed. It was supposed to last a couple of years, went on for decades. These guys milked it. They're like, we're doing this thing. You're your boss. Yeah, Big Take. It was supposed to start in 1982. It ended in 2007. It was supposed to take like 2 years. They just fucking milked it. A bunch of people went to jail. There's a bunch of lawsuits. Oh yeah, fucking full on corruption. How come they don't look at the LIE on Long Island? It's been under construction since I was a child. Forever. Well, here's another thing. When you pay tolls, the tolls on a bridge are supposed to be to compensate for the money that it took to build the bridge. But once they have all the money to build the bridge, like, fuck you pay me. Just keep paying me. Just keep paying me. All goes to the state. And then the state can make the government bigger. We have more people that can go after if you don't pay. Because you know that more government jobs have been created over the last period of time than any other senator. Any other things going on. Little things like this, what drives me nuts too is, you know what it is? I think people's emotions, it's just people's emotions are still with it. They're either in a where they don't want to face the dark, or they pick a team, and no matter what that team says, the other team is wrong. And it's hey, I'm an Eagles fan. This episode is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. With all eyes on the NBA, now is the perfect time to get in on the action. DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's like getting an offensive board. Missing your first shot, you get another chance to score. You heard that right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet. Your first bet doesn't hit. That's amazing. Go download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code Rogan. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. On DraftKings Sportsbook, the code is yours. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. A lot. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. The question is, time for what? If time was unlimited, how would you use it? If I had an extra hour in my day, every day, I think I would rather just march or shoot or write jokes. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. It'd be nice. The best way to squeeze that special thing in your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist and switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/JRE.
It's the little things that turn into big things, I will tell you.
is it that there are certain targeted by these kinds of
First, it's not
looking into before you realistic perspective of what's happening. It takes a long time, and a lot of people don't have that time. We're lucky they're calm. You stand out, especially the podcast kind of gets in the way of that because I'm sitting down talking to you for a few hours. But if you're standing for the most part, you can do whatever the fuck you want during your day, right? And if you want to freak out, you want to get all right, freak out, you got to go full Dave Smith. Dave Smith's out there reading studies and papers and historical accounts with false flag events and what was really going on in Nicaragua. Holy shit, man. That rabbit hole is filled with werewolves. It's a lot of werewolves and werewolves. I do this once in a while, so I'm like, look at it, going too deep there. And then I go, oh, I don't have that. I didn't get you. You know, we should all be against the narrative. We should figure out what the truth is and forget about that narrative. Like, forget about your ideology. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. I know everybody thinks they have to do it because it's got to be on a team. Everybody wants to be on a team that's supported by them. And it's like, we're progressive and we this and we that. And we got to stop meat consumption. We got to stop. And you have all these things that you probably haven't looked at at all. And you're married to them because you're committed to this fucking group of people. I'm telling you.
What up, Real Schiller, you pimp? You goddamn pimp motherfucker. Real Schiller, how you living, baby? Gangsta. You look like a pimp, baby. How you living, Playboy? Good to see you. Long time no see. We got Real Schiller X in here and Bimba? Oh shit, man. You lighting shit up like motherfuckers. Motherfucker, we got Marsden Trades, we got Passport in here, we got Bimbo, we got Bitcoin Kyle Chandler, we got Old Man with Coin, we got Snoop, we got Squirrely, we got Rabbi Rothschild, Man Like Queen, and Real Schiller X, Gangsta. That's the sickest shit I've ever seen in my entire fucking life. Sickest shit of all time. Squirrely, how you living, baby? You look comfortable as fuck in that hotel. Squirrely, it's nice to see you sitting down. Like, not in a car. You look great. Hell yeah, baby. It's at 18 cents? You're kidding me. It's at 18 cents? I gotta look at this. Dog, that's a 6 time in like a week. That's a 6x in a week. Holy shit, it's up 41%. Word Mockingbird. It's up 41% in the last 24 hours. Dog, Squirrely, you got some great news, baby. Yeah, baby.
This is my bestest buddy in the whole world. We've been traveling together forever. It's awesome.
Hey, pleasure to meet you, my man. I love you, baby. Dude, thank you for keeping Squirrely. Thank you for keeping Squirrely company, and bless you.
I'm making an army.
Yeah, you are. That's tight. Thank you, baby. I appreciate that.
Let's give another trillion life figured out for the next 10 years. He said, Rabbi, I never got that call.
Call from whom? Who's gonna call you? Oh, yeah. No. I'll tell you when that's gonna happen. I'll tell you when that's gonna happen. Hey, what's going on, Schiller? Bitcoin Obama. How you doing, baby? Dog, this coin is amazing.
There's no plant life. So the plant life can't survive, and animals can't survive. We've gotten close to that, but actually, any human intervention, we've also gotten close to the point where during the Ice Age, there was so little oxygen. The atmosphere was getting to the point where it was almost like if you've gotten a certain amount colder, it was more life on the planet. But that's the scary one. The scary one is the Ice Ages, kids. That's the scary. The scary one is not you gotta move north. The scary one is to move to because everything's frozen. Yeah, but we're all here tomorrow time. So who we to say to prevent that? If it happened before we existed as humans, it's gonna happen no matter what. So we gotta prepare. You spend your whole life preparing for something. It's gonna happen. Working for control. I mean, there's got to be some steps that you can make. So one of the things you can do is, I think, parts of the earth that are not carbon dioxide. I think it was like all the equations. I think you. I don't know if you survive the if you think about the amount of seeds that came out of the Amazon, just think about that culture, the Amazon culture. I don't know. And that there's real evidence that the density of trees that are growing in agriculture, trees that are in the forest, seems to indicate that that whole thing was man-made. There's a type of soil where soil being developed. It's a soil that replicates. It's filled with this biomass. And it's like this incredibly rich soil that has this rich carbon. And I've been on the road for 11 years. It supports the life of the Amazon. But that whole fucking case is wild, man. And that, you think about it, everything was frozen up here. Like there was a fucking mile-high sheet of ice over most of North America up until like 10,000, 11,000 years ago. So when all that stuff was like that down there, they were chilling. Down there, they didn't have that problem. There was like regular temperature for them. What we are is like Antarctica is right now. That's how we were at one time, right here. Well, I can't go far. I can't go that far back. Just I can't truly imagine. I'd start to go there, and I'm like dinosaurs and all that stuff. Before they got your dogs, but I will say this bugged me out. And I started seeing how they did the World Fair. How they should build the whole damn thing up. So I sit down in a very small concept. I was seeing this develop. And I was sitting there looking because everyone said that we used to hunt down here before Washington. And then I started just realizing this entire community I would say just created. Just completely
craziest, there's armadillos. As crazy as that
No, that was
sounds,
I was saying, dude, that was a perfect pullback.
you do it 10, do it 1,000 times bigger, and how long have you been doing it? How long? Dude, it started just sitting on the bench. I was going far out there. As we get sick of it, that's the people that really have population.
And loading is
Yeah, there's a lot of people that are either elitists as well. There's a lot of elitists. I could have this perspective. Less than the population, including like brilliant people, like the woman who works with the apes. Oh yes, the one that was in Chips is amazing. She had a great documentary. Jacob. Yes, she had a great documentary, and then I heard her say,
there's no way that I think
I think that's unfortunate, but I think also she's saying that because she lives in
that's it.
Also, as brilliant as amazing swears, she also believes in Bigfoot, and she's convinced that it exists. Come on. Oh yeah, play that clip. Come on. She said without she said it in a very kind way, reduce the population. I heard her say that. Missing context, this misrepresents Goodall remarks and is not a real problem. While she did say many of the world's environmental problems would be relieved if the population was down 500 years ago, she did not advocate for population efforts. She said she was advocating for good population efforts. But what she was saying was that the world has too many people. Yes. But she was not saying that people should die. And she's saying, like, that's a valid thought. Like, even if you love people and you're not an evil person, that is a valid thought. That without any pain and suffering, it would be better if there were less people. That's a valid thought. It really is. Like, if there was less people, there would be less congestion, people would be more relaxed, more resources, it'd be easier to get along, be more balanced on Earth. That is true. She is right. But the problem with that thought is, if you start expressing it, then people start saying, I think we think that happen. And then there's werewolves get involved. Werewolves get involved centralized enterprise. Everything everybody does. These people are basically controlling the entire thing. People start going. Climate change is killing people. I don't know why it's having heart attacks due to climate change. It's that's the one. You see stories like that. People have heart attacks due to climate change. I've seen those. Like, yeah. Anything else? Anything else gives heart attacks? Thanks for writing that article. I'll be sure to make sure that the kids get water when it gets hot out there. Anything else give heart attacks that you guys ever found? Looking around. So they like what's the up to and the amount of kids having heart attacks? And is it corresponding to a certain temperature rise? It seems like that would be like scientifically you can measure that. If there was an uptick and the temperature raised 1%, like we saw a 10% increase in heart attacks amongst 18-year-olds, which is happening, right? I don't know what the number is, but I do know that half the number of deaths is what's the spooky thing. Because the cause of mortality spike way. That's freaky. And you could attribute, and you have to be really fair about that. You can attribute that to a bunch of things. First of all, you can attribute it to bad habits that people picked up during COVID. That would take up a certain percentage. So a lot of people became alcoholics during COVID. A lot of people did. So that's a percentage. Then you have to think about a percentage of people that got COVID and got fucking wrecked. Because I know some people that got wrecked. They got wrecked. And they were, compromised after that. They got different medications after that. I know some of them that developed all sorts of brain problems and scarring of the lungs, and some people get hit hard. So there's that. This is not even vaccine, just COVID itself. And then there's people that have adverse reactions to the vaccine. There's people that unquestionably have autoimmune issues after they got it. What is that problem? Is that a
discussed is that where's the climate change?
Like,
There's going to be climate change on everything. Too much power. We need to go with climate change. I'm totally interested in hearing what everybody has to say about climate change. I think it's a intensity of our conversation. And if there's a part of specifically one that's a novel medical intervention never been tried before and who's done that is going to be that's a fair assessment. I mean, look, we're looking out there. I think all humans should be here. And I think the problem is during the pandemic, the companies that were people that were unwilling to get vaccinated, that's people that are going to fuck it up for all of us. And the people that got vaccinated.
I don't know. I'm not sure what the best before I saw. I think we want to fuck it, bro.
It's a valid position to take. The problem with that position is you're being trapped into you got corralled into a very clear pathway. There's one solution to this problem. We all have to do this thing to get that one solution. Once we do, we're going to be fine.
More like control.
Somewhere along the way, if you're paying attention, you're going to realize that A, it doesn't work as advertised. Like the studies that they did never indicated any of the things that they're
But I saw
but that prevents you from getting it. It stops infection or it stops transmission. No, nothing. There's nothing on that. There's zero. And so along the way, they lower the expectations. They lower what you get from it. It's just going to keep you out of the hospital. And there's this little Joy Behar arguing with this lady for a long time ago. The lady said she had natural immunity because she already had COVID. She got over it before the vaccine came out. She's not going to take the vaccine. They're regrading her. Joy Behar. Just doesn't say and very ideologically locked into a position. You know, it's a women's talk show, it's in front of people, it's on a television network, there's so many variables that would lead to not be able to, like, not only not express yourself in a clear, objective way, but not even be able to objective way. Because it jeopardizes your position as one of those people. You get like locked into a certain kind of thinking, even if you're already inclined to think that way. I agree with you 1,000%. It's easier for some than others. I understand. And I'm not saying I'm better or anyone's better. But you can't tell me what life you're saying, whether it's a certain television show or whatever. And you know,
I think you should already.
What's up, big man?
do you still want to get a call at a restaurant? So, I get it. And yeah, the money's beautiful. The fancy food, we all love the things that make it up. People's opinion are very quiet. That's how cultures start. They trick you into thinking a very specific way. That's how cults start. Human beings are pliable. And the best way to resist that is to not be married to your ideas. Don't be married. Be you. What you should have a course about is you love your family, you love your friends, try to be a good person, do your best at whatever it is that you do. That's important. All that other stuff, these ideas, you gotta look at what them for what they are. Sometimes you get from one side of your head and you identify with them, you defend it, you know what's wrong. And I've seen brilliant people fall down that path, especially during the pandemic. Especially when it comes to vaccines or lockdowns or the severity of the virus for people that are healthy. There's a lot of variables that were ignored that should have been ignored if we're going to be honest with you. So the problem is one side or the other. Team vaccine or team pure blood. You know, and the pure blood's got locked into like MAGA and fucking hillbillies and this. Dude, I keep going around in circles and I hang out with every gang. I love every kid. Everybody's got something to offer, which is why I think that's how we'll grow. You don't have to join in to it. But the more I see, the more groups I form,
kitchen, like a little kid, they come in and marry first. And all the neighbors would come over, this one's talking about divorce, and this one had whatever. And everyone would get together, and they'd live in a cake, and you'd help each other, give advice. Years ago, therapies were called friends, family. You didn't have people, you had people who was involved. So I remember going over my friend's house and listening to my husband strange, weird shit. And some shit dementia. But that's what we've lost. What for me, what COVID did was, it was the way the werewolves, I say it's the werewolves. The werewolves went, this is how we really build families. Because everybody has fear. And everyone in your family has fear. Every human being has fear. And they're testing. The more the werewolves get to test your fear factor, the stronger they become, because they see how the buckles, they see who's going to call, they see how many people, they see who's lashing out, they see how many people are masking here, they sort of measure with fear. And, man, I pray to God, it's time, it just becomes time for the fearless. What the fearless is, it's not a violent fight, it's just, you said some brilliant things, and I remember years ago, talking about, dude, this is the time of the truth, and it really resonated, like, yes, that's what we need in life, just truth, just honesty, just looking at each other. I think we're going to get up there, I know we're getting there, we're just getting there, it's just like, yeah, we got to be aware of werewolves trying to close the gate. They try to close the gate, without these enormous institutions human beings have, and you live in America. Human beings can trust to exist. They just don't exist in those systems. They exist independently from one another. And they're real, and they can tell you what's actually going on. It'll shock you, but it shouldn't if you understand history. Do you know the number one group of people in the beginning of the pandemic when they rolled out the vaccines? The number one group that had vaccine hesitancy? PhDs. Find out. It was an article that found out was true. That in the beginning, there's a lot of PhDs that look, because these are people that understand how these studies are funded, probably, or at least understand how research is done and how research is done through the pharmaceutical drug companies. So the pharmaceutical drug companies, they do their own research, and then they don't, when something's peer reviewed, they don't even get access to the raw data. They get access to the assessment data by the pharmaceutical companies. The pharmaceutical companies do 10 studies, and they bring the studies in a way they get the most biased results. And 8 of them show no benefit, but 1 or 2 of them show a little bit of benefit, and they can roll that, and they start to get so, and your PhDs were very aware of that system, and aware of also very interested in human psychology, to people that don't mind it, and get pressure. They pay that money, but they don't so the weaker you can make society, the more corrupted you can make society, the more decadent you can make society, the more society that doesn't value discipline, that doesn't value free will, that doesn't value people's independence, strength, and health. Well, then you'll be able to find more suckers when shit goes sideways. You're going to get more persons. You're going to get more people that are willing to sell out their neighbors because they were having a party, they weren't social distancing. You get a lot of fucking suckers because it's too easy to live today. It's too easy to develop into a fully formed adult. Not just mush with your body, but mush with your mind, mush with your opinions, mush with your will to get things done, your will to discipline to get up and get things done. Those are frivolous things. Those are things that you should ever be toxic feminine energy. Those are powerful human traits that you have been tricked. I've been trained into thinking that weakness is a virtue. It's not. Kindness is a virtue.
And kindness through strength is the most honest kindness. If Francis Ngannou is being nice to you, it's because he wants to be nice to you. You know what I'm saying? Yes, that's a real, when he's kind, that's a real kindness. Where's it go back to the 9% of the people who said that PhD degrees express hesitancy, the highest rate amongst the various levels of education. So the brightest people were like, think about what you said before, like with, okay, they're very top down prime, the same points. It's into defense. This is a very, if it knows system, like, it starts more younger, so not a whole lot of people have time to break out of it. So you can watch them are all builders, and they go on all their information on the newspapers, someone taught me this. The sensitivity analysis found some people answered in the extreme ends of the demographic categories to throw off some of the numbers. King said it appeared to be a conservative effort to make the hesitancy prevails the PhD group look higher down the so conservative would be, are they saying that they asked it in a way that was deceptive? If they either expressed hesitancy or they didn't. Well, I'll tell you how you can get a study like that. This is how you do it. You do it while Trump's president. If you did that shit while Trump's president, you know how many people were hesitant, including Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, everyone. They were all saying, who's going to take it? They're all saying, who's going to take it? They were all saying that. See if you can find a video of that. Because when you see that, Trump, there's Trump fucking Trump's looking at that guy. Gamble. Trump's gonna fucking hair down. Fix the vaccine. Can't hide your car. Kill anyone. Related to there's a recent study that they just released that said that as many as 17,000 people worldwide at the time had hydroxychloroquine. So I asked Rob, can they tell you? He sent me the actual study. He sent me what the results were, and here's what was wrong with it. First of all, they administered it to people that were in the hospital for COVID. You're supposed to give it to people within the first 10 to 14 days. That's what's effective. After that's not effective, the infection reaches critical. Second of all, there is a level that you give these people. This was far above that level. They give it to people who were it was like they're essentially overdosing. This contributed to 17,000 deaths. Like, okay, maybe it did. Maybe people actually did do that, and maybe they did that out of ignorance. Maybe they did that because a protocol was established. Maybe they did that because they were just wrong. But also, how many people would have been saved if they used it? If you looked into that, you can't ignore it. Because there was a widely used medication that's been used for malaria for a long ass time. It became illegal, which is insane because it's a drug. And a lot of times, drugs have been an issue. Reason why they created them, and then they find that it works with something else. It works even better with something else. It happens by accident all the time. The fact that they couldn't happen with hydroxychloroquine or ivermectin is just that should tell you what's going on, especially with ivermectin, because it hadn't surpassed the amount of time. So you can just engineer two things to tell people. Just like your example.
Buying like offset,
Before we
Milo, buying
still trust 100%
used car,
just because you say
buying anything that would set you up for Silly Dragon, used car, offset. Upside down,
those T's in their whole thing.
I got that new job.
Yes, yeah. Well, listen, man, he knows that he's a fucking legitimate expert. So here's my thing. There's PhDs on like comics. There's comics like you that I love.
Yo, I need to fucking, what is it called? Crack? Buy the crack? So like, what is it? Right, the buy. And right to the buy, it's all over the buy.
They don't connect with you. They're all the
I have pulled up.
Right. You know those guys? Yes. Yeah, I like that. That's all I know now. Yes, I'm frustrated. I don't like talking to those guys. It's frustrating. I don't mind if a guy were to bid on you. I was
thinking about you.
Shit, Tony, I do that all the time. Tony's over there. I'm bringing up bids. Yeah, we're trying. We're trying to, like, we do that in the fucking green room all the time. That's not what my problem is. My problem is they're not really there. Some dudes are not there. Like, when they're talking to you,
Yo, dog. Can y'all hear me?
there's something missing. We're not connected. You know? Maybe they're not there.
Holy fucking shit. Can anybody hear me?
Brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our
Yeah, bro, like you have to there, I just got what you did.
If time's unlimited, how would you use it? Like, I had an extra hour in my day every day. I think I would have a smart tree. You know, shoot, I write jokes. I do something. I find a way.
Thank you, baby. Dude, we're going to have an amazing March Madness bracket. I just want everybody to know that. So start watching some men's and women's college basketball because I'm going to be tough to beat. I'm just putting it out there right now. Oh, no, you're going to be in it. Do you know what a bracket is?
Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE. This episode brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month is all about St. Patrick's Day. So, the spirit of things, I always share a fact that you know that the odds of finding a lucky full-leaf clover are 10,000. I say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're living higher, any luck, just need ZipRecruiter, and you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Any gimmicks or leprechauns lead you to popular, in this case, top talent, because they have a powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your
All right, so I was saying, old man with coin, do you know what a bracket is? All right, well, you're going to fill out a bracket. We're going to have everybody in the community fill out a bracket. And we'll have a big bracket. And then, you know, the winner will get all of our undivided attention and appreciation. And that's coming up. March Madness for a reason, baby. Word. This coin will be $37 a. Hey, Pim. Yeah, so we're going to get brackets going for March Madness. It's going to be a big fucking deal. We can't get it started yet, but Selection Sunday is 2 weeks from today. So that means it's like a countdown to 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, we're going to be all registering for online brackets for the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu bracket. And if you know how to play, great. If you don't know how to play, it's really easy. Just pick teams. if you want to pick what your favorite mascot is, or what your favorite colors are, or who you actually think is going to win, whatever you want to do. Manlet Queen, can you hear me? Can somebody tell Manlet Queen to unmute me, please? See? Told you. Manlet Queen. Manlet Queen, can you hear me? Manlet Queen. Manlet Queen. Hey, can you hear me? All right, so you're saying that my microphone has a high pitch to it? Oh, okay. Does it sound any better now? Go fuck yourself. Excellent. Okay. Hey, I want to make you aware. Do you know what brackets are for like March Madness? Okay. There's a thing called basketball, okay? It's played with the ball. Every March, all the colleges get together and they play in something called March Madness. And they have these brackets for like 64 or 68 teams or something like that. You know what I'm referencing? Okay, well, we're going to do them for March Madness in Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 email. So I just wanted to make sure you got your shit together. You've got 2 weeks to start preparing, watching the teams before Selection Sunday. And so 14 days, 15, 16 days or so, you got to have all your teams picked. So there's like a period of like 2 days where you do your picking. It'll be in like something like 15 or 16 days. So just get ready for that, okay? Are you excited? Dog, you need to calm down and you need to subdue your excitement because you're just overwhelmed right now.
Absolutely it is. When someone starts telling you, hey, you got to kill food because the food is making too much carbon and that's making the earth warm. Okay. Meanwhile, China's building hundreds of coal-powered plants right now.
Dog, do you know how sick these brackets are going to be? I don't think you understand. We're going to watch this March Madness. We're going to watch every single game. We're going to know everything that's going on. We're going to have it all going on back here. You'll just be able to go in here and see whatever you want, any game. You name it. We'll have it up there. It'll be amazing. God willing, it'll be amazing.
So China, look at the amount. 1,142 operational coal mines, more than anyone on. India has 282. The United States is 210. Well, the United States, you want to do something really good instead of fucking killing cows? Change to nuclear power. Change to nuclear power and do it with new nuclear power plants that have a bunch of safeguards set in it that they didn't have when they built Fukushima. They didn't have when they built 3 Mile Island. The technology has evolved, just like cell phone technology and television technology. Nuclear power plant technology has also evolved, and they can do it safe now. It's the cleanest form of energy. All the experts that are unbiased that I have talked to convince me of this. It's a fascinating thing because in our mind, we connect nuclear power to destroying the environment, danger, Chernobyl, forever, which is true. In those areas, it is absolutely true. It's also true that it doesn't have to be that way. It's also true that they know how to do it better now. It's also true that they have better methods of containing these plants.
Hey, you take care. You keep kicking ass. You keep taking names, and we'll see you around soon. Thank you for coming. Love you, baby.
That's just a local thing. You gotta get the fuck out of that area, and they have to learn and make better power plants. If you let people, if you think you have a carbon problem, and you you have thousands of coal power plants that are just pumping into the actual air that we all breathe. That's way worse, kids. And that can be fixed with nuclear power. That's what we should be concentrating on. Not killing fucking 2,000 cows in Ireland or whatever the fuck they're doing. They're telling people that they killed their cows. With the restrict the amount of cows.
You can't tell me that it's a funny script. If we get together, we're pure evil, right? I'm gonna have them slaughtering the cows, leaving it'll be better for the environment.
And you think it's many people that will not buy into that. It's the Irish. Don't you guys remember the potato famine? Jesus fucking Christ, you guys have a long history of a horrible famine that I learned about when I was a kid. Everybody knew about the Irish potato famine. Look, people can fucking starve to death. That's still true. And if the power goes out tomorrow, it's gonna happen. There's gonna be people that starve to death. We get hit by a giant solar flare that takes out every grid in the world. We're fucked for a long ass time, kids. People are gonna starve. And so the idea that you're gonna kill cows to slightly reduce the amount of methane that gets produced that's in the air, instead of looking at regenerative methods that actually take the carbon and sequester it back into the earth, which they've already proven they can do, at least in places like White Oaks pastures. They do that. It's like a carbon, it's like a negative amount of carbon. It's like they use everything to regenerate the ground the same way it's supposed to be in nature. That's not the fucking problem, kids. The problem is coal plants. Coal plants are a bigger fucking problem.
See, they just see it as like they just need to. How do they kill the cows? How do they control food? Ta-da! It's control. Here's all the brilliant ways and the powers we have to do. Blah, blah. It's just, to me, I see it all as hogwash, except for just another way to control.
You saw that too. Was it Denmark when they were taking farmers' farms away? They were destroying farmers because they wouldn't allow them to use fertilizer anymore. There's like so much weird shit that goes on. But people start trying to control farmers. If you start fucking with the people that make our food, that's a real problem.
It's been going on for the last 40, 50 years. I didn't understand. I would apologize to John Melon Can, Willie Nelson, all those guys right now, because I remember being a banana metalhead, and those guys would come out like farm neighbors, like farms, and now I understood what they were trying to do. Nationwide, this is interesting because this just started happening. Nationwide German farmer blockades, heat pressure on Schultz. So these, they've been throwing manure buildings and shit. German farmers kicked off a week of nationwide protests against subsidy cuts on Monday, blocking roads and tractors and piling misery on Chancellor Olaf Scholz's coalition as it struggles to fix a budget mess and contain rising far-right forces of far-right farmers. Extremists, convoys of tractors and trucks gathered on roads in sub-zero temperatures in nearly all 16 federal states, while protesters clashed with police and leading politicians warned the unrest could be co-opted by extremists. Extremists want to get fucked. How about let it be farmers, you fucking cunts? They're the people that grow your food, goddammit. Wake up to why anyone would do that. What fucking government would fuck with the farmers? What government would make it harder on the farmers? You're telling me that that's your number one problem is the farmers? How much crime do you have? How many murders? How many thieves? How many rapists? How many child molesters? How many swindlers? How many people that are ripping people off? How many credit card fraudsters do you have out there? You're going after farmers? There's no way that's positive. There's no way. It's not even physically possible. If you looked at all of your obligations and all the things you should be doing, that you put any resources into fucking the farmers, People don't understand too. It's just a takeover. It's a simple takeover. It's almost gradual. It's so gradual. It's almost like an illusion.
Jordan Peterson explained it.
Dude, I saw
how it
that.
works. Yeah, I saw that. See if you can find that. Jordan Peterson, he was explaining to me how you change things. That you push people a little bit, and they don't push back, and then you push them a little more, and then say, hey, stop right there, you wait a little while, and then push again, and the next thing you know, before you know it, as time goes on, you're way further than you used to be down the road you don't want to go. And the road that we don't want to go down is tyranny. And if you get attached to one side or the other, whether it's Nikki Haley, or you get attached to Joe Biden and Kamala, whatever it is, whoever you're going down that road even further. You're going down that road. And they're going to keep pushing. And the next thing you know, they're going to have your fucking your location every time you tweet something. If you tweet something that might be a problem, someone's going to physically visit you, or your phone's going to get shut off, or your social credit score is going to get dinged, or like that is our future. We don't wake up. You're going to have monsters in control of your life, and you'll self-censor. And whether you're on the right or whether you're on the left, as a human being, you don't want to give other human beings control over what you can say and what you can think and what you can look at and what you can talk about and how you can live your life and where you can go and what you decide to do with your money and what you decide to do with your time. All those things should be yours. They should be yours.
So where does it? Here it is. This was crazy. I think the first year.
Experiences may be sexually transmitted, short-term sexual relationships that some now, they're into the family, all normal. So I think it's something that you can talk about. It doesn't seem to be started. Different was a little part of the my ex is free. So then I was a little part of the conditions on just a heads up. Then you want to hospital services. Didn't like what you read of those places. Those were there. And she writes, after 2 years of no contact, we were speaking to one another.
It's really that simple. It's really that simple. Oh my goodness. Yeah.
So wow, not naturally, I didn't choose wrong. You know, I was reading this thing about India. They have a problem. People don't like to use toilets. There's like shit outside. Certain places they just shit outside. They don't like toilets. They're building toilets and these little rejects you. I can see that. Shit outside is fun. It's the natural way shit comes out so easy. Because you're squatting down. That's why there's no squatting down. Yes. Yeah, well, I have one. It helps. It sure does. Shit easier. I sleep good, man. I wake up, hang. Then I have espresso, hang again, don't think. Yeah. And then I'm good. The rest of the day, that's as soon as I wake up. It's weird. I think it's good. That's supposed to be. It's supposed to be good, right? Yeah. That's a good thing. Yeah. You want to be regular. I'm regular. My friend Larry got backed up once. For a long, he used to want to be one of the producers of Fear Factor and tells a story. It's fucking hilarious. Oh my god, he like had to go to a doctor. Like chip it out. Yeah, and dry it up. And it got compacted in there. And he literally had to get it removed and get solid. Yeah, it got hard as a rock. So they don't break it up. It's intestines. It's his bottle. Right at the door. True. Eternally was open. It's too hard. That's what happens. I don't understand. I'm crazy. Jeez, maybe. I don't know what happened. The Great Horse Manure Crisis of 1894. By the late 1800s, large cities all over the world were drowning in horse manure. Makes sense. The London Times predicted in 1894 that in 50 years' time, every street in London would be buried under 9 feet of manure. Makes sense. New York City, they had it at one point. 175 foot created 16 billion flies. Okay. Tell me that didn't cause. Oh my god, that's insane. That's all horse shit. There's also oh yeah, so the ammonia smell on the streets. Oh god, it gets in the water. See, I liked it. I root for nature. What George Carlin saying? Well, that's just people who are planning. That's what I mean, because when they built these Wild West towns, I'm like, okay, what the fuck else here? There's a road to that. And then the next thing you know, it's paved because you have cars now. The horses are shitting on the pavement. Yeah. What? I love going to that. And it's like people, they find people, they kick people. Oh, yeah. Little cars all the time. If you were a horse, I would do it. Yes. Certain I would die every day, so I had to get like big dead horses every day from New York City. Drag them off. Where are you going to put up? Pissed if I was a horse. Yeah, I should be city. You know, there's a sizable amount real amount in this country. There's a lot of debate on what to do with it. Because what's their debate? Well, because if they get out of control and they get overpopulated, the thing is they can, like, certain farmers have land that's their land for grazing for their cattle, and if the horses eat up all the resources, that can be a problem. There are instances of animals cross-contaminating, like brucellosis is a real issue with buffalo. When buffalo grow onto cattle ranchers' land, they get brucellosis and the cows start dying off. That's a real issue. So that's one reason to contain them. But it's also, it's like every, like, wildlife biologists are objective. They look at a balance of nature. They don't look at it in terms of, like, what would the people like to have been. But they look at, like, how many mountain lions can exist in this area and how many deer can exist in this area. And if the mountain lion's population exceeds a certain number, what impact does it have on the deer? And then what impact does that have on ranchers and people that lose their pets? Right? Because and their jobs. So those things are happening next. So that's how real wildlife biologists look at it. So when wildlife biologists look at horses, they go, well, this is a real fucking problem. Because first of all, people do not want you shooting horses. Like, I don't know, that is the one animal that I would never fucking shoot. I can't even imagine shooting, unless I was dying of starvation. The idea of shooting a horse to me, that's like shooting a golden retriever. It's like, and maybe even more people, because they're connected with people in a weird way. You ride them, like, you're very intimate with that animal. Those animals are amazing pets. Not just like, pet is the wrong word, because they're a traveling companion that you feed and ride. So it is a pet sort of, but when they're well trained and well taken care of, they're amazing animals. They come up to people. I see people that get horse. The horse puts their nose in the guy's face. The guy strokes the horse's head. They have a beautiful, like, intimate relationship. Yeah, you shoot those things. That's like shooting wild dogs. The only way to shoot a wild dog is attacking. Wild pets, like horses in particular, like, we know what kind of relationship you can have with horses. That's like going out and shooting wild people. You're talking wild people, like, just shooting wild people. You're just not shooting them. Like, what? It's almost like that with people with horses. Now, when I think about that, it's like, I always go back to your question. Let's take a rancher. Did ranchers, I just say in general, this also said did ranchers, they ranch for other people or just themselves? It totally depends on rancher, right? There's some ranchers that what they do is they lease land. So, like, they'll run their cattle, and some of them they put on public land. Like, I was hunting in Autumn on public land with my friend Steve Grella or Bo on community. So we're in this area, and there's cows all over this area. And these cows are all privately owned, so they pay a grazing fee, I guess. I don't know what the fee is. I don't know how that works. I don't even know if they have to pay a fee. I don't know how it works. But the point is, they have the rights to let their animals graze in a specific area, and then horses. Yeah. So, like, they're all over the place. So there's those kind of ranchers. And there's ranchers that have a contained ranch. So there's a lot of these out here in Texas. Or like the guys at White Oaks Pastures, where they have around and use the manure, use the manure for fertilizer, they recycle everything. It all goes back into nature, including the dead bodies, the animals, the things that get harvested, the organs, everything. So everything gets used. So I think I always go, we can't come back. When did it change? And why did it change? Did it change with money? You know what I'm saying? Like, say me and you, we're sitting there, you got your little tribe there, I have my tribe there. You go hunting, you come back, I'll make sure you don't get the steak, or whatever. Everyone's helping each other out, you hunt, you gather, you know. When did... That's what I specifically even that time. And then even romanticizing that time. I am romanticizing. It was one of the most fucking brutal times. You watched it actually? Yes. You watched that show 1883? Yeah, it was That's Taylor Sheridan's show. Oh, yes. Oh my God, they killed everybody. They killed everybody. Everybody Duffy. Yeah. But those people that were trying to live across the country, that's brutal. That's the what's more brutal. You should see the video. This is what is more brutal. They did that. They did that times. We've been forever. Human beings are ruled forever. We just don't need them. We don't check it out. We don't go for the test. We don't need those. But yeah, there might be some psychos. If the meteor hits, and we go back again, because I've done it before. I guarantee we've done it before. I guarantee you, at least in parts of the world, societies crumble because of natural disasters and people resort to barbers. And I think that's the reason why, if you go further back in history, people were the most ruthless. You know, if people really did exist in a very sophisticated way, which is what I believe, that did exist somewhere around 11,800 years ago, and then before that. That's what I think. I think particularly in Africa. I think if you look at structures that exist in Egypt, there's no doubt about it. So, I don't think it's outside of that possibility. I think there are, especially when you have geologists, water fissures, and rubber shock. Those were thousands of years of rainfall must have been and that pushes it back way to the point in that area, which is like 9,000 years ago. So now we're in this area, like, well, how old are these fucking things? And I think if something happens, and the world falls apart, I think only the monsters do. Only the monsters. Only the most psycho of psychos. Only the most evil dog-eat-dog people, because they're probably cannibalizing. At a certain point in time, I bet people are cannibalizing. At a certain point of starvation, if there's like a nuclear winter, if like when those things impact and the fucking sky is covered with volcanic dust for 2 years, and you have guns and I guarantee you, we are the ancestors of the way people. I think so. I would buy that. The Comanche did it. Well, the Comanche didn't do it as much as some of the other Indians did. But they would eat each other. They would eat their enemies. They would kill their enemy in his heart. They would do wild shit right near the death's purse. They would catch people and cook them and eat them in front of their friends. Yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, they did wild shit. Yeah, and they did it for fun. They did it to torture people. They would torture. And that's why Americans had no concept of surrender. Surrender. They're going to torture you and kill you 100%. You got to fight to the death. Yeah, but can't surrender. Would you, I think about this too, like, would you, if you knew your entire existence was going to come to, if you felt like, these guys, we've seen, they've crushed it everywhere. There's no winning this. We fight to die, or we become better. What are we doing? That's it. I always think about that with certain societies, even ours. We've never ever get to that. But have we come in time where you're willing to go to, we're not getting out of this one. We're not getting out of this one. So in the meantime, do we start taking out, doing as much as we can out of you? I can see that.
What up, Arthur and Marcelo and Bernardo Dales? How you guys? And Wills is here. Wills, did you end up finding that party dog? Hell yeah, we streamed it. I spoke with Yo-Yo earlier today. Did you have a good time in Denver? Did you meet James Kaminsky there? Hell yeah, and he's here. James, how is Denver? Hell yeah. Dog, how do you like having an ATH of 18 cents, baby? We're at 17 cents. Ridiculous. We have Wee Wee in the house and Mark Zero. Go ahead. Wee Wee, how you living, baby? Wee Wee, if you can hear us, we'd love to hear your voice. Mark Zero, were you in Denver?
No, I just bought yourself.
Oh, you just bought yesterday, so you don't know who I am, do you? You don't know who I am? Yeah, no, but I'm a big fucking deal, baby. You ready for this, Mark? I have more data on YouTube than any other person in global history, meaning I have nearly 3 complete years of data from 5 different streams live on YouTube. It's essentially a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. We're documenting the cryptocurrency story, in addition, and the story of Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu. Some of the interesting things about which we discuss on this stream that are not normally discussed in mainstream society are certainly cryptocurrencies, anti-gravity, antimatter, life extension technology, cloaking technology, invisibility technology. We study advanced propulsion, nuclear power. We study geothermal energy. We study tidal power. We study mind uploading and digital immortality, aliens, ufology, different alien species, reverse engineering of alien technology, and just about everything else. Really, the history of ufology is really interesting to us as well. So going back, into antiquity, and then, through Roswell, Bob Lazar, to the modern day. It's a beautiful thing that we do. Uh, we've been told we do it for world peace. We don't want people to have war anymore. If you're like, who the hell is we? It's just the royal we. I do this. But there are many people involved in this project, and so I don't want to leave them out as well because we are a community. I've been live streaming live in this Telegram for about 9 months. As was just said, took 3 days off, but I did put that on GoPro, and I have been live streaming every day, at least 23 hours of every day, 24 hours of every day for now 2.5 years. We're working on closing in on our 3rd year. We're almost at 1,000 days, and that is more data than any person has ever uploaded to the internet. So with that, I told you I was a big fucking deal. And we have Kingfish. Kingfish, how you doing, baby? How you living? What's new with you, Kingfish? Kingfish, you slanging dick? Hell yeah. Oh, Kingfish is a new holder. Oh, wow. Well, you're in at the right time. I'm going to give you the same spiel that I just gave Mark Zero. Welcome. I am Rabbi Rothschild. I've been streaming my life in this Telegram for now 9 months. The coin's been around for almost 10 months. We have essentially the greatest meme coin in the history of all cryptocurrencies. So you can always come in here and check in with me. I mean, ask anybody. I'm here. Like, for instance, Wills was lost in Denver. He was in a city with which he was not familiar, and he asked me for an address. and I was able to find it for him. ChatGPT couldn't do it for him. Google couldn't do it for him as quickly as I could at that moment. I'm not saying that that's what I'm here for, but I am here to support people in the community any way possible. And so if there's anything that I can ever do to help you, whether it's something like that, or you just need someone with him to speak, I'm here for you. And with that, we're happy that you're part of the community. Excellent. So if you're like, what in the hell are we listening to in the background, and why can't you fucking mute it? Oh, I can and am. So here's the thing that happens. I stream in this bad boy all day, every day. And it's hard to produce a lot of content because it's just like, literally I can go in here and sing karaoke to myself, but everybody will get bored with that. And so I play podcasts. We're big Joe Rogan fans. We think that Joe Rogan has a lot of different topics that are really interesting. So I'll just stream that. I'll also just stream the radio. Sometimes you can always mute me if needed, but that means there's always content in here. There's always something going. I mean, it's just a random like Sunday night, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 11 people in here at least. And just so you're aware, I'm live right now on 6 different YouTube streams. I'm live on 6 different Twitch streams. I'm live on 6 different Rumble streams. I'm live on 6 different TikTok live video or X live video streams. And I'm live on an additional 8 Instagrams. So like basically you can watch me in 360 degrees. Ask anybody in here. My whole life is online. Everything that I do is online. I don't have any secrets. You can ask me whatever you want. And generally, unless I have told someone else that I would not reveal it for whatever reason, but that would just be something that I was doing on respect to someone else. You can ask me whatever you want. My ATM password is 6308. My social security number is 308-964086. Ask me whatever you want. I'm open to both. Yes, sir. 949-279-2217. I don't charge by the minute. However, if you do know any slutties who want a little bit of 900 hotline pulling action, call me, ring me, whatever you want. Again, my telephone number, especially for any slutties out there, is 949-279-2217. Right now, James Kaminsky is writing that on the side of a truck stop stall for a good time. Call Rabbi Rothschild, 949-279-2217. I did. Let me make sure I have that right. 949-279-2217, yeah. Excellent. Oh yeah, definitely. So then you'll just get my voicemail, perhaps. I would like to be subscribed to Cat Facts. Do you know what Cat Facts are? Yeah, it used to be like a way to prank people. You get someone's number, and you would subscribe them to Cat Facts, and they get like a cat fact every hour. Just until pure annoyance of just random things about felines, and until they hit stop. But some people didn't know that you could hit stop, and so they would just get cat facts for like years on end. Eventually, cat facts became a paid service. So it's not that easy anymore to just be like, hey, I don't like this person, I'm going to subscribe them to cat facts. Those were the days, though. Oh, definitely. People paid for that. When I was in 7th grade, this guy, and I liked the same girl, and he was trying to sabotage me, and I was trying to sabotage him. And like one thing he did to try to sabotage me, which didn't really work, but he brought a stink bomb into our school and tried to make it seem like I farted. But this stink bomb was so strong that it was just like no one person could have done this. This is like chemical warfare. And one thing that I did with him, he was really close with his brother. And at the time, we were in like seventh grade, and you have to understand, like, email was really new. And a seventh grader have an email address. Like, your parents didn't have email addresses, or they had just started getting email addresses around this time. So a seventh grader just generally didn't have one. But I remember this kid's older brother had one. And allegedly, I learned what an email bomb was, if you know what an email bomb is. And these are still used today. It's pretty effective. So what you do is you just take someone's email address and put it into a service that just bombs them with tons of spam, literally just loads of spam, like thousands of emails. And some of them eventually get through and eventually clog up your email. Anyway, I remember this kid, allegedly, his brother got really bad. And the kid comes into school on Monday and he's like, "You guys are never going to believe this. My brother's email somehow got either hacked or something happened because he's getting like 1,500 emails a day when before he only got 7 emails total ever." It's like, it's unusable. Like, oh, I don't know what happened. So anyway, these are some ways back in the day, allegedly, cat facts and email bombs that you could, really annoy someone. Yeah, I would say so. It was a seedling, definitely. You could watch my timeline of like how I hack things. You want to know actually the best hacks? To this day, the best move of my life, and it's still quite advanced. Okay, so I was in seventh grade again, but I might have started as early as sixth grade or started thinking about it. But I learned what a scanner was. My dad had gotten a scanner for work, and we had it at home. And most people didn't have scanners back in these days. This was like kind of a unique piece of equipment to have at your house. But he didn't know how to use it. And so he told me and he had his friend come over, who was a computer guru, and his computer guru friend couldn't figure it out. And he told me if I figured out how to do it, he would buy me a video game at Best Buy. And that was a big deal. And so I think I figured it out in 5 minutes. And how did I figure it out? I got really fortunate. It was like the first button that I pressed. And I was able to learn how to scan something. So I got familiar with how to scan something. And I realized in seventh grade, as my grades weren't as good as they needed to be, and I needed a parental signature on my tests. I don't know if this is still a thing for students, but back in the day it was. And essentially what I ended up doing was I scanned my mom's signature into the computer. And then I had, whenever I would have a test on which I did not do well, I would take the front page of the test and run it through the printer with my mom's signature on it, because I had scanned the signature into the computer. And this was like 25 years ago. I mean, it was a long time ago to be doing this. And then because the printer wasn't exactly perfect, I would just go over it with like a marker, and it was so good that by the end of the semester, my parents, like, normally they were like wondering, like, at some point our kid's going to come home with like not a good grade, but everything came home really pretty good. And then they, like, at the end, they started showing my mom her signatures on these like bad tests. She's like, "I didn't sign this, but boy, does this look like my signature," to the point where it could have fooled her, though she knew she hadn't signed it because she would have remembered me getting probably not the best grades at some point. Anyway, I thought that was always a very creative way to do. I mean, that more gets into fraud, But I was in 7th grade, so I think the statute of limitations is passed at this point. And I've never done that for anything like, you know, how would I say it? To like the only thing I've ever done, anything like that, is to get out of having to show my parents some bad grades. So, yeah, I've been kind of living a wild side for many years, James Kaminsky. I'm really, every day that I live. Have you seen Catch Me If You Can with Leonardo DiCaprio and Tom Hanks? Absolutely. So that's the story of Frank Abagnale, and like I go through my life in a very similar way in a lot of different ways. I mean, you even see some of the things with which I've gone through. Not necessarily have to name all of them, but you know about my Twitter bots, and you know about like all this project and all this other stuff, and it's been captured on video. I'm not saying the same story by any means. It's a much different story, but it has a lot of similarities to it. I've been told this a lot. People tell me it's like a modern day Catch Me If You Can. And they also say it's like a Truman Show. Those are the two one. I hear Truman Show a lot though. But I do also hear Catch Me If You Can with some of the things I do, especially when it comes to technology. Have you seen the movie Ex Machina? Is it good? It's like, I don't know, Joe Rogan keeps talking about it. It sounds interesting. I'm going to have to check it out. Isn't there like a really beautiful bot in it or something? Okay, I just want to make sure it's the same one. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, so we'll have to check it out. Dude, okay, James, you'll know. You know what March Madness brackets are, right? Yeah, we're going to do a huge one for this community. So the way that we do it is I don't know. If somebody wants to do it formally for money and stuff, that's cool. I just don't have the kind of money to do that. So we're going to do a free one if anybody wants to do it on ESPN, their March Madness. So Selection Sunday's in 2 weeks, which means we'll have like 2 days or whatever to make our picks. We'll do men's and women's. I'm a huge women's basketball fan. I know you are too. I mean, you've been to a game this year, which makes you a huge women's basketball fan because, as you know, it's kind of one of those hidden gems out there, especially when you got some really good players like Caitlin Clark and some other people this year. So we'll have like a free version of the community March Madness bracket, which I think will be really fun. And we'll be able to track it. Absolutely. So I did this once with a house in which I was living. We did a March Madness bracket. I think we all threw in like $20 or something. And I was able to call the complete Final Four. There were like 4 teams in it. And the 4 teams were like Wisconsin, Michigan State, let's say Kentucky and Duke. Those 4, something like that. And it just turned out that another kid with whom I was living had picked like 2 of the Final 4. And it turned out that we were facing each other, or let's see here. He picked like Wisconsin to win the national championship, and I picked Duke to win the national championship, or Kentucky or something like that. And even though I had picked the complete perfect Final Four, that top team counts so much as a champion that if let's say I picked the complete Final Four and the complete Final 2, but lost the champion, which is what I would have done, because I had a roommate who would pick like 2 of the Final 4, and he would have picked the winner, he would have beaten me. Basically, what I'm trying to say is this one year I did really, really well and still almost lost. And that can definitely happen. But in this, I think it'll be really fun because we'll have people internationally who won't know anything about March Madness, and I'll bug them about it. I'll be like, come on, fill one out, fill one out. It's like, okay, I filled one out, whatever. But then we'll get some people, I think, you'll fill one out just to see how you do against the other people in the community, right? Men's or women's? It's a great question. So UConn, they're looking tough. Purdue's looking tough too, though. And so is Houston. I think those three teams. Now, if you're asking me how, I have watched literally zero college basketball this year, and that's somewhat par for the course. Since college, I haven't really watched college basketball. However, I would say that the teams that are your perennial powers are just not this year. It's kind of one of those downer years where it's not like North Carolina, Duke, Kentucky, that kind of year. So I think you may see a team like Houston or Purdue or Connecticut. Honestly, if I had to say, Connecticut won last year, I don't know why they shouldn't repeat. They're looking really tough. Like we even said, they lost to Creighton last month, but they're dominating teams. So when I say I don't watch I don't watch a lot of the games, but I do see the finals for a lot of them. So I would say if I had to pick a Final Four, even though I don't know what the Final Four, where the regions are, but I think probably the four number one seeds. I could totally be wrong on this. But I should look, but I would say UConn, Houston, Purdue. So you have UConn in the East, Purdue in the Midwest, Houston in the South, and the West might be like Kansas or something like that, maybe. I don't know how Kansas is doing this year, but I thought they weren't too bad. Meaning, I'm going to look at the top 25 basketball. Now, women's is the interesting one, and the one about which I almost want to discuss more because it is okay. So we've got it doesn't. Oh, yeah, Kansas is 7th. So I can see North Carolina and Duke are 9-10. I can see Kansas making a run in the Big 12. If Kansas wins the Big 12 tournament, which they probably will, then, actually, no, Houston might. Okay. So if it goes Kansas and Houston in the Big 12 championship, I could see. I don't know if I don't know if they're going to let 2 Big 12 teams in. So it'll probably be Houston, Purdue, UConn, and probably Tennessee or the SEC champion, maybe Arizona, or maybe, I don't know. They've got Marquette in here. I just don't see Marquette being that strong. I don't see. Well, here's something. I think Alabama basketball will be very good in the future. It'll be bad in football. Auburn football will be really good, but I don't think Alabama football will win another national championship this century. I know that sounds crazy, but their basketball team would be good. Auburn's football team would be good, but their basketball team would be, or their basketball team is good, but their football team would be really good. And it's why? They have some big alumni who have gone there, like Bo Jackson, Charles Barkley, they're just Cam Newton. They just got not to say that Alabama isn't just loaded with talent, and I could just be naming people for days of who my Alabama's had. However, people are kind of done with that my Alabama thing and the whole Nick Saban thing. They've had it. It's done. It's the same thing that happened with Bear Bryant. So back to college basketball. My top 4, Houston, Purdue, UConn. I just don't believe in Tennessee or Marquette or Arizona. I still like Kansas, honestly. But it'll probably be Tennessee. They'll pick somebody like that. Okay, women's college basketball. That's the big one. And usually it's not, but it's interesting to me James, who do you have as your top 4 in men's college basketball? Okay, so what is Nebraska ranked? They're not. Wait. No, I was asking in men's basketball. Who are your top 4 in men's? Okay, I understand. Dude, that's actually not just, I don't understand. I love that answer more than any other answer. I just like Nebraska. That's tight. It's easy to know. Okay, top 25 women's basketball rankings. So look, I'm going to just say this right now. I don't know why LSU isn't number 1 and just blowing teams out. They suck this year. They're the national champions, and they only got better. They only got that Van Dunn hot chick, and they're like, I don't know, they're like 20-11 or something. They don't have that good of a record. Like, they're not that. They should have been really good. Okay, so my top 4 in women's college basketball. Okay, South Carolina is 27-0. So I don't know who's stopping them. Ohio State is 2. I think they beat. Hold on. So Ohio State's 2 at 24-3. Texas is 3 at 26-3. Stanford is 4 at 24-4. Virginia Tech is 5 at 23-4. Iowa is 6 at 24-4. Okay, LSU is 24-4 as well. Oh, I'm wrong. They're 24-4. I thought they had like 11 losses. No, they don't. They have only 4 losses. But I thought they were better. Okay, but they're the defending national champions. So in women's basketball, give me as a top 4, South Carolina, probably Ohio State, Texas, Stanford, and I see South Carolina winning probably. You don't have your perennial powers in here. Let's see here. Where's UConn? Nowhere. Holy shit. Where is UConn? I mean, you know UConn is always in here. Oh, I'm sorry. They are in here. They are number 10. All right. So if I were filling out my brackets, though, I would seriously have LSU making a deep run. In fact, you heard it here. I think LSU is going to win back-to-back for Kim Mulkey. I could be wrong, but I don't know. They've got a good team. Did you watch the Women's National Championship? What did you say, Van?
She used to tell me when I was a kid. The right sex was strange. Is an act. See, we're left of seeing you think that economically, some would say we have an old
Yo, James. All right. So Omaha has a regional. Did you know that? Omaha. So, okay, let's talk about this. Hold on. Let me make sure I got this correct. Yeah. This is upcoming. All right. So, for Omaha, it looks like Kansas is going to be there, and like Iowa State. Okay. Creighton is projected as a 4 seed, Nebraska averaging a 9 seed. ESPN has Creighton projected as a 6 seed in the women's tournament. The Huskers would face number 9 Mississippi State in Stanford. So it doesn't look like they'd play near you. Maybe. I mean, you never know with that one. Um, but it does look like, okay, and I mean this, James. And even if I didn't know you, this might be like I'd like to have like a little storyline, and the big storyline is this: Nebraska making the tournament and winning at least one game in the tournament. Though I could see them going to Sweet 16. I could absolutely see them going to Sweet 16. You heard it here first, kids. Nebraska Sweet 16. I mean, can you imagine the state would go nuts if they were in the Sweet 16? Can you imagine if Creighton and Nebraska were in the Sweet 16? I mean, that's when it gets real. You're right. You know, that's a beautiful word that you said. It would unify the state like nothing else. And you're right, because, like, no matter how good Creighton is in football, that state will always bleed red, no matter what. However, in basketball, they do have a lot of people who like them in comparison to Nebraska basketball. But Nebraska basketball come out of the woodwork, so to speak, because the whole state still bleeds red. So it'd be a nice little mashup there. Especially if they play the Omaha Regional. Definitely. And you know, the NCAA likes that kind of stuff. Look, they are hungry for new life, and especially in the Big Ten basketball world, to get some new blood in there, particularly. I mean, look, Michigan State's great, Michigan's great, Ohio State's great, but it's the same stuff every year. Minnesota always sucks. Penn State always sucks. Rutgers always sucks. Nebraska, the worst. Finally, they could start improving, and the way that you do that is in the NCAA tournament. It's also the way that people find out about no-name schools. Like, truthfully, I could tell you this right now, as an administrator at a university. I mean, I've been an administrator at a university, and as one, I mean, my university didn't need any assistance with, like, press. But if you were a small school that did, the best way to do it would be to, I mean, I'm telling you right now, it would be to put some money into your athletic department. And the first thing that you have to do as a school is eventually, you know, get yourself up to Division I if you can. But if you're able to, in basketball, get to the NIT, the National Invitational Tournament, and then if you can, which is in New York City, I believe, and then if you can, eventually get to the NCAA tournament. If you can do that, it legitimizes. Not only does it legitimize your athletic department, it legitimizes your alumni base's degrees. Like, for instance, there are schools that I would never name right now. Florida Coastal, but they made it to the national championship like a few years ago. Or San Diego State, they made it to the national championship last year. I mean, there are just some like fluky teams out there that it's like, you know, like here's one that I would never know this school. It's what is it? It's University of Maryland, Baltimore County. So not University of Maryland. I know that school. That's like where, like, not Roy Williams, but that one Williams coach for all those years. Anyway, it's like not the Terrapins, like Baltimore County. They're the ones who upset. They were like the first team to ever upset a number one, like Virginia. They upset Virginia, and then they were the first number one seed to upset a 16 seed. What I'm trying to say is, like, there are some really small schools out there that most people out there can never name, but once they get associated with you, then it's like, oh, then it's a somewhat a legitimate school, or I see it, in comparison to my school, my bigger school, or whatever you may consider it, and then eventually it gets into like a football school, and then they start getting into bowl games, and that's when you really become a legitimate. I'm not saying a legitimate school. You can definitely be a legitimate school and not have athletic um, prowess, but if you're just like a random school and you want to like improve your overall alumni base over a generation or two, the way to do it is in the NCAA tournament, the NIT, and then the NCAA tournament, because it makes so many people aware. Because they're seeing, I really think it's because not only do they hear your school all the time, they see it and it legitimizes it. Then it's like, oh, they played in a major tournament. That's like a big deal. They're like, I don't know, there are all kinds of random schools out there I would never know normally, like Fairleigh Dickinson and like, I don't know, University of Massachusetts at Amherst. These teams routinely, like Quinnipiac, sometimes plays. They're good in hockey too, but like these random schools, normally you just wouldn't follow, but for the fact that they're sometimes get hot around March, and then you start to follow them, and then they become like Cinderella stories, like Butler. I think 2 years in a row, Butler was in like the Final Four. It's like a really small school in Indianapolis. You get like schools like like Coastal Carolina, or not Coastal Carolina, Florida Coastal going to the national championship, and San Diego State. I mean, these are not Duke, North Carolinas. These are just like random schools doing that. So I always think those are really great stories, and I like to follow them. As you can tell, I like March Madness. Anybody else here a March Madness fan? Absolutely, those are the best. Yeah. So we'll be setting that up. And if you're like, well, how do you set it up? I think what we do is all I have to do is go on ESPN and just say start like it already has like the whole March Madness of everyone, but I think you can create a league, and then we just tell everybody, we just name it like Harry Potter about Sonic 10 email, send out a link to everyone. Hey, you register on ESPN. If you want to get like if people want to do one for money, you certainly can, but that's not what this one's for. It's for just bragging rights or whatever. And I'm sure we'll get a good half dozen or a dozen people to do it, just depending. Here's the thing. I don't know what it is. It's like if you're really into sports, you're not into cryptocurrency. And if you're really into cryptocurrency, you're not into sports. Very few people are into both. I don't know. I know why it is, because both take up a lot of your time. So it's like I don't have enough time to do both, but we'll find that segment of people out there who like sports and cryptocurrency. It should be huge, and there is. It's just I don't feel as if they know it. Like, for instance, we could be in a room like this, but none of us know that we're all really big sports fans. Maybe we are, maybe we aren't. Who knows? We know we're big into cryptocurrency, and then the same thing. You could be in a sports room and know that you're all big fans of your team, but not know that all those people are into cryptocurrencies as well. It's only once someone says something about it. They do. That's it. That's exactly right. They're competitive, and they like risk and betting, and you're 100% right. But then you would think that they would share that, then that a lot of sports fans would also be cryptocurrency, but they're not. I think that it should be more common. But that's an excellent point. There's the betting aspect of it. And I just think too that probably we found a cryptocurrency that has nothing sporting related. It's like completely, I would say, very nerd chic. I don't know how else to describe it. Like meme, like I don't know, Harry Potter. That's very nerdy or geeky or whatever. Not in a bad way. It's just it's niche. Obama. That's not nerd. That's cool to half the people. To other half of people, it's not cool, but it isn't necessarily like sporting. I guess he has like the White Sox or whatever, but that's not really sporting. Sonic, that isn't sporting. That's gaming. 10, that's nothing. Enu's a dog. So there's nothing like sporting about this. When there are some sporting, I don't know if they're super connected, but they're like at least NFTs that have those kind of connections. But I am still determined to find a few little niches in this group, and that's the sporting group. That's true. And you know what? Yeah. And that's an excellent point. I'm looking at sports like major sports, but we do have the martial arts aspect of it, which frankly, one day will probably overtake team sports. And the soccer team's true. That's true. We have quite a few different sports, like kind of random, but karate or mixed martial arts, and then football or soccer.
Bro, I'm so bricked up about the pipe action.
Oh yeah, what's going on, John? How you living, baby? We've been waiting for you, bro. We've been waiting for you. LFG, baby, LFG. John, how long have you been in the coin?
I watched this Hawks like
Do you come into the voice chat often? I live in it. We've been streaming in here. Hell yeah. We've been streaming in here live for about 9 months now, and we don't plan on stopping. We're live on 6 different YouTube streams, 6 different Twitch streams, 6 different Rumble streams, and 8 different Instagram streams, and 6 different Twitter streams. Yeah, dog. I have more data on YouTube and on the internet than any person in global history. I have over 2.5 years worth of data uploaded from 6 different angles on the internet. It's the most amount of data in global history. It's the biggest event in global history.
Wait, what's the biggest event in global history?
This is, and here's why. Data is considered Earth's number one resource, according to The Economist magazine. Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king" in the 1990s. If that's true, I am king. I have more content than any person in global history. I have 3.5 years worth of data on YouTube alone. I also have it on Instagram. I also have it on Twitter. I also have it on Twitch, etc., etc. I discuss things on here that aren't normally discussed in society, like cryptocurrency, like life extension technology, like digital immortality, like mind uploading technology, some really interesting things. Additionally, it's essentially a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. It's quite an exciting project. And when people start to find out that they can connect to someone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, they'll realize that that is the biggest event in global history. Hell yeah, LFG. Thank you, baby.
So what are you trying to get this?
I want as much data. Well, truthfully, I'm an archivist or a modern day diarist. So maybe generations ago, I would have been someone who would write a diary of what would happen in their daily life. But I have the modern day technology. That's true. So there are vloggers, but they only do 1 or 2 hours at max. I do it 24 hours. Hi, Ago. How you doing, Ago? To what do we owe this pleasure? Oh, absolutely. Yes, not only that, I have a huge amount of data backups as well. Just one moment. I'm going to just show you what I have within 20 feet of me when it comes to data backups. This is incredible. Okay. This is just what I could grab and I have more, but each one of these is 5 terabytes. So that's 5 terabytes, that's 10 terabytes, that's 15 terabytes. And I have another, yeah, it's just my life. And then each one of these, some of these are 1 terabyte each, and these are all SD cards. So basically, I have months of my life traveling. I have cross-country trip in this. I have me traveling as far south as the Mexican border, as far north as like basically San Francisco, and quite an interesting journey that we've been able to document over the course of the last 2.5 years. So yeah, you can connect with me whenever you want. I'm always live in here. What would you like? Absolutely. Do you want to know what stocks to buy? Do you want to know what stocks to buy? Okay. Do you want to know what stocks to buy? Okay. So I'm going to tell you everything on which the idea of essentially Skynet is built. So Skynet is going to be built using the following corporations, their software hardware. Okay, so you've got Siemens is a German company. That's what's going to power Skynet. So you want to buy like it's going to be powered by nuclear power. So you want to buy Siemens stock. Then you want to buy Samsung stock because it's Skynet is going to be built on with Samsung equipment. It's going to run on Microsoft software. Its cloud-based system is going to be based on Amazon, built on Amazon, and it will also have software that uses Salesforce. Those 5 companies right now, if you were to buy their stock, those are 5 winners for the next 100 to 1,000 years. Well, Skynet is essentially what we're all moving toward, which is complete technological singularity. And so essentially it's the merger between AI and humankind, essentially cybernetics, and the network that guides us to that complete technological singularity is known as Skynet. But the way that you and I will probably recognize it more is those Boston Robotics robots and those Boston Dynamics robots and like drones. That's how we'll recognize Skynet. It's already here, like Terminator, yeah. Did I say it's bullish? I'm just telling you on what it's based and so how you can make money on it. Yeah, so the way that you make money on it is you invest in those 5 stocks. Well, and that too. But if you know about that company, it was purchased by Hyundai. So if you really want to buy, like invest in Boston Dynamics, then buy Hyundai stock. Yes, absolutely. And you should see what the Tesla robots do. Tesla's another excellent stock for the next century. You have to understand that the major stocks for the next century are going to be robotics stocks and mining stocks. Robotics and mining will be huge. And so companies today that manufacture automobiles like Honda and Toyota, perhaps in a decade, will no longer produce any consumer vehicles because it will not be as economical, as profitable for them as it will be to create robots for corporations. Yeah, so watch out for companies like Mitsubishi and Suzuki, Honda, Toyota, Yokohama, all of Japanese robotics companies for the next century. Well, you know that Japanese have essentially had a foothold in robotics since at least the 1980s. Oh yeah, definitely. Especially Honda. Honda had I would say a primitive robot that they would display during the 1990s. But if you even remember, like for movies, in the movie Rocky 3, I believe it is, Rocky has a robot that lives in his house and basically like entertains his family and does some other things basically. And you have the Jetsons in the 1960s where they had the robot, I think her name was Rosie, who lived in the house with them. There are many examples of this. So to think that a family in the future would have a robot living amongst them is not too strange. You just use the Electra right now? Oh, yeah, exactly. But we're moving towards that. I mean, that's the start. So, basically we're moving towards artificial general intelligence, which is fine. That's basically where a computer is as smart as a human. But where it really gets scary is ASI. So we're at artificial general intelligence, AGI right now. Artificial super intelligence, ASI, is where it gets scary, where you have one machine that has the computing power equivalent to 1,000 times more of the combined mass of human computation of all our brains, 8 billion brains combined at once. Basically, one computer is 1,000 times more powerful than all human brains and computers connected at once. That's what we're moving towards, to the point where it's able to repair itself, where it's able to analyze systems and immediately find faults and fix them. It's incredible. Well, I'm letting you know that you're invested with the right coin, and we're here to guide you through it. And there's no need to be scared. I've already told you 5 excellent stocks in which, if you ever wanted to invest, they're going to be winners for the next 100, if not 1,000 years. And the way that you ensure that you protect yourself against this ever-growing technocracy is through divesting yourself in cryptocurrencies. And a great one is Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. But buy whatever one you want. We're not going to tell you what to buy.
Why do you like Harry Potter Obama? I like it because it feels fun.
Agreed. I honestly like it because of the community. If you want to know how I got into it, I would go on Twitter Spaces and play. I would host trivia, and I would go in different cryptocurrencies and listen to what they have to say. If you know these cryptocurrency spaces, they don't have a lot about which to talk after the first 10 minutes. So there's a lot of dead air. And so I would go in there and play trivia with them and kind of judge how smart the cryptocurrencies were, their communities, by the answers that they would give. And, a lot of the people in cryptocurrency in Web3, they're smart. But I noticed that when I would play around these Sprotos or these Harry Potter Obama Sonic people, they seem to be really fun, intelligent people as well. Well, it happened that I was in a Twitter space, and some of the people within this community thought what I was saying was intelligent, and they invited me in, and we started playing trivia, and I could tell that this group was smarter than the other cryptocurrencies with which I had played. I didn't know if it was because of a certain group member there or a few group members, but we played trivia quite regularly, and I realized that this was a very intelligent group of people. Not only that, but it was just wild. Basically, the name of the coin was a meme. It was a joke, and yet it was worth millions of dollars on a joke. And I thought, you know what? That's the way I think the world is going. We're moving towards this clown world faster and faster. And as we move faster and faster towards the clown world, what would make sense? That people would embrace a cryptocurrency that is a joke. And we're the biggest joke out there. But guess what? When we were looking at this ticker this time last week, it was worth 3 cents. And now it's worth 18 cents. It's 6x this week. The proof is in the pudding. So in answer to your question, I like this coin for the same reasons you do. The community is wild. Word. Are you in Telegrams often? Absolutely. And how many of them have a Telegram VC going all the time? None of them. Yeah, exactly. No, this one, you've got people in here all the time. I mean, right now, it's we have people who around the world, I'm not gonna dox anyone, but like I can tell you, we've got people on different continents right now throughout the world burning the midnight oil, and it's really exciting. And not only that, but our whole story is captured live on YouTube. No other cryptocurrency has that. Where literally we are able to tell the story of our every single moment of our cryptocurrency because it's all recorded on YouTube. Time capsule. That's absolutely right. In fact, I had previously said when I do my little elevator pitch, I say this is a time capsule for the world. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between, including this cryptocurrency really start to take off. That's a lot. That's a lot. Good for you, John. That's a lot of money. That's serious money. At what price did you get in? Dog, you got in at 5 cents, and so you've turned your $6,000 into like 18 grand by now, 20 grand. John, good for you, dog. Dude, give me some knuckles on that, man. Nice job. So over the course of 1 week, you tripled your money. Nice. John is happy.
I ain't selling, bro. I ain't selling. I think this is
Dog, I don't know what made... That's absolutely right. I don't know what made you buy when you did, but boy, did you buy at the right time.
Oh, dude, I've been watching this shit. It's up to like 150 million market cap.
You should have come into the Telegram. What really makes this cool is you look at any of the Telegrams of which you're a member, and very few of them always have that little microphone going, that little purple thing that shows, or that green thing, I should say, that shows that we always have something going. Exactly. Everyone says that. They're like, oh, this is the only one that looked alive. Like there were people in here. And then they come in, they're like, oh my God, there's video in here and there's a bunch of people in here. This is great. John, I've got to tell you, you have some of the best time in the world. You know, they're like 0.5 each. Well, truthfully, John, I'm going to tell you this. If you want to go all in, like both feet in, you get yourself a Sproto. And I'll tell you what, are you on Twitter Spaces? Are you on Twitter Spaces? Twitter Spaces. Well, here's the thing. If you have one of these Sprotos and you ever tweet anything, all the Sprotos will retweet what you have. So it adds value to your account. Exactly. Like if it's like, oh, a Sproto person did this, like I'll tell you this, I don't even have a Sproto and I retweet it because it's a Sproto. And it's like, Rabbi, why don't you have a Sproto? Long story, I don't have a lot of money, but if I did, well, here's the cool thing about them. They're all unique. So they're oh yeah. ATH babies. Man the Queen. Man the Queen. This is, we rely on you for this type of information. Oh, it's okay. Well, anyway, John, do you have any questions? We got James back. James is back. Hell yeah. What up, James Kaminsky? How you living, baby? Excellent. James Kaminsky, what's your favorite food? Oh yeah, that's an excellent choice. Good for you. You like a good Omaha steak? Big time. Big time. Wee. How you living, baby? Passport Bitcoin. Living like a peasant. I love me some steak. I love me some pizza. I also love cannoli. I also love cannolis. Dude.
I think it was just kind of like his logo up, and I know he also stated that he was working on his own coin and stuff, and he's being distracted doing this shit, here and stuff. But I get the reason it's gonna be done.
Do you really want to know what happened?
He said that now he's out of that phase of like worrying about girls, and now he's back on crypto. Attention was a bit because I told Rabbi last week that he was going to fail when he made the email. And I get explained.
Do you want to know why?
Also, he fucking canceled the El Salvador trip that we're going to go on.
He canceled it.
I know. I already bought a ticket. He pissed me off.
You already bought a ticket?
I already bought a ticket. Yeah, but we're going to go.
Man, that queen, you're crazy, man. I love you.
But kind of upsetting because I'm supposed to be in there, but I don't cancel it.
Dude, why did he? Okay, so, okay, that kind of shit
He
bothers.
supported El Salvador, but then he still wanted Puerto Rico with that email.
Hold on. That kind of shit bothers me like no other. And he was the biggest fronter, and I told him this to his face, so I have no problem telling it to him behind his back. He was the biggest fronter. He would be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to New Orleans. I'm gonna go do this. I'm gonna go do that," and then he wouldn't do it. And it was like, dude, that's not cool to say. To be like, "Hey," to some person, "I'm gonna go." Exactly. So he says to me, okay, so what I ended up doing was I was streaming in a bunch of different Discords, and he he says to me, "Hey, would you stream in my Discord?" And I said, "Yeah, I'll stream in your Discord. I just want you to know that, like, when I do it, sometimes it overheats my devices, so I can only do it for a certain amount of time." But he was like, "Oh, well, I'll get some people in there." So he got a couple of people in there, and I streamed in there for like 1 or 2 full days, and then nobody else came in there. So I end up like streaming on a couple other people's streams. He comes in and asks me why I'm not streaming in his Discord. I told him it overheats some of my devices, but also there's just nobody in there. He asks me this the next day. I told him, "Dude, it overheats my devices." So he says, "All right, well, I'll buy you a device." And I'm like, "Okay, if you want to buy me a device, go for it." And he's like, "All right, well, I'll buy you a brand new iPhone. You're 17 and like the 7.5 screen." I'm like, "Dude, that's not how you do this. Trust me. You buy me, if you're gonna buy it, buy the cheapest fucking track phone that you can buy. It'll cost $25, and then I will literally stream in your Discord all the time. And you'll always, I'll do exactly what I do for Harry Potter." I told him this. "I will do exactly what I do for Harry Potter for your coin. Just tell me the little basic things, and if I get any tough question, I'll just send them to you." He's like, "All right, great, blah, 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 blah." All right. So next day comes, he goes, "Why aren't you streaming in my Discord?" I'm like, "Dude, I told you, I streamed that a few days ago, but also it overheats the devices." The final day comes. He says, and it's like, "Are you not understanding why I'm not streaming your Discord?" He said, "Dude, why aren't you streaming in my Discord?" And I just let him have it. I said, "Because you are too cheap to buy me a device when you said that you would. And I told you that the devices that I have overheat. I've said this now every single day, and this is at least the 3rd time that I've told you this." And he was like, "Oh, don't worry. You never have to stream. You never have to worry about streaming in my Telegram again." And I said to him, "Look, I'm telling you, if you are serious about something like going to Mardi Gras or buying a house in Oklahoma or traveling to, El Salvador, if you're serious about any of this stuff, well, then do it. But what I don't want to hear is you saying, 'I'm going to buy you a device. I'm going to buy you a device. I'm going to buy you a device.' And then coming to me, multiple days in a row, then saying, 'Why aren't you streaming in there?' When I've told you, I will absolutely stream in your Discord all the time. If you want me to do it with my own devices, you have to understand those. Sometimes they overheat, and that's just how it is." Anyway, that day, he was really quiet. Ducky came in. She was saying whatever. And he then, what Marilyn Queen is saying is accurate. Then he came in and said, "Oh, well, then he came in the next day or 2 days later or 3 days later, something like that. He came in, well, I should say, he left the Harry Potter Obama 10 Edu group. And then he came back and joined. And I liked when he came back and joined. Anyway, he then came in and told us, I know this sounds like a really long story, but Man McQueen, he tells us, "Hey, I just wanted everybody to know that I was going through a lot. He talked about all this personal stuff, and he was like, all this stuff in my life was happening, and just in reality, like all these people sent like this girl I like a bunch of like stuff, and I didn't know he was talking about me. I thought he was talking about this other person who was in this group where we were. Basically, someone was in this telegram and saying that somebody had sent something inappropriately or something in like a private message or something or made up a lie about him. Anyway, there was some kind of rumor that went on, and it turned out he was not happy that I sent my Instagram to a girl in there. However, I told her literally 3 times, look, I'm going to tell you what's on this Instagram. You have to tell me you want me to send it. She's like, yeah, send it. I'm like, all right, but I'm not sending it like it can offend a bunch of people. So here you go. She said, send it. Anyway, well, it offended him. So he came in and he was like, well, I've been doing through all of this stuff, blah, 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 blah. I told him, look, let's let bygones be bygones. I didn't know you were mad at me. If you're mad at me, fine. But there's no reason to be. And then he was back for a couple of days, and then he told Manlet Queen that he was going through some personal stuff and he was going to take some time off. And here we are. We haven't seen him since. Manlet Queen, is that pretty accurate? It's not 100% accurate. Let me say right now, it's not 100% accurate.
No, actually, I was there.
You were there, though. That's the best I could do to summarize it.
He gave her the.
Exactly. It's the best I could.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was with me that day. It's just crazy because my grandson really upset me one day. I was talking to him. I was in the grocery store. I wasn't home. I was waiting for my computer, and he's like, all right, bro, I got $2,000. Like, but he just got paid. I got $2,000. What you got? A little bit about what you buying stuff. I told him, I was like, if you want to do me a favor, just buy me this NFT. It was like $250. And I said, when I get home, I'll need the money. And he's like, oh, I would do that, but that's how friends get the room. Like, asking you and stuff. I kind of said because I told him I came back like that. To me, it wasn't a big deal. But yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Well, I have to say, he would
Not that I want anything in return. It's just like
there's like a phrase I've heard. I forget there's like I saw it in a television show or something, but it's called like just like a butterfly. Someone who just like kind of flies in your life and then flies away. And it's just like, or like a moth. They just fly in and fly out. And that's kind of what he did. And I can tell you this, I didn't need another, or like, if he really wanted me to stream in there, here's what I did. I felt bad because, I was like, well, I do have a lot of accounts. Like maybe I could figure out how to use my Chromebooks, how to stream, so I could stream in his, because I didn't want to make him mad, and I also didn't want him to just leave. So the next day, I figured out how to stream in there. So he came back like, I don't know, 5 days ago or something. And I was like, hey, we're glad to have you back. I figured out how to stream on devices that don't overheat. The Chromebooks don't overheat on Telegram like my phone does. I mean, James, I think you and I had the discussion that Telegram makes your phone overheat. Or maybe it wasn't you and I who had that discussion, but it was. Okay, there you go. So how Telegram can make a device overheat. Now that's on a nice device. Imagine it on just like the worst phones. But here's what I couldn't stand. And I just can't stand this about people in general. When you say you're going to do something and you don't do it, it's a lack of accountability. And man, it's a perfect example of like the El Salvador trip or him not wanting to help you. Look, it's not like I came out to him and I was like, oh, will you please buy me a phone? Fuck no, I don't want that. It's more work for me to have to stream in there. I want to help you. But when you're the one who's saying, I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to do this for you. Hey, why aren't you doing this for me? Hey, why aren't you doing this for me? Hey, why aren't you doing this for me? Like, I don't need that kind of shit. I'm going to call you on your bullshit. And yeah, so it was kind of, I think, a combination of things, but I definitely know that um, that he took some offense at some things that I did. But look, it's a dog eat dog world. What do you want me to do?
I'm the same way. He's told me that like if I shield him, if I have a lot of money, so he's like if I shield him good plays, and when they blow up, right, I'll use some money like your insurance with my bro. Never did that. Like I said, not that I care. It's not. No, it's just that I didn't think he'll do something because he just hasn't done it.
Right.
And personally, I'll shield coins and things to everybody every single day. I don't get these things. I want to see but like he said that. But also the whole that system, like it's strange.
He was in here, I want to say 3 days ago. I heard him in the morning. Here's what threw me off. I don't want to say threw me off, but got my spidey senses going. He's like, hey, can I have your number? I was like, sure. So I give him my number. And he would call me, but he would call me from like a blocked number. I was like, oh, okay, so this is how it's going to be. You're just going to call me from a blocked number all the time. And you think that this is like a reciprocal friendship? This isn't going to last. Like, I could already tell. If you're that secretive about your life that you don't give out your like, that was the thing he told me. He's like, yeah, I don't like giving out my number, especially with girls and stuff, because, you know, they like want to stalk me and things like that. It's like, no, they don't. Most girls don't want to do that. Like, like if anything, it's pretty easy to block someone. You know, but anyway, it's usually people who have something to hide, usually are kind of like that, I would say. Anyway, he would call me and he would, I like, he thought it was funny, which is fine, and it was. I gave him my number. He could call me whenever he wants, so he would call me when I would be asleep. And so I turned on the little setting on the iPhone that just said, like, silence any phone calls that come from blocked numbers or that come from, you know, like hidden numbers or whatever. And then when I turned that on, he's like, oh, well, no, it's no fun. I'm like, dude, you can still call me whenever you want. You just have to use a normal number. He's like, yeah, but I don't know if I want to do that. I'm like, dude, I can already tell you're the flakiest motherfucker I think I've ever met. You've already told me 7 trips you're going to take. Not one of them has taken place. You've already been with like 7 different girls in like 30 hours, and all of them hate you. Like, and literally, you don't know what prostitution is. Literally, like, this is modern day prostitution is, yeah, I just like to tell a girl that I want to buy her some stuff and spoil her. That's like literally, I mean, there are, okay, that's fine. It's different. Like, it's just easier to just be like, how much is in an hour? And like, you know, bing, bang, boom. I don't need your Amazon wish list. I don't need to know what you want for dinner. It's just like, it's done. And it's guaranteed essentially at that point. And there's none of this, like, there are no feelings involved. If you want to see the person the next day, okay, it's going to cost you, but it would have cost you anyway. So it's not, you know, I mean, anyway, when I would see that, and the other thing too, he would be like, and I don't mean to bash the guy because I do like him, but I would say all this shit right to his fucking face. I don't know, man. Like, you know, he probably went through like 6 different girls while we knew about him, and yet he had the nerve to be like, "Oh, I'm so in love with this other one." Like, dog, that girl is like.
Yeah, that's what I was telling you. Like, I was like, you're not gonna the thing again have in crypto. So like, all he does is have sex with me. Because 9 out of 10 times he's always in a car with some girl or doing something, running around or dropping one off and taking one off. It's like, that's all cool. Like, you know, we all have like a life, but it's like yours is, you know, yours is like so much. So like, you lose track of like too much point. My man, you know.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. He was living that life, but he didn't have the money to be able to live it. And I mean, he and I made a similar amount, and so I know what it's like to live with that amount. It's not like you can have two girls a day every single day for 14 days or whatever your paycheck schedule is and still be able to save any money. You can do it. You can have two different girls every single day, basically, but you're not saving any money at that point. And I mean, I know he probably didn't have rent to pay and stuff, but he had like, other expenses. And here's the one that really got me. He would come into the stream. He and I talked a lot. He would come in the stream with his problems. His biggest problem was he had some girl who sat on his computer and like broke it. So he needed a new computer. So he said, God, I need this new computer. If I just had a new computer, I would be able to do all this stuff, and I had this card to put in it, and I could be able to work anywhere in the world. So I was like, okay, well, buy the computer. He's like, no, you don't understand. The computer's $1,800. I'm like, okay, did you just get paid $2,000? Yeah, but you don't understand. I don't like to be one of those people who just like doesn't have a lot of money in their bank account. I'm like, dude, whether you are or aren't, do you need this? Yes or no? He's like, well, yeah, no, I really do need it, but it's just like I don't want to be that low on money. I'm like, dude, you just like told me 14 different girls with whom you allegedly were, which is fine, but didn't you think to yourself, dog, I need a new computer? It just wasn't thinking. And then I just like went off on him one day. I just said, dude, if you're gonna come, he kept coming to me with this computer. Trust me, and I think everybody knows him here. I'll even play along with you if you want to tell me about your problems enough times. But after 3 or 4 times, especially when I know you're not listening to you're just talking to me, you're not listening to my response, I'm gonna lay into you. And he comes in like the second or third day in a row, third or fourth day in a row, I want to say, of me hearing, and he's just like, man, I need this new computer so badly. I'm like, okay, why don't you just buy it? He's like, it's just not that easy. I'm like, dude, we've had this conversation now 3 days in a row. You just need to buy it, or you need to stop talking about it. But I'm going to tell you this right now. My advice is you buy this computer, but I don't want to hear about this problem anymore. I am not someone you can just come to and keep repeating the same thing to me, and you think I'm going to give you a different answer. I'm not going to come here and tell you go buy something on some girl's Amazon wish list when you need the thing from Amazon and that's your computer. And he's like, why are you being so mean? I'm like, dude, I'm just making you aware that I'm not like a magic 8-ball that you can rub and I'm going to give you different answers. I generally maintain pretty consistent beliefs or opinions when I make one, unless new evidence comes out or things do change my mind. But he's just like, well, you just don't understand. I'm like, yeah, I do. You need a new computer, and you don't want to only have like $200 left in your bank account. The 3 other people in this room, Sir Linkius? How about you? We've been in a long conversation. You're good. How you living, Sir Linkius? What's new, baby?
Pretty good.
Well, that's cool. I stream my life in here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So you can always watch me live whenever you want.
Thank you. I love you.
Huh? I don't think that's true.
That might file under the copyrighted Harry Potter and/or Sonic.
Oh, okay.
But I don't think. Yeah, that's good for you.
Hey, besides that, I bought my first bag of Bitcoin, and I also bought the Ruby.
Oh, wow. You're in big time. Good job, Sir Linkius. Dude, I was just going to say, the jacket is going to go up in value. That's going to be a collector's item.
Well, I do have something. still see it, bro.
Yes, you do.
I have the rate membership, but I don't have it.
Yes, you do. And they are in high demand right now. Did you know we reached an all-time high today?
For thicker Bitcoin?
Yeah, ticker Bitcoin.
Oh, wow.
So Sproto, Sprotos are hot commodities. So I think they just said the floor on a Sproto was like 0.55 ETH. So get one while you can. I understand, dude. I understand. Nobody's rushing you. I want you to know that if I were you and I could only go with I had a choice to buy a bag of Harry Potter, a Sproto, or that racing jacket. I would have done what you did. I would have got my bag and the racing jacket because the bag and the racing jacket are kind of limited. You can get a Sproto, and maybe it'll go up. I mean, it will go up, but I mean, maybe you have to buy it at a higher price. But you'll be able to wear the jacket with pride. It's a lot. It's a really cool jacket, like you just said. You liked the jacket so much that you wanted that more than anything. So I think you made a good decision. Absolutely, definitely.
So, do you know after the they'll never
That's what I've heard, or at least that version of it. It's like a limited run.
Wow, I wonder if that is
Oh yeah, there's an NFT in it, right? And there's this, I don't know, there's a unique NFT in it as well. I know. I don't know all the aspects of it. What up, Four Leaf? We see you down there. Come on up and speak if you have time. So, Sir Linkius, just to give you a little bit of background, I stream live on the internet 24/7. I've been doing so almost for 3 years now. You are live right now on 5 different YouTube streams, 6 different YouTube streams, pardon me, 6 different Twitch streams, 6 different Rumble streams, 6 different Twitter streams, and 8 different Instagram streams. I have more data on YouTube than any person in global history. I have more YouTube time than any person in global history. Literally 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I am uploading my life to YouTube. Sir Lankius, I love you so much. I'm going to make you such a rich man someday. It is, absolutely. So if you ever need anything, you can always come to this VC, and I'm willing to help you with whatever you need. We had some people in here who were lost the other day in Denver, at ETH Denver, and we were able to get them the address they needed. If you just want someone with whom to speak, if you want financial advice, if you want life advice, if you want dating advice, relationship advice, emotional advice, you just want someone to listen to you, I'm always here, baby. Well, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Absolutely. This is a wonderful question. So I like to host trivia on Twitter Spaces, and I would go into different cryptocurrency spaces, and whenever there was a lull in the discussion, I would ask if anyone was interested in playing trivia, and a lot of times the cryptocurrencies were, and I would understand kind of how smart the cryptocurrencies were by the answers that people would give. Well, I started meeting some of the people within ticker Bitcoin, and they thought I was an interesting individual, and they thought I was intelligent, and they invited me into the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 emu Telegram. And in addition, I started playing trivia with the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 emu cryptocurrency, and I really mean this. They were smarter than the other cryptocurrencies. Now, that doesn't mean that as a whole that they're smarter, but I can tell you, at least when it came to trivia, the answers were more accurate. And I can tell you that I would play some of these questions were similar in difficulty. And so I could really tell there was something special about this group. Additionally, I thought it was really interesting that the entire ticker, the entire coin itself was based on a meme, but basically a combination of memes, which made it a joke, which I thought might make it very lucrative in the future as well. And about 9 months ago, I was invited into Telegram, and the people knew that I streamed my life, and they thought it was really interesting. In fact, now that I recall, when I was in I was in a group one night. It was like a crypto Web3 After Dark, and some of the people heard that I had so much data online. They're like, "Oh, we need you." Somebody from Harry Potter, Obama Sonic, was like, "We need you in our Telegram. Will you please join?" And I did, and I've been streaming in here ever since. That was 9 months ago. And as I said, in addition to being on 2 different Telegrams right now, you're live on 6 different YouTubes in 360 degrees. You're live on 6 different Twitches, 6 different Twitters, 6 different Rumbles, and 8 different Instagrams.
You just turned your head and was
You got it, baby.
That was actually a really cool story. I've actually found similarities in how I found mine. I thought the shape while posting my pictures, some of the people behind the scenes really inspired forward thinking. So that's pretty interesting that you picked up on what happened.
Absolutely. And I could prove it because I had the results of their trivia, and I could just tell that the people in here were very well rounded. Definitely. So you'll see. Go ahead. You'll see there are different aspects to this community. So we have the VC that's always going, and then like we have a do you know what Twitter Spaces are? Excellent. So excellent. That's your Twitter?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Just like this, right? Excellent. Perfect. Well, I'm actually currently simultaneously hosting a Twitter space. And so in addition to being live on 6 different Twitter video streams, we're live on a Twitter space that I'm hosting. Now, if you're like, how are you able to host a Twitter space and all this other stuff at once? There isn't anyone currently in the Twitter space. There was someone in it just a few moments ago. And it's like, well, why do you have a Twitter space going if nobody's there? Randomly, people come into that Twitter space and hear what's going on. And I can tell them, hey, join our Telegram. You can see what's going on. And then they meet people. So it's a really good way to basically funnel people into our Telegram, is just by always having a Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 e-new Twitter space going. And then also, anyone in the community, whoever wants to talk in a Twitter space, has an open Twitter space. They don't have to go in and be like, hey, does anyone want to start a Twitter space with me? No, they just join it. It's already going.
I hope some of the Bitcoin devs actually.
I wish they did. But no, they don't. I just do it because I really like them. I've done some things. In addition to having more data online than any person in global history, I created over 2,000 Twitter accounts, and I created one of the world's most powerful Twitter bot to spam all of Twitter to my YouTube. Unfortunately, as of 2 days ago, all 2,000, more than 2,100 of them have gotten banned, which isn't too big of a deal because a lot of them have been banned as well. But it got me out. If you type in Bible Rabbi into Twitter or Rabbi Rothschild into Twitter, it's just people in all different languages talking about me and about my stream and about how many accounts I have. So it's it's really an interesting thing what we've got going. I mean, if I do something, I do it better than any person. In fact, the way that I started this stream, I like to golf, and I was at Tiger Woods golf course in Orange County, California, and I was after work I would hit golf balls, and I realized that some of the things that I really want to watch my drive, and I started recording my drive with the cameras on my phone. And I realized I would make some jokes as I was golfing, and the shtick, the jokes that I was making, I thought were pretty funny. And I thought my future family might one day take interest in this. And so I started recording, and I realized one day that, you know what, if I'm going to do this, maybe I want to do it better than any person. And I just one day stopped. Uh, didn't I kept recording, but then I also came home and bought 6 different Chromebooks and realized that if I'm going to be a streamer, I want to be the world's best streamer. I don't want to be one of these people who just streams and everything is edited and they live in this nice little Candyland world. I want everything to be raw footage, and I want people to live alongside me and we grow up together, and you be able to connect with me whenever you want. But people will just have to understand life is dirty, and I'm going to capture it, and you're going to live life alongside me. Absolutely.
So grateful for you, Rabbi.
Oh, definitely. Sulinkius. All day, every day. I'm so glad that we met. And let me just say, your timing is amazing getting this. Cobra, how you doing, baby? I haven't seen Cobra in here in so long. Cobra, talk to us. How you doing, baby? Cobra's a big deal. Cobra's an admin and OG. Sir Linkius. Sir Linkius is new to our community. We're just introducing him to everyone. Cobra's an OG. So whenever I can't get anything done, I go to someone like Cobra who has admin rights, and they get it done for me. Oh, that's okay. We don't need anything. But welcome, Cobra. We're glad to have you here. Dude, what do you think of this coin? I did. I had the abandoned ship on the other one. This one, hopefully, more consistent internet and some other benefits. What do you think of that coin? Yeah. It's at what? An all-time high today? You can't beat that. Yeah, that's pretty bullish. I'm all about that. So absolutely. So we got Cobra in here. We got Sir Linkius. Of course, we got James. We got Man the Queen, who's in here. Passport. He's always quiet. And we got Nazar. Nazar, get your sweet ass up here. We'd love to talk to you. Nazar, come on up. We'd love to speak to you. We'd love to hear about your friends, your family, your hopes, your dreams. We would love to know what you would do if you had all the money in the world. We'd love to know what your favorite animal is. We want to know your deepest, darkest secrets, Nazar. So come on up when you can. If you're busy, we understand. You know, you're doing things that Nazar needs to do. We get it. Man, oh, absolutely. We're so glad that you're here, Cobra. Thank you. Thank you for saying what's up. Anytime. You know you're welcome. Take care, baby. Manlet Queen, how you doing? Manlet Queen. Oh, cool. So, Sir Linkius, you should understand. Manlet Queen is really cute. What he ends up doing sometimes is falling asleep on the camera, or I shouldn't say on cam. I fall asleep on cam. So, like, literally, if you're like, you mean to tell me you sleep for what, 8 hours on YouTube every single day? Yeah, on 5 different streams. I have more sleep footage out there than anyone, but I think this is very valuable footage for humankind to be able to study human circadian rhythms and their behavioral patterns and their, you know, their life cycle events, everything that happens to a human, and we have it on camera. Well, sometimes Manlet Queen falls asleep with the open mic, and we get to hear him snore right into the microphone. So that's kind of fun. Do you? Oh, it's so sweet. Sometimes you hum. In fact, Vamp sometimes listens to you hum. It's a beautiful thing. So, Linkus, what are your thoughts on UFOs?
I used to actually have a little bit of interest in it probably a couple of years ago.
Hell yeah, Bob Lazar, man. On Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Definitely, with Jeremy Corbyn. Corbyn. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I think there was something the government research at the time
I'm gonna.
Very accurate. Like we have people who say that had visions of the water. I believe that. Also, I never heard of I've been a lot of there was also that I think it was New Zealand, Australia, or South Africa. It was this cool building.
Oh, yeah, this was South Africa. I think technically Zimbabwe.
Yeah, maybe Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
They all like offset things like that, or sure there's stuff out there.
Right.
I think the aliens have technology where they can come and get some sort of force field. Maybe this was times that they got caught. This was from the one. I think this is pretty interesting to me that and people with the show have added that information.
That's correct. So we're very I don't want to say like I do my best to fact check everything as best I can. Sometimes we let some things through, but we do our best. So whenever there's like something that we can't think of, I do my best to Google. You ask anybody in here. I love the Google. I love ChatGPT. So the incident we're referencing is known as the Ariel School UFO incident. On 16th September 1994, there was a UFO sighting outside Rura, Zimbabwe. 62 pupils at the Ariel School aged between 6 and 12 said that they saw one or more silver craft descend from the sky and land on a field near their school. Some of the children claimed that one or more creatures dressed all in black then approached and telepathically communicated to them a message with an environmental theme, frightening them and causing them to cry. Basically, this story, for anyone listening who's not familiar with it, is one of the more well-documented events that has happened in ufology over the course of the last 30 years or so. And one really, I think, interesting thing is they had a 30th anniversary reunion just recently. I think it happened either late last year, early this year. And very interestingly, of the like people who attended, I think like maybe I could be wrong on how many people attended, but let's say 30 people attended. They all maintained the exact same stories. Everything maintained the same. Not one person came out and was like, "Oh no, this is fake." Blah 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 blah. I just think that was really interesting. That like it's really hard for two people to keep the same story over 30 years, let alone 30 or 60. The amount of people who attended this. Hey, we have In Sweatpants We Trust here. I just want everybody to know that. Welcome In Sweatpants We Trust. How you living, baby? What's new in your neck of the woods? What's good in the hood? In Sweatpants We Trust. I'm wearing sweatpants right now, and I trust them. In Sweatpants We Trust. Do you want to hear me queef? Check this one out, kids. Poosh, perhaps. Who knows? I could have been a queef. You never know. Anyway, we got Vimu here. Vimu's a big deal. Vimu, are you the guy? Oh, man. Vimu needs to come back. All right, Man McQueen, how you living, baby? You're about to fall asleep, aren't you? Yeah. Anyway, so we got Sir Linkius and we got Nazar. Nazar, how you doing, baby? Anyway, so Sir Linkius, some things that we watch on here or to which we listen are Joe Rogan. We like Joe Rogan. And any other kind of podcast. We got Jay who just joined. Welcome, Jay. Hope you live in a dream. And, JP. What up, JP? How you doing, baby? Hell yeah. JP, you kick ass and take names. You know that? Hell yeah, you do. You sound like a pimp. I hope you're just slinging dick all over the neighborhood. Absolutely. Well, JP, we got some new friends here. We got Sir Linkius. It's Sir Linkius' second day in this bad boy, and Sir Linkius knows what's up. We got Man McQueen just jerking himself raw. We got In Sweatpants We Trust. Loving that name. We got Nazar. We haven't heard from Nazar yet. Of course, we got James, Go Cornhuskers, Kaminsky, and we got Passport. JP, what's new with you?
I just got this
Dog, we're in this Telegram 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Currently, you are currently live on 6 different YouTubes, 6 different Twitches, 6 different Rumbles, 6 different Twitters. You're live on a Twitter space. You're live on 2 Telegrams, and you're live on 8 different Instagrams.
That's true. Is there a lot of people on?
Yeah, combined. I have more data online than any individual in global history, which means that I may be a very wealthy person someday. Data is Earth's #1 resource, according to The Economist magazine. And if you take what Bill Gates stated in the 1990s, that content is king, well, I have more content than any person ever. I've been literally on camera more and had that footage archived more than any person in global history. And because I have more content than any person, I may one day be king. And if that's true, I will make you a very rich person. I mean, you already see what's happening with this coin. 1 week ago, we were worth 1/6 what we are now. And it's just going up from here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I actually have
No, that's fine. Get it now while you can. You should understand. Well, do with it whatever you want. But of any meme coin, look at any coin. Any coin. Look at Pepe. Look at any of them. None of them have 24-hour. None of them have any. Okay, and how often do they have a VC? Exactly. So what does that mean? They're not that open, and they don't have that good of a community. I'm just gonna be honest with you. Great communities are open, have open VCs, have open discussions. We watched the Super Bowl in here. We're gonna watch the Oscars. I was just talking. Do you know what March Madness is with like men's and women's basketball? We're gonna fill those out. We also sponsor a soccer team. There are soccer teams in Nigeria. We sponsor their uniforms. We've built wells in Nigeria, Africa. We do a lot of good things for the world.
Yeah, I've been just looking for like in the cryptos.
Aren't we all? Absolutely. Well, I can tell you this. If you were here last week, you'd be 6 times as wealthy with as much cryptocurrency you have. So if you buy now, you never know, you might be 6 times as wealthy next week. I can't guarantee that, but I could tell you that if you would have had 1 ticker Bitcoin last week, it would be worth 6 ticker Bitcoin today. We got estimates. You see, it's fire.
I saw the guy who bought Bitcoin.
Yeah, more like.
Is that his name?
This is Avatar.
$10
Is what?
$10.
Yes.
That's it. $10.
So not only do we have, go ahead. It's going to go higher than that. We want this thing to be worth $100,000. We want this to be the world global reserve currency someday, and we think it will be. And we're banking on not only the power of the meme coin, but I know there are some people in here who know the power of data and know that once people find out that the entire journey of this coin has been archived live for the world to watch, they're going to want to be a part of this as well. And eventually it will be the global reserve currency. So when we say $10, no one here, you can go ahead and sell if you want it $10. But once this thing hits $10, that's when you're looking at it hitting $1,000. James, you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Exactly. Basically, if we're riding this thing and we were talking about it being worth literally 3 cents last Sunday, and it's worth like 18 cents, it's an all-time high today. When we're having a discussion that this thing is worth $10, like there are people in here who are buying yachts. Like they're very wealthy, very, very wealthy people at that point.
I agree.
So if you put in $10 this time last week, it'd be worth $60 today. Everyone has. Well, it happens to the best of us. Look, here's what I can tell you. Oh, I was just gonna say, look at any meme coin right now. Does it have a VC going? No. What's its community look like? Is it a strong community? Did they just have a major fight against a major influencer? We're a well-known community. We're arguably the best-known meme coin. Arguably, people are gonna say, "Well, there's Pepe and there's Shiba, all that other stuff." That's fine, but we are the most meme of we're the meme, we're the meme hero. We're the combination of all the memes essentially, which makes our coin extremely bullish. But in addition to that, our entire story is documented with data. There are some coins that are going to come here and say, our coin is so great because of X, Y, and Z. Our coin is great. If you want me to rank them, the reasons why, number one, and I'm biased on this, but our whole story is documented. That makes us very, very valuable as a coin. Number two is the meme factor. It's very memorable. Everybody knows it. It's very relatable. And three, the community. We always have VCs going. We always have Twitter spaces going. I mean, literally, if you want to go to a Twitter space right now, we have one going. I have a Twitter space going. We could talk in a Twitter space if you want, but I just prefer that you're able to see me when I speak as well. And so we use this form. But if you wanted to talk in a Twitter space, I wouldn't even have to hit any buttons. You could just join it. Literally, we have this thing going 24 hours a day, and no other coin can say that. I'm actually shocked that it's taken people so long to find out about us, but now, as you see, they are, and they're like, wow. I mean, honestly, like JP, you're like the fifth person in the last hour to be like, hey, this is my first time in here. What's going on? Like Sir Linkius just said it like 20 minutes ago. We've had a bunch of people in here who said that. It's very common because it's really cool. So yeah, go ahead. You're trying to find a YouTube to permanently subscribe for what? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'll send it to you in a DM. Just a moment. And you can see all my. Everything is uploaded. Yeah, on 6 different angles. I'm gonna send them to you. Yeah, it's in 6 different, so you can watch it in 360 degrees. Just one moment, I'll send it to you. You'll see this and you'll be like, holy shit, I've never seen so much content. And I'll say, I know, that's why I do it. All right. And this is.
I got a question.
Go ahead. Absolutely. Yeah, that data is really important to me. I want to be able, for humankind to be able to study my sleep cycles, my circadian rhythms, but also right when I awake, I like to be able to watch myself awake if I ever have a dream, because I'm able to recall the dream immediately to the camera, and then I remember the dreams much better. Yes, it does. All right, so I'm pulling this up right now, and I'm going to send the link in a moment. It's just taking a second to load. But yeah, I've been doing this now almost 3 years. That's more data than any person has in global history. It's about 300,000 hours. To give you an idea, Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined don't have 10,000 hours. So I literally have 30 times more footage on YouTube than Mr. Beast and PewDiePie combined. It's an incredible amount of footage. Okay. Just one moment. Apologies, you're absolutely right. I was just saying that I'm sending you the links right now so you can watch me and you can see, oh my God, you can hear yourself live on YouTube. And I do my best to make people aware that they're being streamed if they're someone who's new, especially. But you can see, like, oh my God, Rabbi has cameras everywhere. And it's true. I want to be able to. Sorry, I keep muting myself. So I sent you guys links. JP and Sir Linkius. Check out the links I just sent, and you'll be able to hear yourself on YouTube. Can you guys see?
Yeah, I'm looking through the YouTube right now.
Okay, and you should see it. Excellent. Yeah, there should be 5 live on YouTube. Hold on. Let me make sure I sent the right link, because I could have just sent you. Let me make sure I sent the right link. Just a moment. The link that I sent you, yeah, it looks like the first 5 that I sent you are live. Wait, hold on. No. Oh, no. I misspoke. Apologies. Excellent point. The way that I format it does not format the same way for you. So just one moment. Let me. Okay, it should work now. Apologies on that. Thank you for the clarification. I'm glad you said something. So the link now that I should send should have my live streams prioritized at the top. So why don't you, Sir Linkius, try that one, and JP, try this one. And it should work. Can you see it now? Yeah, it's crazy. Like, very few people. Excellent. Very few people have one stream going ever on YouTube, let alone multiple streams going for like hours, let alone for days, let alone for weeks, let alone for years on end. It's more data than any person has, and you're able to watch my life going back for years. It's essentially a time capsule going back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. You will be able to see yourself. Pardon me? So that link that I sent you will always pull up whatever live streams that I have going. So basically, I restart the streams every 12 hours. And the reason why I do that is just because that's the maximum amount of time that a normal YouTube account can post a video. If you go longer than that, it won't let you post or won't make it visible to other people. So basically, every 12 hours, I just have to make sure to restart the videos. But these same streams that you're seeing live on YouTube are also simultaneously being streamed on on 6 different Twitch streams, 6 different Rumble streams, 6 different Twitter accounts, and 8 different Instagrams. So 6 of them are coming from the videos that you're seeing on Instagram, and then I've got another 2 cameras that are separate, just uploading to Instagram. And the cool thing about the other 2, and the cool thing I've got about the other 2 cameras on Instagram is I've created a little robot, basically an auto clicker, so that I don't even have to touch those devices. Every day, 24 hours a day, I built this thing on Instagram that automatically posts for me. So it just automatically is always posting on multiple accounts. Yeah, I would. I mean, right now I've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got like over a dozen devices on right now streaming in one way or another. So that's devices. Now, when it comes to like each device is streaming like 6 different platforms. So that's like almost 100 different platforms that you're hitting at simultaneously. But yeah, I'm always about streaming. So if I had more devices, I would definitely use them. In fact, I do have a bunch of different devices. It's just it depends on what device you're referencing. Like if you were like, well, what if we gave you really slow devices? Well, obviously, if the devices don't work efficiently, I don't want those. But if they're just like standard track phones, yeah, I absolutely use them. I stream using track phones currently, and they work really well. And here's a key: I don't know if anybody has their own Telegram, but if you have your own cryptocurrency or Telegram, if you want, tell me what it is, and I'll stream in there for you and do the same thing for your cryptocurrency that I'm doing for this one. So basically, if somebody comes into your Telegram and be like, "Hey, who are you?" Like, "Oh, you don't know about this cryptocurrency? Yada yada yada. You know, this is when it was started. Here's a little about the developers, et cetera, et cetera." But, you know, like if you guys know, and I'm sure you do, nobody else is going to give you this kind of service, no other cryptocurrency, and explain to you everything that you need to know. Be your friend and everything. I mean, if they're out there, let me know. I'd love to be a part of them. But what you found here is really unique. It's wild. So whenever you guys want. That's a great question. Probably anywhere between, it depends, anywhere between 100 and 1,000.
That's more than you and
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. People probably talk to less than 50 people, and some people talk to less than 10 people in a given day. So for me to be able to get out my message to perhaps thousands of people, and then in addition, they're able to see what I'm doing, it's really special.
now, like if you had to like go somewhere, bring the cameras with you.
Absolutely. Yeah. I plan on doing this the rest of my life. And I want to travel the world, and I want to have GoPros that are uploading to the internet all the time so that people would be able to always see what I'm doing. Like basically have a police body cam that I would wear 24/7 so that you'd be able to live out my life from a POV standpoint, from a point of view standpoint. You'd basically be able to live my life virtually if you wanted.
That's crazy.
it's crazy, but that's the kind of life we're moving towards very quickly, especially with Apple Vision Pro and Oculus Prime and all the other things.
What would have, like, so, be able to do that, like, plane or public, like, would it make you stop? You go to travel.
So that's a great question. Once you're at that point and people know about me, I will fly privately and we'll have Wi-Fi on a plane. And all you would have to do is connect to the Wi-Fi and just live stream from there. But yeah, basically wherever I could stream, I would want to. And then I'd want to have backups. I mean, as you see, I have multiple cameras going all the time. I like to have redundant streams. Why? Because sometimes apps crash, sometimes cameras fail, things go wrong. And so it's nice to have backups. And as you can tell, I've learned a lot. That's why I have so many different backups going so that absolutely everything is archived to the best of my ability from the best, not just my ability, but I feel the best any human in existence could do. With the same options. I mean, I'd love to be able to say I have the money and I can just pay a crew to tape me all the time or to record me all the time. I can't. I have to do it as a single person on my own. And I feel that I've been able to do it now almost 3 years better than any single individual could have done previously.
Now, like, do you ever use somebody?
Yeah, so great question. I go to the bathroom on camera and I shower on camera. When do I get private time? Like occasionally, like I'll walk behind the cameras. Like, I used to change. I used to like be totally nude on camera, but I lost some YouTube accounts by doing that. You're not allowed to be totally nude on camera, even if you're doing it for like artistic purposes. You're still so not supposed to be. So I had to learn that early, that you're not allowed to do that. Anything that I do, I just like basically like if I have to change, I'll do so in a towel. But like normally I would just drop the towel and change. But I realize I'm on camera, and while I don't have an issue with it, yeah, exactly, 100%. I'm very. It's like people can watch me from like a voyeuristic standpoint. I'm like an animal in a zoo. I don't really care.
So, like, what would happen if somebody that doesn't like want to be on camera? Do you blur them, or is it just
I make anyone aware. Like I had somebody come visit me, actually 2 weeks ago, exactly. Somebody came and visited me at my house in Irvine, and they brought pizza, and I told like they knew about me from streaming. They were a fan of mine, and they thought they knew what I'm doing. They know what I'm doing is cool, and they wanted to meet me. And so they came and brought pizza, and they know I stream. So, I made them aware. Do you want to be on the stream? So they're like, yeah. So they're on the stream, and gave them a tour of everything. And then, we had pizza in the park, and even that was streamed. We streamed every moment of our interaction. So I would say that there are some more private moments, I would say, but they're not necessarily purposeful. I try, if I know it's going to, like, here's one. I opened a bank account live on camera. Okay, well, not everyone will walk into a bank while streaming, and a bank normally won't let you like video them. They don't let you do that, even though they're videoing you. And I feel you have a very good argument. If they're videoing you, why can't you video them? Nevertheless, so I opened a bank account earlier last month, and when I opened it up, I had to put my phone in my pocket because I didn't want the people to know that I was videoing them. Does that make sense? So basically, like, I would have loved to just sit there. Like I told, like I tell people this. My ATM pin is 6308. My Social security number is 308-96-4086. I don't have any fears, basically. I'm an open book. And so if you're like, well, is anything in your life private? Yeah, but not because I want it to be. It's like literally they would have thrown me out of the bank account and out of the bank, and I would not have been able to open a bank account. But instead, I just had my camera in my pocket, and then you could hear everything that was going on. And then right when I got done with the transaction of opening and after my first transaction, having opened the bank account, I was still streaming. So the whole stream is on camera. It's just you can't always see what I'm doing. So I would have liked that part to be not as private. What'd you say? New York rules, man. The Empire State. Do I have a what? Do I practice my religion on stream? Absolutely. I've got my tefillin right here. So when I awake in the morning, you will see me don my tefillin. I have my religious texts here. I've got my daily hymnals, and then I also have my Talmud, my Chumash, my Torah, my Tanakh, and my I have a Jewish Encyclopedia Judaica as well. So yeah, we recite. Absolutely. So, and then on Fridays we'll light Shabbat candles, and I say blessings over food, and we'll celebrate Purim later this month. So we'll celebrate Pesach next month. So yeah, all the religious holidays we hit, and we do our best to be a light to the world as a Jew as possible while being on camera. Hell yeah, baby. How many people come in here and talk to me daily? I'll be excited for that because I know the people who got me here, and also it's been recorded. So even if I forgot, people will be like, oh, well, on this date, it was the first date we met, and I followed you all of these days. So like, oh my God, you've been following me for 2.5 years. I didn't even realize that. So that doesn't worry me too much. I'm excited for the day that I start to lose track of people, because that tells me then, wow, this is getting so big now that I don't even know where it's going. And now we're going to let it blow up and go viral and do all the other fun things that happen when you get famous. And we're going to let that path go. But I think the thing that's unique about this stream in difference to, as opposed to what happens to other people will say, oh, I knew you when you were just the little guy. Well, that's fine. A lot of people don't remember that. I will, because it's on stream. No, I would say, like when I was in college, I would walk around my dorm naked, not because like I was an exhibitionist. It was just like the hallway was at the end of the hall, or the bathroom was at the end of the hall, and I lived with all guys, and I didn't really care. We were all kind of jocular, and we just didn't care. So I didn't really have an issue with nudity. And then when it came to the camera issue, I was already on camera for my job. I'm a certified project management professional. So I was already on camera working from home remotely for a Fortune 500 for like 8 to 10 hours a day. So I'm already on camera. So I thought to myself, well, if I'm already on camera for the corporate world 8 to 10 hours a day, why not just expand it for the rest of my world? It doesn't bother me at all. I just have to make sure the camera's going. And so long as it is, I'm solid. So I just started doing that about 2.5 years ago.
So do you like work on like I guess
So I spent the first year working for a Fortune 500 as a certified project management professional, and then I've been living on savings for the last year. I had a 6-figure contract with that, so it's allowed me to live a pretty good life for the last year. And then I've been contemplating getting another position if I need, just to be able to support myself. But my position is in high demand, so I don't have an issue. I think I'll probably be able to garner somewhere between $120,000 and $165,000, just depending on the position. How much is that an hour? It's like $65 an hour. I'm a certified project management professional. So what is that? Basically, I manage projects for Fortune 500 companies or large companies. Specifically, a lot of times companies realize I'm a very good Scrum Master. If you know what a Scrum Master is, if you don't know what a Scrum Master is, it's essentially the leader of a tech project that I'm the organizer, and I essentially get updates from every member of a software team and take notes on what they have accomplished, and then update the remainder of the team using different types of project management software. And basically, you do that for a bunch of projects over the course of a given day, and you have deadlines for your projects, but it's quite a rewarding career. You're able to work remotely, and if I do it on here again, you'll see I'm in a suit and tie every single day and leading teams. The last projects I was leading teams in Asia. I was leading teams in Europe. I was leading teams in South America. And actually, I had a specific focus actually on Canada as well. So you're working with people from all over the world. It's very exciting. Prior to that position, prior to being a certified project management professional, I was just a standard project manager. But I worked for a startup, and I launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. So I've actually launched the world's most successful car wash app on the App Store and Google Play. And then prior to that, I was in university administration. So I have some managerial experience.
So, like when you're in these, when you have these meetings,
Mm-hmm.
like do you ever have to, tell the people that you're working with
That I'm streaming? No.
Like, yeah,
No. They never found out. And what I would do, I was quite funny about it. I'd be like talking to them, and then I would mute myself and make fun of the people. I'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe Karen's asking me this question again. Karen, you know the answer. It's where we always store that file. And then I'll unmute myself, like, oh, sure, Karen, I'll show you where it is. You know what I mean? It's very funny. Oh, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I did it so that somebody could. In fact, if you want, I'm going to do the same thing starting tomorrow. From the ground up, I'm going to get a job looking for Microsoft this way. So if you want to learn how to get a job for Microsoft, I'm going to do it starting tomorrow. And if you're like, well, how do you do that, Rabbi? It starts with LinkedIn. Fortunately, I'm an educated individual and I have some good experience, but I have to update my LinkedIn, and then I apply to positions. And then I also have robots that I have created that automatically apply for jobs for me. And I literally will get 100 job offers by the end of the week, or at least opportunities to interview. It's incredible. No. So here's the thing. It depends what kind of job you want. and we'd have to go through your background a little bit to know if if LinkedIn's the right place for you to apply. And here's what I mean. Like, do you have a finance or a tech background? Okay, that's fine. You can get one and you can do it for cheap and you can do it without a college degree. So for instance, like I'm a certified project management professional, and yes, I do have a college degree, but you don't need a college degree to be a certified project management professional. So it's like, well, Rabbi, wait, you mean I get to make what you make, $120,000 a year to $165,000 a year or more, and I can do that without a college degree? Yeah. Well, how do I do it? You do it through experience, but you know, it's about and you have to pass an exam, and they vet your background, so you can't just lie about your experience. But if you really put down, if you're honest, project management is a lot of different aspects of society, and you should understand that it's a really fortunate aspect of it is you can do construction project management, you can do real project management like real engineering, or you can do software engineering, and that's the really lucrative part. But if I wanted to, starting tomorrow, if I wanted to, I could go work for a construction company as a project manager as well, and my certification works. So if you're like, okay, well, Rabbit, how do I do this? I mean, really stick around here, and I will tell you each step. So if you're like, okay, what's the first step? The first step is to learn about the project management professional exam. So you go to pmi.org, that's projectmanagementinstitute.org, pmi.org, and you would start learning about it. And you first find out, like, okay, how much is it to take the test? When I took it, it was like $250 or something like that. If you're like, but it's the best $250 that you can spend because, you know, it's the thing that gives you your credential. It means that you don't have to go to college, basically, and a bunch of other stuff. So if you really want to know how to do it, I'll walk you through all the steps. I'm going to be doing it myself again tomorrow because I just kind of challenged myself. Before I was working for Kimberly-Clark, which is a great Fortune 500. They're the world's largest like paper manufacturer, like Kleenex and like paper towels and some other things. But I want to work for, and I worked for their software. It's a healthcare corporation, really is what it is. But I want to work for one of like 5 different companies: Facebook, aka Meta, Amazon, Alphabet, Netflix, or like Google, basically. It's Alphabet. Basically, I want to work for one of your big ones, and I know how to do it, and I know how to do it, particularly with Microsoft. And so it's like, well, how do you know? All right, so I can tell you right now. I go to my computer. In fact, I will just to show you the power of this certification. So if I go and I look at my email, I am on okay, so why did they get me banned? Oh no, they were successful on a bunch of accounts. Oh, because I literally annoyed the shit out of them to the point where I drove them crazy and they had to band together against me. I get it. I literally would follow them with 100 different accounts a day. I wouldn't tweet them. I would not DM them. But they just got sick of so many notifications coming in from me every single few minutes of me coming in. They band together, which I understand. I do, but I just a moment. I mean, I'll tell you this. I've never had a formal computer course, and I've never had a formal business course. So all the stuff that I've been able to do, I've been able to do through organizations. And so, like, well, how did I get involved in technology? I was hired at this startup to be a managing director, to basically be the CEO, but not to be the person who would design the app. But the app needed a lot of work, so I had to be the person to design it and to get it launched. And within 6 months, we launched an app on the App Store and Google Play. And then we marketed it in Los Angeles on every billboard, every radio. I was in commercials. We were on television. We were in movies. Everywhere. You name it, we did it. We were sponsored to the Lakers. Big deal.
How much money?
No, you can ask. You can ask that. So for like I don't have any. I didn't sign any NDAs. So for like a year-long contract where they will say the name of your business on ESPN radio during a Lakers game on the radio. They'll say your company name and more than that. They'll say like this, this timeout is sponsored by JP's Corporation. JP's Corporation, where we do the best for you. Go to jp.com for more information, whatever your little thing would be. So yeah, I can just tell you, I've got a lot of project manager opportunities, and I haven't even tried in like years. I mean, 3 years I haven't tried for a job, and I just look at my email and it's just like all these recruiters, all these headhunters. Basically, what I did when I got my job 3 years ago is I just kept myself on all the headhunter lists, and they just send me emails every single day. So I was never too worried about, I mean, I still have to get the job, but I feel confident in that. If there are 10 jobs there, I can get 5 of them. And maybe more. I think I can get all 10 of them, to be honest with you, depending on the circumstances. But like, I have excellent project management skills in both technology, healthcare. I offer some really unique aspects to them. So, we'll see. But you were saying, I have an IT background. I really don't. I was an international relations major. I have more law background than I have a technical background. I did have the fortune of getting some managerial positions when I was younger, in my 20s, which allowed me to gain larger roles at positions in California in my 30s, and then from there get certifications in my later 30s, and be able to get some really nice contracts. So if you want to know how to do it, I'll walk you through all the steps. The first step would be to learn about the Project Management Institute. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, I don't want to be a project manager, that's fine. You don't have to be. I just named one of them. There are a lot of certifications out there that you can do. And if you don't know what any of them are, we can talk about them. There's Salesforce, there's Scrum Master, there's Agile, all kinds of different certifications you can get. I mean, literally, there are like hundreds. And if you get one of these certifications, a lot of times the place doesn't care if you went to college or not, so long as you can do the work. And you're going to save yourself 6 figures of debt by getting some of these certifications. So if you want to know what they are, we can work through them. I have gotten some other certifications as well that are helpful, but in no way are necessary. So I've got some certifications in Salesforce and big data and Microsoft and some other things, but nobody required me to get any of those.
That's interesting, because like I'm really just trying to, like right now.
Word, Mockingbird. Then you're in the right. Do you have a job right now? You're self-employed, correct? Okay, so then you're able to sustain yourself and find another job at the same time, correct? You're able to provide for yourself, but you're looking for a better income, correct?
Yeah, I'm like a little bit more money.
Yeah, no, we're not talking a little more. You're going to make a whole shit ton more money, okay? And now, it may take you, truthfully, JP, it may take you a year because you're going to have to study for a test. But at the end, I can tell you, you're going to make six figures. I can tell you there are other certifications you can get that you don't have to study for a year. You have to study for like a month. And we can talk about those. Salesforce right now. If you get a Salesforce certification, the going rate of it 3 years ago was $120,000. And it's not that hard of a test to take. You just need to take the test and pass it. And if you're like, where do I take these tests? There are companies online that offer the tests on behalf of the exam. They proctor them for you. So literally, they'll watch you when you're taking the test. They'll watch you on camera to make sure you're doing everything correctly and there aren't any notes and nobody else is there to help you. But if you're able to pass the test, you get your certification, then you start applying for jobs. And I mean it. You won't. If you have a Salesforce certification, you will not make less than $120,000 a year. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, I dare you to try to find a job that pays under $120,000 if you have a Salesforce certification. And I'm not talking about senior engineers or anything like that. I'm talking your basic level advisor in Salesforce makes $120,000 a year. And there are a lot of positions for that. So if you're like, all right, well, Rabbi, I don't want to jump into Project Management Institute. Isn't there something like a baby step I could take? Yeah. So I would say a really good one is called, it's called the Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner Certification. And it's available on Amazon. Amazon is going to be one of the futures of cloud computing. So you should know it pretty well. And they offer a lot of certifications for very cheap, and they look really good on your resume. So like right now, your resume probably doesn't have anything on it. And you're like, well, man, how do I become like a superstar IT person? Well, you need to start getting these little certifications, little by little. They look really. Oh, JP, you have a background in cybersecurity? What did you say? Oh, that's Sir Linkius? Oh, gotcha. I got you. But Sir Linkius, you hear what I'm saying? It's correct, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I found a really good one to take to introduce you to the Amazon Web Services system. It's called the Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner 1. They have like a level 1, level 2. Take those, and it'll give you a really good idea of how Amazon Web Services runs. Now, if you're like, well, what does that do for me? It teaches you how servers run, basically, and how all of this shit, like all the government data is now backed up on Amazon Web Services and how they store it. And it's really interesting. Like, what happens? Like, this is a question you'll go through in the test. What happens if a catastrophic event, such as a meteor impact, strikes the Earth and shuts down some of Amazon Web Services servers? Where's the best place that you could back up the servers? And basically, like, it'll give you a bunch of choices, but the answers are on different continents is the best answer. Basically, if there's going to be it's a really interesting question, I think. Like, hey, if there's going to be an asteroid impact with the Earth and you need to save this data, where are you going to save it? Are you going to save it where the servers are really close together? Or are you going to save it where one server is on one continent and another server is on another continent, so that if one of those servers gets destroyed, there's probably a less there's a lesser chance that it would impact the other server because it's on the other side of the world. There are questions like that on it. I mean, that's one of the more kind of fun questions I remember. The other questions on it are just like really specific about the Amazon web system. Like what? Like, I don't know. Like some of their nomenclature that they have in there, some of the words that they use are very Amazon specific. You'll learn when you start to take these tests that like each company, and there are only so many of them. There are like 10. There's Oracle, Cisco, Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, Alphabet. Then did that's it. Okay, normally I would say no. I'm giving you this information. It's on you to write it down, but I'll write it for you. I'm going to type it in right now. So it's called Amazon. You're good. You're good. You're good. Web services, but it's a good lesson for you that if you ever have anybody giving you advice, it's on you to write that down. Don't expect them to do it. And I know you're not. Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner certification, and it's very inexpensive. I think it's like correct. Oh, that one. Okay, I can do that one too. Whatever it is. Okay, sorry. So I'm writing it to you. Project management, Institute, and I'm going to write the thing down. PMI.org and let's see what else. Oh, just the name of it is Certified Project Management Professional. Certified Project. And I'm sending this to JP, correct? Excellent. Excellent. You got it. So what I sent you are the names: Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner Certification, the Project Management Institute, that's PMI.org, and Certified Project Management Professional. So that's what I'm a Certified Project Management Professional through PMI.org. So PMI.org, the Project Management Institute, they're the people who give out that certification. And then the other certification that I have, or one of my other certifications, is an Amazon Web Services Cloud Practitioner. So those are those. And yeah, I would say as well that if you spent, like the way that I was able to pass the Project Management Institute exam was I did not take a lot of time to study for it all at once. I literally, I was working at the same time, and whenever I would go to the bathroom, which was like, I would say, at work, I would go to the bathroom maybe like 4 times every 2 hours or something at work. After I was done going to the bathroom and washing my hands, there were these like flashcards that I would do, and I would do like 25 flashcards, and I could do them really quickly. It would take me like a minute. So every bathroom break that I had at work, I would add like a minute to it. Very minor. I mean, nobody cared. I was the boss, so it's not like anybody was going to say anything to me. And so I was able to study these, and over the course of a year, I was really prepared to take it. And I would say, there's that kind of way to study. If you have that kind of time, if you need to cram for it, then cram for it. I mean, I understand that aspect of it too, because when I had to take the test, I had to take it and I had to cram at the very end for some parts of it that I didn't like. So let me explain this. I don't know exactly if they've made this formal change yet, but on the project management test, they at one point tested a lot of math. And then the version that I took didn't have any math on it. And basically, that's a good thing to know. Basically, they want you to know how to do the math because that's an expectation of your position, but it's not a math test. So you should just know there are there are things that you learn are going to be on the test and things that aren't. Now, I would love to be able to tell you oh, this is what's on the test. It's actually against the Project Management Institute's code of conduct for me to be able to say this is exactly what's on the test, or even this is how a test a question is phrased. I can't even remember how a question is phrased at this point, but I can tell you this: once you start, if this is a route you really want to take, there's some prep materials that you can use, and there's one set of prep materials that's better than all the others, and that's the one that I recommend. And why is it better than all the others? They have a what do they call it? A test simulator. They have a test simulator that goes through this huge amount of questions and just quizzes you. So basically, by the end of your preparation, you are ready to go. And then you just take the test, and that's it. So I would say, JP, if I were you, go to that stuff that I sent you, PMI.org, the big one, and if you ever need anything else, certainly let me know about it. But you're not gonna get all this in one day. So check it out and be like, okay, Rabbi, it's something in which I'm interested. Okay, then what do we do? We got to look at your experience, and we have to see if we can get any project management experience out of it. If we can, great. You have a little bit of experience. If you can't, that's all right. You can literally manage projects and not get paid for it and still get experience doing it. How? You could build houses for Habitat for Humanity. That's volunteer work, but it's certainly project management. It's construction project management. There's all kinds of ways that you can, manage projects and get credit for it. And then what you have to do is have they go through your background, and then you have to put someone on there as a resource or a reference. And then if they have any doubts about your background, they'll call that reference, and they might inquire more. But usually, if you answer truthfully and everything, they'll pass you on to be able to take the test. You take the test. The test is 3 hours or something, two hours maybe. It's proctored. You can do it in person at a proctored location, or you can do it online in a proctored location with your laptop. And then you pass it, and you're good to go.
Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. Absolutely. If you need anything else, I'm here. And I'm always here, meaning it's an expectation. JP, you're not going to get all this on the first run. You're going to come back tomorrow and say, okay, I read it. What do I do with this? What do I do with this? What is this? What is this? But if you're able to support yourself right now with whatever job you're doing, and you want to make six figures, the way that you can very easily do this is to get yourself a certification or a few of them. And here's the thing. What you really want to do is what Sir Linkiest is doing, and that's cybersecurity. Once you get into cybersecurity and you have really specific cybersecurity credentials and certifications, then you're looking at $400,000, $800,000 a year, because then you're into system admin, and you become a real big fish. And the way to do it is exactly where Sir Linkiest is. The top part of all computers are cybersecurity experts. See, it probably because it's so hard to get your first job in cybersecurity, and no one wants to take a risk on you. Um, I would tell you that your that's true too. Well, exactly. With just a bachelor's degree, without the certifications, you're useless to a company. You need to um, you need to specify your trade and be able to focus on where your expertise lies. You're right, cybersecurity is so broad. But yeah, if you get some certifications, that's the way to go. Sir Link used to be making more than all of us. Well, I'll make more than you, perhaps because of data, but and cybersecurity, perhaps. But if I do make more than you, it will be through probably data and or cybersecurity field. But I'm making you aware. You probably couldn't have gotten a better one. Go ahead. 38. Got a lot of time, my friend.
How long have you been investing in crypto?
Like 10 years.
Oh wow. So you've seen a few bull
Absolutely. Yeah, I bought my first Bitcoin when it was under $1,000.
have a friend. He had Bitcoin. He sold it to buy a car.
I can see
He
it.
had like 1,000, 1,200 or something. Some ridiculous amount where it would be like saying today he sold it to a $2,000 car or something.
Yeesh. Yeah, I can see that.
Love that story about the guy who bought the
Ditto, my friend. It's a beautiful story.
guy's just adding to crypto around pandemic.
Oh, very cool.
2020-ish.
Yeah, a lot of people did, I think. What did you say? Do I want a Sproto? No, I don't. I don't really get into politics too much.
What are your thoughts on overrun?
I'm probably more bearish on it than most people. I really see us going into a major global depression over the course of the next 10 years. Well, here's the thing though. I think there will be a bull run in the cryptocurrency market because there'll be an escape from fiat currency. So I could see it being very lucrative for those involved in cryptocurrencies. But I'm saying from a global economy standpoint, I think the future looks dire.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Americans downhill. I just feel like something.
Well, I think you're probably perhaps accurate with that, maybe.
I feel like things are only going to get worse.
You guys like Joe Rogan?
Oh, I love Joe Rogan. I was just watching him in Can't Believe.
Oh, dude, we watched that last night. So before you guys came in, we were listening to Joe Rogan. So if you don't mind, we're gonna continue. We work our way through all the Joe Rogans. So we've started with like episode 1 and worked our way all the way through. All right, just a moment. Let me pull this up.
What's your favorite Joe Rogan?
Joe Rogan episode 1000 with Joey Diaz and Tom Segura. It's amazing. Aside from that, my favorite Joe Rogans are Joe Rogan episode, I don't know the episode number, with Bob Lazar and George Knapp. I also, I mean, honestly, there are very few I don't like. And even the ones I don't like, it's like I can tell he doesn't like them either. They're not really interesting or whatever, and that's few and far between. I like anything he has regarding UFOs. I like anything he has regarding history. I love his like Dan Carlin interviews. I love what Meat Eater interviews. I love his health interviews. Um, there's like not anything that he does that I don't really. I guess like if you were to say that, what does he do that I don't really? I mean, but I do. I've gotten into it. Is his UFC stuff like before? I'd be like, well, he talks about fighting too much, but I've gotten into that. Like, so I get it. Maybe believe it or not, since his first episode on Justin TV, it aired December 24th, 2009. So that's when it first aired, and it first was uploaded to YouTube around December 26th, 2009. So it was between December 24th and December 26th, 2009. So, I mean, like literally, I'm his first listener, maybe one of a few handful of people.
It's just interesting because like I had a friend growing up, he's older brothers. When I was probably like 9, they were listening to Joe Rogan, like Joey Diaz.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like interesting to see how popular he is now compared to. I just look at them and I'm like, damn, you guys are really on to this shit for everyone else.
Right. No, you're right about that.
What do you think about Alex Jones?
I believe one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. depending on how you look at him, he is either an enemy of the state or a patriot of freedom.
Now, like the UFOs, do you think it actually be extraterrestrial?
Oh yeah, I'm hook, line, and sinker on that. It's extraterrestrial and then reverse engineered by government, and then that reverse engineered technology seeps into the military industrial complex and the medical industrial complex, and then eventually becomes your iPhone and your computer.
Actual extraterrestrial, other planets.
Yeah, it's a great question. You asked really good questions, JP. Okay, so my thoughts on that are we have to first define what interdimensional means. Like, okay, what's one dimension? One dimension, according to physics, is a dot, like a point, just a point. 2 dimensions are a line. 3 dimensions is a plane. 4 dimensions is a plane with time. 5 dimensions is a plane with time, but with motion, perhaps. 6 dimensions, it just keeps going from there. Okay, so what do I mean by interdimensionality? Usually what people mean by that is like, okay, they can be in like one world, part of the world, part of the universe, and then in another part of the universe instantaneously. Okay, well, let's talk about how are they able to do that? And what do we consider interdimensionality? Like, okay, here's what I'm thinking. We're chilling here on Earth, and that's cool. Let's say these guys are on their planet in like Zeta Reticuli, and all of a sudden they want to come here to Earth. Okay. Are they able to do that by just getting in their ship and like hitting a bunch of buttons in it, and then that ship just like blinks from like wherever they are all the way to where we are through like a wormhole? If that's true, and they're able to basically bridge the gap between like many light years instantaneously, I think that there's an argument to be made that's interdimensional travel. Now, I also think there's interdimensional communication. When you get into like DMT, people talk about the entities that you see, and a few other things. Whether those are the same interdimensional, like those interdimensional beings that you see on DMT, are the same as like aliens, or like I don't think they're the same. I think that perhaps they may be related, but I'm talking real aliens, like different species on another planet coming to this planet interdimensionally can happen using, just from what Bob Lazar says, element 115, un pentium, and UFO, and use the particle accelerator, basically these parts of a UFO, if you arrange them in the correct manner, they can create a force field in front of the UFO, but it also can create a black hole, or a wormhole, more accurately, basically a rip or a tear in the plane of universal existence, so that they can travel faster than the speed of light. And that's how people think that they travel faster than the speed of light, is through wormhole manipulation using advanced gravity propulsion, specifically powered by element 115 unum pentium. So long story short, and a long answer to your excellent question, I think that interdimensional aliens are certainly a possibility. What we define as an interdimensional being is up for debate, but I do think that they exist in multiple ways. I think there's the kind that are in your head for when you have DMT trips. And then I think there's the kind that abduct you. I think that those are both perhaps different types of alien. And
yeah, because like I always like wondered if DMT or any of those hallucinogenics or whatever, whether it's like just your mind having a crazy dream or if it's actually something else. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
I wonder if
I know what you're saying.
that could just be what happens when you take that substance or if there's actually something else you're interacting with. Holy shit.
Alrighty, friends. We're gonna continue listening to this Joe Rogan. This is episode. Also, you were saying, what's your favorite Joe Rogan? I like any Joe Rogan where Joey Diaz is on. And Joey Diaz is hilarious. And anybody else I like? Yeah, your big comedians out there, Bill Burr and those kind of guys. They're funny as well. Andy Schultz.
Did you see that somewhere? You just see that right there. I mean, you remember seeing something on the see her? Yeah, look at how's it moving? Who's getting the leverage to move that way? Yeah, it's getting dragged. Yes, otherwise, how the leverage to move that fast? Look at the line. You can sort of see it. You can see it. Oh my God, it is. It's a cable. Yeah, I fell for that too. Maybe that's how monkeys steal babies. Maybe they use monkeys to steal kids. Oh, that's even scarier. Wow. And then train monkeys to steal kids. That's what's crazy. We just watched it. Wow. Now the guys who they're showing everyone how to do it. This is how we do it here. So that's totally. I'm going to show you on YouTube. You should do it. Well, can we agree that people steal kids? Oh yeah. Okay. So that's true. I think it always happened. If people are so evil, they would steal kids, which is real. Then you don't think they would train monkeys to help them? What are you crazy? Of course they would. That's terrifying. That means kid gets stolen by a monkey. And then you think, that's this kid's right. I was looking for a different video. Monkey steal the babies. Oh, so this kid ran away from the kid. Oh, that's real. Why did they run away? They ran away from that baby. That's so crazy. And the mom came by. The mom got the baby. He didn't let go. Oh my God, he didn't want to let go of the baby. Right, plug back these kids. Oh my God, that's crazy. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, it is. Still that boy. That big fat fella. Save that fucking baby. Ew. Don't show me that again. Alright, so but isn't that society? Which is how do you think you did it? You start telling me,
Dude, I'd go for it. I'd start kicking hard. I know he'd come after me though, but I'd be in it too late. He might tear my ass apart, but if it was a chip, if it was a chip, I'd do a lot of this.
You have no chance to get this.
And then I'd lie.
I wonder how much chance you got to get something. I'd lie and say, hey, man, check it out. It's just, I think it's great. Like I was looking at that monkey, I'm like, oh, my strategy.
Play back.
Yeah, let me see that.
I think I'd go straight to the ladder and try and kick it at the monkey that's upstairs. I see him kick it. Like shit, right? Shit, good. Where's it going?
But I'm going to be ready for that thing like my head. That's not a like thing. That 35-pound animal, whatever the fuck it is, has insane power. And it's fearless. It's fearless. Decent. So you gotta, right there, you gotta smash that fearless. You gotta smash that moment. You gotta really put the foot down.
And he also knows you don't have the power to fight. Like,
What you gotta do really is grab him. You grab him by his legs if you can, or his tail. You grab him. First of all, you kick him as hard as you can. You get a scramble with him. You try to pile drive him on the ground. That's what you try to do. You try to smash him in the ground as hard as you can. Like, that might be your only way out. It's gonna be hard to do because you gotta recognize what you're doing. You're probably gonna be able to twist and turn and stop a lot of the force. But if you can figure out a way to slam that monkey into the ground over and over again repeatedly, I'm thinking, all right, you biting the fuck out of you.
that's a tough task. I'd go for the tail.
Biting the fuck out of you. You could be jumping for your face. But you gotta beat the shit out of that monkey.
What about the tail?
Tail, he's gonna turn around and bite you, he's gonna grab you. And the way they get these stuff moving, they move so much better than us. So you have to accept that this little thing's probably as strong as you.
Don't see how cocky right now.
I think those 35-pound monkeys are as strong as you. How, like, I feel like how strong is, what is that, a rhesus monkey? What kind of monkey is that? I think I get fucked up. I think I might be able to kill it, but I think I'm getting fucked up along the way. I'm getting clawed at, it's clawing on my eyes, it's trying to find my face.
I don't think you'd get to your face to that monkey. I think you'd get to Joe Rogan's face again.
You could be shocked at how fast and how strong a monkey is. If you don't really stop it while it's happening, if you allow it to get through, but you might be really juggling. There's a video of this guy, this is an old man, and he's sitting here on the ground, and this monkey climbs up, and he's sort of said this monkey's on him, and this monkey decides to scalp him. So this monkey just clamps down on his head and peels an enormous slice of skin off this guy's head. What size monkey is this? A small monkey. A monkey like that, we just saw exactly like that monkey. So what I'm trying to say is, I think you're in your head. You see this like a plane of this guy. So this is the same kind of monkey, right? Okay. Just sitting there and watch this monkey. Shit. Dude, it just bit him and took a giant chunk of his head off. So that's what I'm saying. This sweet deal. Oh, damn. Yeah, you are not dealing with. Yeah, that's it. That's it, bro. Just bit into his head and took an enormous chunk of his scalp off. Yeah. You saw it. This is the thing. I think you need to reassess where you are with this monkey. Why is this just bites him? Dude, you do that to your face. You grab your nose. You might be able to get it off your nose. Why is this in your fucking nose? Why is it in his head? His head's not bleeding because that's what happens, dude. It bleeds out of the part where there's skin left. Jim Brewer. There's no skin. You look at it, skull. You look at skulls all over. Jim, all the things that bleed are now gone. That's the stuff that bleeds skin. So all the skin that is bleeding is the skin that's around it. But it's bleeding into the fucking cracks where the scalp's going to be, which is that's real as fuck. That's that monkey might fuck you up. I think you have to really reassess where you think a monkey is. You can't treat a monkey like a typical person. That's a way more ferocious, powerful thing. You look at it proportionately. That's what we think. We're pretty big. that monkey. So we're stronger. We're not. We're just bigger.
So when I go for this fight for $40 million, you're going to be my trainer. I'm not training. I'm doing it. You get killed.
You need years and you need to get on steroids immediately. What is the monkey type that's biting that guy's head off? That's the same kind of
This corner!
You gotta get you on the full USADA cocky. Whatever USADA says you can't take it, what do you want?
I can't.
Doing all of that. It's hard enough for me to stay on.
And here comes the monkey.
Still not getting killed by that monkey. We gotta have to train you for someone to take him in a leash. No, monkey's really, you're gonna train for a decade. Yeah, I'm gonna have to train you for a decade. A full decade. Just to give you a chance. Just a chance to live. Really? Yeah, I think so. I think you're dealing with a totally different thing. I think you think of it like it's like a little person. But it's not. It's not. It's way stronger. It's way stronger than a person. I would way rather fight a 150-pound man than a 35-pound monkey. It's like you took my monkey trains 50 pounds less man than me. I like my odds. I like my odds against fucking monkey. Look at that. Those are serious facts. It's too strong. I don't understand how strong it is. You think it's brutal, so it can't be as strong as her. But it's as strong as you. Man stole to death by monkeys in India. They threw rocks in him. They hit him on the head, chest, and legs. They beat him to death with rocks. Good pitcher, Joe. I bet you are. Look, if you had a weapon, I like you. You've got something. You can really fucking crack it with a baseball bat. I like you. But the thing is, man, if you don't, and that thing bites you, say, fuck. You got shorts on. Good luck, son. It's going to rip like a giant chunk of your thigh out. Well, these are rules we'll have to headshot. There's no rules with chips, bro. There's no rules. I'm saying, like, what am I allowed to wear? Shorts, or am I allowed to wear a armor dress like helmet? Am I allowed to wear a dress like a knight? Is that fair? Fair. Team person, team monkey. That's fair. You have to be crazy to fight a monkey in a fair fight.
No, you're right.
So the monkey's gonna cheat. There's no fair. This isn't gonna be a dirty fight. It's okay if I bring it back. Come on. No. So look at we're proving. Let's fix something. We're proving something. Human beings figure this out. Bang! Shut the fuck up. Your armor's a match with a gorilla. Boom! Shut the fuck up. We figured that out. Right? So all this fair. Yeah, you don't want to fight. Fair entertainment value. Well, it just shows how weak we are in comparison to what we think. Even strong people. What is this? A 6-month-old girl is being breastfed and her mother's living in a corner in a small village in North India. Population of approximately 5,000 of a car entered the room through an open door and apparently without provocation snatched the infant from her. The monkey then proceeded to leapfrog the terrace to terrace hooligans, the infant while being pursued by local residences. The monkey eventually dropped it. Yeah. I'm telling you, I think it would shock you. I had a chick on his radio once, and I told you I think that scene got cut. So that big animal spit animals. So we had this chip on set, and I did not have a scene with the chip, but I was there, so I got to like hold on to the chip and like hang out with it. Maybe I didn't see it. I don't know. Whatever it was, this chip was a baby in a diaper, and it was so strong, dude. It was hitting my back, just playing, just tapping me, and I was like, whoa. It was one of SNL, and I got to go over baby. And he kept saying, let him get to let him in that night. Don't let him in, for like 30 seconds. And all I remember is the skull. Skull was really hard. So that thing is very powerful. Dude, they're babies, like you said, yeah, it's a baby. It doesn't feel like I think a baby should feel like. It feels like a super athlete. I mean, you touch their muscles, even though they're a baby, they're so jacked. Like you feel the little muscles. Like, holy fuck, man. There's sort of no hair, right? That is what it is. Yeah, that's just pure. Yeah. And then hair, and then you see like that one. If you think about the muscle that they have, it's probably 180 saying is, you go, that guy's fucking jacked. I bet he's strong. Well, take what you think about a guy that looks like that and multiply it times 4. And that's how strong a chimp is. That's what's scary.
Yeah, no, that's right. All right, you convinced me. I'm not going to fight the monkey.
No one can fight a chimp, but a monkey, you might have a chance if you're a bad motherfucker. If you're a good kickboxer like Khalil Roundtree, you might fuck up. Get some leg kicks. Yeah, the monkey doesn't understand defense. As long as you can keep it from biting your face, as long as you can keep it from just getting rid of it and biting the chunk out of you. He's not going to deal with biting the fucking chunk out of you, son. Get Kevlar clothes on. Kevlar gloves, that's what I would say. But then your face, when you get on your face, your face is a real problem. You gotta go right for your eyeballs. You don't want to see out there. You're fucking up. You can't get some your leg game as a market. See, there's you just like you're through the air and around you can't get them off of you. But yeah. Well, it would be great, I'm sure, if they had something like or China had 4 or 5 months. And we're not that far away from doing that right now. What's that? We're not that far away. We're not that far away of people just having there's these organizations that have sword fights now. Yeah, people dress up like knights. They put full knight armor on. I see this and I didn't know if it was real. I thought it's real. I mean, they really get hurt. They really get hurt. They beat each other with their shields. Yeah, they fuck each other up. Like, and they're using axes too. They're using all kinds of weapons. They're just using weapons to walk axes. Here it is. Now this is what it is. This is what they fight where they fucking beat each other, keep around each other, throw each other, get on top of each other, beat the shit out of each other, and they do it with armor on. It's wild, man. It's wild. So we're slowly getting back. These guys take this down and they hit with the shield. Yeah. You matter to get this fucking shield. Beat the fuck out of that dude. You don't think that guy felt that? He's done. Fucked up. This guy's fucked up. He basically beat him to death with a shield. And that's what we're saying. Well, like, if the guy lives, he's still barely look. He's still moving. He's still living. It's not that his body's always dead. That's just the nerve. That guy got destroyed by a shield. This is what it's like with that. This is what I saw. This is so insane. This is so insane. People are fighting with axes. What the fucking hands? What if the gloves come off? Oh god, your fucking glove hacked. Your hand hacked off. I didn't give a fuck. I guess they got honor. That's good. They got honor to start again. This is huge. This is so crazy. Oh my god. Slashed at each other with axes. Alright, so they let you go once you're down. Thank God. Still, all you need is like one guy. Yeah, just like, oops, sorry, they got stuck in it. I didn't mean to juggle. The hockey team. You see that one? Which one? The hockey. Oh, yes, it is. I did see that. That was horrifying. Yeah, they're playing it too far away from us. Yeah, but we're not that far. If people are doing that, how long before people do a samurai on fight samurai swords and slice each other up? That was one of the things that would distinguish Nazis. When the Nazis, through Operation Paperclip, the United States acquired a bunch of Nazi scientists and brought them over here working at NASA. Conspiracy theorists? Yeah. Yeah, and one of the things that distinguished the Nazis is they all have these distinctive facial scars. Because they did, it was a big thing with the Nazis. So they would put these goggles on. See the scars they have on their face? Oh, yeah. These guys would put goggles on and they would sword fight each other. With these very thin, razor sharp swords. And it was like a badge of honor to have these facial scars. Maybe look at bad motherfuckers. All these guys have these massive facial scars. And there was one way where you could tell that someone was Nazi. Look at that guy with the goggles on. So that's what it would look like after the fights. They would just get their face sliced up. And then when they became our scientists, they worked for NASA. There's but these were Nazis. This is something that Nazis did when they were younger. They would have these sword fights with goggles on, and it was like a sign that you was a cool deal. You were the real deal to the big face star. You fucking fought with a sword and shit. It's a different level of commitment. Correct. It's like a gang, another gang. You gotta kill a guy on a Wednesday and bring me his ear back and so get a check. Google NASA scientist with Nazi tooling scars.
We're gonna operate before one says one's face.
This is Marty. He's going to help you with all your real needs with rocketry. You look at this big ass scar on this dude's face. It's just like a Nazi. Help me. It's like a Nazi. How bad do you want to be? He says this is Nazi. The scars on my guy's face. The first director of NASA's taking out was Nazi scientist Heinrich Guinness, also participated in Operation Paperclip. So what happened was, the war was over, and for whatever reason, Germany had some of the most incredible scientists, man. Can I just say, if you look at it, go from Kennedy's, the guy with the Nazi, his face almost looks like this is not what I was pleased. The other guy is like, Kennedy's like, what the fuck is your guy with the shades on? That's the guy with the grassy knoll. She's the kid Kennedy 100%. Look at him. Look at Kennedy's going. Look at his body grandma. Look at his body language. She's the only one with the body language going. And then the other guy's like, yeah, this is real big. This face, his eyes in his face. Yeah, what are they? This is no, the Apollo 1 exploded. Was one that exploded on the fire on the launch pad. Yeah. Is that what it was? So is that Guinness trillion? No, I don't believe Apollo 1 was in 63, was it? Okay, but I don't think Apollo 1, I think that was later. I think Apollo 1 was long after Kennedy had assassinated. I believe. So the moon landing was 69. So Apollo 1 was 67. Yeah, that makes sense. But at the end of the day, they were Nazis. They hired Nazis to figure out how to get to the moon. The head guy asked me, Simon Weaver's called a lot of people. You can say it a million times, and they can look it up, and they absorb it. A lot of people still don't comprehend it, which is mind-boggling, because but then you have to start questioning. Okay, so if we started back then, when did you really start? And how involved is? I think a lot of people are afraid to put that much time in. Thought into maybe there's a lot of things that have happened, we've been told, we've been educated on very great professors, and all the information in time is not exactly what you may thought it been, and for some reason I feel like so much of the population is they just don't even want to hear it or take the time because for whatever reason it's too much. It's a lot to sit through. It's a lot to sit through, but especially there's so many different things to sit through. Like if you want to get rid of the Federal Reserve, what is it? Hold on. It's not a federal institution. You want to like go to that? It takes so long just to get into the Federal Reserve. Just trying to figure out how money works. Right. And what is the Federal? Still, how many people still think the Federal Reserve is federal? Most people like that. It says federal name. It's so great. It's genius. Genius is amazing. It's genius. Because it works. It's also like one of those things that's kind of grandfathered in because it's always been there. You know, since Nixon, right? When did they institute the Federal Reserve for? Well, Nixon passed on the gold standard, right? It was a Nixon. I don't know.
It's so nuts.
Here's the fucking crypto thing. The crypto thing is so wild. I can't wrap my head around it. There's going to be an amazing movie, I guarantee you, Sam Raimi's story. I mean, how do you not make an amazing movie about a guy who was fucking billions of dollars, lived in the Bahamas, and in a house with 9 of his friends, they all fucked each other, they all did drugs constantly. They openly talked about taking amphetamines on Twitter. Like one of the ladies that is, she is testifying against him now, Carol, whatever her name is, his girlfriend. She tweeted about how when you're on amphetamines, your regular life just seems so stupid. Something else like that, about like not being on amphetamines seems so stupid. Like she's getting whacked out all the time. This should be a movie about it. These people, this is a crypto exchange. These people are making billions of dollars, but here's where it's going to look. With a number 2 daughter down there. So they're fun, but they're getting away with this nonsense. They're doing it in a place where they're not subject to the same regulations as the Bahamas. And then they just say, listen, let me have a piece of this pie. It's just a chicken out pie. They're giving out pie. It's kind of amazing. Where the fuck is my money? Yeah, nothing like regular amphetamine used to make you appreciate how to a lot of normal non-medication experiences. Of course, your levels definitely, but that's, it's room for introspection. You're off. If you're on amphetamines all the time, you don't have time for normal introspection. You're fucking charged. You don't want to buy an apartment. You're on my own fucking spaceship. That's what you said. Said, well, pledge this year said $1 billion. If the money's off the board, you can just send $1 billion. Like, yeah, here's $1 billion of this fake money that, for whatever reason, I have. It's not crazy. It's not. So what do you do? It's not. So where do you go? That's what you spend a lot of time going, where's this song? Is it going to go? Well, you only have a certain amount of control, no matter what. As an individual human being, you have a certain amount of control. My hope is that cooler heads will prevail. My hope is that as many other cataclysms and catastrophes were avoided, discourse waking the fuck up in the past, like the Cuban Missile Crisis, like all the shit that we went through when we were in high school, when we thought every day the Russians were us, oh, they're gone. We have to go do that test, do the bomb, do the nuclear bomb. These were all freaked out. Everybody knows my age and into younger, like until the wall fell down. Everybody was terrified we're going to have a nuclear war with Russia. 100%. It was a thing that was like in the air. And I remember when the Soviet Union collapsed, I was like, oh, I know. Like, like, yes, we got to be no more anxious in this country. Yes. People don't know that. These kids today don't know what it was like to experience that every day when we were in high school. Yes. Even grammar school, that started all throughout our school. All throughout our school, we were always worried about Russia. Everybody I know that I talk to, people that grew up in Colorado, people that grew up in California, everybody has the same stories. So that dropped off, man. That shows that things can get better. Yeah. Even if it was only better for a short period of time. It's like a short period of time. It's just, this is how things go. They go like this, and then they go like this, and then push back, and they go like this, and they go up, and they go down, and you gotta constantly be trying to like move it in a direction where there's the least amount of corruption possible. And that's fucking hard when people have control over things. And that's why you should fight against control. Because control is, it's never good. It's never good when they can just decide what you do and where you go. And it's just, the fucking end point is always communism. If you just keep going, like Jordan Peterson said, keep going down that line, you get to a communist dictatorship. And when you hear all that kind of talk, it's easy for people to have anything. You don't have it. You don't have it. Okay, who's telling you this? The government is telling you this. Why do you fight against each other? This is all crazy to me. The billionaire is telling you and telling the masses, like, oh, you should share it for everyone. The guy with the 4 houses, that guy, half his face is starting to hang out. It's a fascinating exercise he's chosen to do. Yes. If you,
He's like that may be, that's a big one. Well, that's big. That's getting its fuzz. If you're playing that game, right? If you're in that, that's what. You have those guys, the speculators, guys who are involved in betting on businesses collapsing. Right? You know, there's like a lot of people that are invested in destroying things, hostile takeovers. They enjoy those things. I had a friend who started a company, a soap company, and hired this guy. I forget what his job was, but high-level executive, and then they tried to start getting kicked out. There's like it happens all the time. And again, that's how everybody heard. Yeah, battle for a long time. You know, that's what people are always saying. He's smart. But that's what people do. That's what people do. They try to always get more and more power. This is what people do. I feel there may come a time, I don't know, where this can take where we really should a game show where like we start uniting people. I was saying that you should put a game show together, unite the people, right? And put the left on one side, the right side. And you're allowed to talk. You have to talk, you have to connect. Before the other day, you gotta come as best friend. But anytime you mention politics or something you think you know, but you clearly learned it from your emotional involved, you get zapped, electrocuted, something like that. It's just the whole game is like for instance, can you bring up politics? Yeah, like for instance, because we need to unite. Do you know what I mean? We need to unite. So, like when we had no supplies, you'd have a million Trump voting parades. You tell me at that time, how to put the two sides together, you give it to the Trump vote paraders, you had to put on everyone that hates Trump, and you could like, you go get supplies, and you fought anytime you had to connect, get the supplies, without fighting about politics. The point of the story is, it doesn't matter how much you hate each other, how divided what you think about. We're all gonna connect the minute you unplug you, we unplug from it all. I don't know why it looks good. We're all gonna connect with this no conflict. It's a conflict on shores. Yeah, that would be, there's some sort of attack in the line. That would be the problem. Together in 2001, together in 2020. When Rocket together in 2001 was shocking. Everywhere in LA has the American flags on their cars. Just a totally different vibe. And again, I hate to say it, I don't want it to happen. But when people realize what's really important, and that it's not all this bullshit that people are fighting about all the time, I think that's I've seen the show about the idea that intelligence agencies would infiltrate areas of society and ruin them to keep people fighting against each other. They definitely done that. So that's kind of a crazy thing. We've got something that's working for the people and against the people on people's mind. And I think a lot of, I know this sounds crazy, but I think a lot of that has to do with spirit. What you said, when everything went down, everyone looked at the fire that the police officers, everyone that held it as human, there was a spirit. There was a spirit that united people. And what now going to conflict was a different story. And I also felt over the next couple, after that spirit, I almost feel like, the bad guys, they didn't expect that much spirit from us to look after each other. And then the next years, they're like, now we gotta demonize the police, demonize it. So now they started all this complete chaos, and I do hope, God forbid, I pray to God it's a go to no one else my husband. But I hope that's not it. To make our spirits come alive. I really do. I think it's not necessary. It's possible that we can get our shit together. But I think that when
things happen. That was initially the beginning of COVID. I was hoping that would happen. I was hoping it would unite people. It got the opposite of that. But I was hoping when the country got shut down, people would be because they realized, like, hey, under the threat of something that none of us can control, that could take our loved ones away, we all have a shared interest in common. And that's keeping society running and getting back to normal. I think I was hopeful. Because I had lived through 9/11. I remember what that was like. But after those days, I remember people were genuinely nicer for months, for a long time after that. The whole country, everywhere you went, people they were cool. You're 100% right. But I do feel that time did, at least for me, it taught me how judgmental I am, it taught me how much anger I swallowed to be, it taught me how much resentment I might have towards people, and what it did to me. Like, no, COVID. We formed, I gotta go to this coffee shop. I've been going there forever now. One friend talked about it a while ago. That group, and they still hang out all the time. There's a lot of differences in that group. Like there was a couple, there was one or two of us who go round and round with vaccines, bottled high. What are you with this? And I tried to explain it. The point of the story is I remember a moment where we were all sitting together. There's like 25 of us. Dude, you know what it's like for guys to hang out. But when you add wives, and there's nothing against women or whatnot, when you start pairing up couples, and they start hanging out. We started hanging. First of all, this group would hang out every day. All different ones. All different financial needs. And then after a while, get to some sex drinking and stuff. Fun with this too. Then it brought us closer. We started getting wives and houses. And then we started having gatherings at my house, at Tom's house. And we all looked at this guy needs his basement. Everyone's on. Hey, this guy's going to the airport. Hey, this one's mother's having some issues. And we all. And I'll never forget a really cool moment. Was we were in Morristown, New Jersey. We were sitting down at my friend Bates and saying, he's sitting there, and I'm looking like I got Bates. How did this happen? This guy's an fireman. This guy's a fireman. This guy's a landscaper. This guy's from this country. And he just simply said, why, Jim? Because he said, nobody thinks. And I feel like we live in a society where not only do we trust, but way too much trust in people who think who they are. What I mean is, you are one of the biggest voices in the world. You don't walk around the streets. You don't meet me backstage. You don't talk to the people that if you're going to go to Delhi. You don't act like you are one of the biggest. A ball player, there's two ball players, the billionaires. One comes in, a lawyer, two lawyers come in. One guy thinks he's deserved to know the biggest lawyer in the world. The judge. Do you realize I'm senior? Do you realize I'm the top veterinarian and blah blah blah? Do you realize those people have been trained to a sort of mindset that closes them? Oh, this guy's alone. I mean, this group. The reason we got along, and I'm okay with it, push out the big things. That's all right. I still love the sheets. This guy's pushing his electric cars, which I think is the most ridiculous thing in the world. But it's getting him, this guy, really family issue, tragedy. They care about his community. They care about any of us. It was that spirit within us of just us being pure humans. Caring with our hearts and one another. Rather than giving shit what we do for a living. You know, I'm not going to say your biggest beneficial cause. But I got one. Shit. I got one. I don't think it's cool. Oh, really? That's not mine. Right? This is 360. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Prosecco. I get it. I have them too. Which one do you have? I don't know. This one, Sherry. It's awesome. I don't roll it. No, I have no interest. It's anticipation. I like pushing the gas. I do too. I enjoy it. Jimmy, why can't I fit in this? My friend Tom scares the shit out of me. Going to the tries where someone looks at it. I don't do that. But I do occasionally. But I keep my hands on it. I really do. Most of the time I was driving. But the things like driving here is extraordinary. It's like being on a rocket. Watching 0 to 1,000. You don't have to do that. That's not what I'm saying. The way you just increase your traffic, not just going crazy like a maniac and doing something horrible. It's a different game. It's playing a different game. It can go to places where your regular car can't go. It can merge way faster than your regular car can and not cause any problems. You have to speed up to get on the highway speeds. Everyone's going 70, fucking up the people the right lane. It's not like that car. You're like, I live in Florida. Everyone's 70, 80 years old. I don't know. It's not about being in a hurry. It's about the wonder that you feel when you're controlled of this like immense technology. I have been a gearhead my whole life. I had muscle cars when I was in high school, and as soon as I started making money, I started to put up the first things I wanted to do was get a toy car. I love cars. So I'm not an anti-combustion engine guy. I love those things. My favorite cars are 1960s to early 1970s muscle cars. Those are my favorite cars by far. But dog shit compared to a Tesla. That thing moves. It's just I agree. If a muscle car can move like that, oh my god. Even if they're the best, like when they take a car and they retrofit it and all this these amazing parts and make it a resto mod, a modern engine, modern brakes, it can't fuck with whatever's electric cars. You know, it is. Those things are on a totally different level. But maybe I'll admit, I'm a little intimidated, almost like my kid trying to show me how to use my phone. Like, I don't want this to anybody else. I don't want to deal with this. Those things are easy. I love getting in someone's Tesla. I love that. And then you have to hold each and press. So how to make a phone call with your phone? Yeah. You got to send a text. Yeah. You drive a Tesla. It's not hard. No, I know that. It's the screens. It's so much great if you're fucking looking at the navigation. It's the greatest screen ever for navigation. You're looking at a literal iPad in front of you. It shows you all the roads coming up. It's fucking fantastic. I can't be scared because you're gonna drive. Drive one once. You'll drive it and you go, oh shit. Oh, this is amazing. It's a future. Can't talk to me. I agree with you. Tell me how I feel. You sold it. It's the best. The light turns green, you're like, bye. If you're in the front, you're like, you go 70 miles an hour before they hit 20. It's just no gears. It's one gear. I got it. I remember I was in my GT3 RS. I have a GT3 RS that's built by Short. So they take a regular GT3 RS and juice it up to 515 horsepower. It sounds like a dragon. And it's doing a silent Model 3. I've done it, man. You're not jiggling, right? I didn't have a chance in hell. He was way faster than me. And that car is fast. It's a literal race car. It's a fast car. And it was See ya. Bye-bye. You stupid. Make all that dumb noise. I have 3 lights behind you. The thing is, life is not a race. And the thing about cars is, what I was telling people, if you really want to enjoy a car, what you want is a car. It doesn't have to be the fastest car. You want to get it down to where you feel the most about what's going on. That's what driving cars really are. The more numb it gets, like a Tesla's got it's electric, it doesn't make any sound, it handles really well, it's got computers that calculate everything, amazing suspension. But those old cars, you feel everything. You feel your ass when you go around a corner. You feel the weight distribution of the car. You know the braking points, the tires, and you know exactly how much pull you have to have, especially if you have a manual
steering car, like an old car that has manual steering, old Porsche. Those things are magical. Like they're not fast. They're not fast. I got a 1993 Porsche. It's like a 964. It's got like 300 horsepower. It's not fast. But it's magical to drive. You feel everything. It's like you're on a ride. You feel the bumps in your ass. You feel the tires. You're literally connected to how they're gripping the road. Feedback's going through your fingers. You're feeling the engine revving your foot when you hit the accelerator. Feeling it. It's not fast, but it's insanely enjoyable because you're connected to this mechanism. You're connected to this pinnacle of engineering. And the irony is, as we've gotten better at engineering, remove the enjoyment of driving a raw car. Raw cars are the most enjoyable things. At least for me. That's kind of important. Stupid cars. Fucking stinky. That's it. Has nothing to do with liking it. If you can try it, so because 2,200 pounds, you get one to 2,200 pounds. It doesn't need much horsepower. 260, 270. So you just I'm telling you, if you did it, it'll change your life. It'll change your life. I'm not gonna debate it. It sounds like you go to the grocery store. It sounds like you go to the grocery store. It's roll that fucking window down. See how big like this? You gotta roll that bitch. You gotta actually crank it. Mine's getting slower. The window's coming down. Show me Magnus Walker takes his Porsche out on the highway. I think he took it out with 110. This is a perfect example. This guy collects these old Porsches. This dude made much money in clothing, textiles, and shit. He's got this business now where he just makes Porsches. He takes his Porsches, these outlaw cars, and he juices the engine. These little tiny white cars, you can watch them slide drive. This dude's in a couple of rides. That ain't a car. He's going to head to this long video to where he's driving. I don't know, but he's from England, but he lives in California. He's got this, I've been to his place. He's got a dope warehouse in downtown LA. He keeps all these Porsches in it. I went and visited him. So, just show him driving this fucking thing. So here's his work. Here it is. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I should pay attention to this. What I'm talking about. And this is a turbo. This is a wild old car. These cars, we don't make these. Because when you go around a corner with those things, they're like 10 tall rear weight bias. So they flip around and do a fucking 360 and you smash into things. People don't know how to drive these things. They get fucked up. Those things fly. He drives late at night. He gets out late at night when there's no one around. He takes these little wild Porsches out. This motherfucker's in a video game. He said, I real lot of video game. Look at this. The thing about those cars is you don't even have to drive that fast for it to feel like you're going fast. Because you're so connected to it. You're driving 50, 60 miles an hour. It feels like you're going 100 in a regular car. It feels wild. Because you feel the speed. Like this one was excellent. This little thing's super light. This dude is on a ride, son. He's not even fucking quick. Listen to that thing. He's downshifting, red matching. This motherfucker knows what he's doing. He knows how to drive one of these things. That's a little piece of art. That's a different experience. That's his Zen. That's your Zen. That's so much different than driving an electric car. That's the total opposite of an electric car. Because it's not the most efficient. It's not the biggest technological marvel, but it's the perfect balance of fun and feel. I got you in transportation. I got you. Just makes it see, I'm sitting on a bicycle right away. That's great. Yes, that's a great thing. That's not very often. That's a good. Taking a bicycle ride, pitch black, it's peaceful, it's beautiful. Not spare. Right. Yes. Jet skis. Just our jet skis. I would love if I had the opportunity. Jet skis are better. Jet skis are amazing because you can go so fast. Those fucking things. Well, there's you can get there. But not you. Same people as a like on a motorcycle, just on a motorcycle. But it's a beat balance. So here's what I think with fat. Let me tell you when I stopped fast. I was a fast guy. This is one of those weird moments. You dead eyes. Okay. I just got a new car. I swear to God. I'm doing a gig. This freaks me out. This is why. So I go do the gig. And as I'm driving back, it's about 32 in the morning. It's way out the way. I'll go back to church. This is so I can just go back home. As I'm in the left turn, okay, it's raining, it's dark. With my friend Rob, I'm flying. I don't know, we're going. I'm hitting 90, 2 minutes awesome. It's raining. Yeah, it's raining, but it just finished raining, and now I'm on the Jersey side. And all my life, as I'm driving, the inside goes, Jim, I'm not talking about you. And as I'm, he doesn't even know how this conversation in my head. So I go to middle lane. And it was not only the middle lane, just because of the car, just slow down, life, Jim. Right, so this is my wackiness. I go into the middle lane. On my life, Joe. On my life. It just freaked me out. The second I got in that middle lane, there was a car, all the lights off, in the left fucking lane, just sitting there. And I went, one of the two of us went, holy shit. Dude, if we didn't fucking move to the middle lane, we're fucking in there. And then I noticed, as we were going, there's a bunch of cars on the side, so I don't know what kind of accident broke out. But dude, that shit happens to me, and I don't look at it as like something. Exact same. So he went for a job. We were driving in New York, and we were coming home from Guinness. And I was in the second to left lane, and I saw it ahead, because it had very dull hazard lights. They were the batteries dead, so the hazard lights were very dull. And I saw it, and I went, oh shit, and I changed lanes. And then I looked behind me in the rearview mirror, and I saw a car hit it. Just full on, boom, speeding out of control, boom, another car hits me. We watched this fucking pylon happen right behind us. Dude, what? The fact of what? I go far out there, we're like, what made me at that moment say, get in the middle lane? I didn't even see it. I didn't see the light. So that's why I look fast. I don't have that agenda. I'm freaks me out. You know, I was doing fast. But you know what I'm interested in is input from a car. I don't need fast. Other car that's like where I like most people input is the feeling you have when you're riding. You don't have to ride. You're responsive and you enjoy it. Yeah, you're connected to your machine. It's just a different thing. It's just different. You got it. I don't mean you should be driving responsibly, but that's no, it's shit that he's doing. The thing that he's doing, he's really doing that. It's like, he's basically you gotta just get close down, or he's got it down to science. I think he just goes to the middle of the night. I think that if you're like a city dweller, you live downtown LA, there ain't shit going on there. Everyone, there's no one there. Downtown LA is weird. It's weird. Because you think like downtown, where New York City, oh my God, it's gonna be hop-in, it's gonna be restaurants and people. Downtown LA is a zombie. It's a full-on zombie. It's the craziest homeless population on Earth still. Oh my God, dude. Have you ever been down to those side streets that are complete skid row, where they're totally covered with people? Dude, I saw it in, like, I was filming Fear Factor there in, like, 2003. That's how far back I can go. 2003, there was skid row. It's way before that. There's a documentary on that hotel. It's a hotel called the Cecil Hotel. That was a hotel where they died. They thought that someone had killed her. She was off her medication. She jumped into the tanks, the water tanks on the roof, and they found her there. So this is documentary they did on the Cecil Hotel, and then it becomes this history of Skid Row. Skid Row would be like following people, degenerates, homeless people, drug addicts from one place, and they would just go take them and drop them off right in this one area where there's like a shelter and there's food and keep them there. And so they developed this like fucking internal village in Los Angeles. That's all drug addict homeless people. It's insane. I'm talking thousands and thousands of people in this area. I know, but we should put on climate change. The fucked up thing about that is they engineered that. They made that here. But they sent people to those spots. They had they kept people from leaving there. If you've been to city and travel, have you seen certain cities over the last couple of years out of nowhere where all of a sudden has a huge homeless population here? Like, this is, in my opinion, from traveling. I mean, I remember Denver was one of the first places. I was like, what the? This happened quick. Why are they all Denver? And then Portland, I've seen LA, but not to the. I've been out in LA a long time, so not to the extent that you have. San Fran, the first time, God, it was like 2017, 18. I was traumatized what I saw in just a short amount of time. It wasn't that crazy. I don't remember it being that crazy in 2015 compared to 2017, 18. I think insane. I saw guys sticking. I mean, when I saw those people, they made it more convenient for them. They made it more tolerant of them, and they gave them money to stay there. There's a lot of cities in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know if it's Portland or Seattle. One of them interviewed this guy, and he was talking about how he gets a check. He gets a check every month, and so it's like beneficial for him to stay on the street. He doesn't have to do anything. He can get his drugs and get his food, and he just sleeps on the streets. And they're paying her. They're essentially paying them to never improve their condition. I mean, they're out of their mind. Like, those people are in a fucking. Those people are in a death cult. They're in a suicide death cult. They want their city to spiral out of control. They want no cops. They just want trans kids everywhere. I don't know, man. I mean, that has to be Chinese and TikTok. Probably Russia. It doesn't make sense. I get a few to come out. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense if people buy it. I think there's a fucking game going on, Jim. That game is total control of the human population. It's the same game that's been going on since the British Empire. The same game Lebanon when Portugal went to South America. It's the same game that we've been doing forever. The same game. It's just being done on a different playing field. It's a different world. There's a different influence. There's this whole digital thing that no one's completely got control of yet. And there's a lot of AI talk, and we don't exactly know what state of the art is. It's shocking how good it is already. So the other day, I don't know what it was. We were over Florida, Southwest Florida. My daughter and I were riding high school, and no, it wasn't a UFO. It was this. It was I saw that giant alien at the line. No, dude. Epstein's Island. Can we send out the evidence, please? Be aware. 10-foot Anunnaki. It was 10-foot Anunnaki. Where's the video? There's clear, grainy video footage of this fucking high-resolution cell phone footage of those kids beating the fuck out of people at that mall. How many cameras are in a freaking mall? There's no cameras in a mall. You don't understand what video takes. Or about the cameras don't work. Oh, you know what? That's no. So we're looking up and damn it. I had a friend of mine try to convince me that the aliens erased the video footage that he was getting of the police officer that was back there. Come on. You know he really believed it.
No, so this was,
Like, I forgot the rest.
so this was,
Christ.
so first, what is that? I don't know, that's what I'm asking you. So
That looks like a launch. So that could be either a missile test or that could be a satellite launch. Where was that? Okay, you're near Cape Canaveral. SpaceX. So, yeah.
but here's
Sure, it was near Cape Canaveral, right? Yeah. That's what it is. Okay, so did you go Rocky and launched over that? Or did you go straight to Red?
no, I knew, I was like, I'm not going to go on either one of this. I just watched it, and I just watched it, to be honest with you, because it formed a cloud, and it looked like there was this weird cloud formation in the middle of the sky, and then all of a sudden, there were 2 or 3 of them that started jetting out from each side. I was like, oh, wow. It blows my mind. So when you look at it, as you say it's a rocket, it's moving, you see, it almost looks like whatever it's cutting through, you see it. Do you know what I mean? Well, if you're going through water, you see the water. Then if you go through air, it's no,
It's even connotation. It's the same reason why I see contrails out of jet engines. Okay, so with jet engines, make it to the sky and say, oh my god, they're making fake clouds. They are making clouds. It's just as how they make clouds. It's an accidental thing of having a very hot jet engine that's going through an area with a very specific amount of moisture in the air. So when they travel through a certain amount of humidity, a certain amount of moisture within the jet engine, it literally creates clouds. And the thing is, like when people say, oh, they're geoengineering, involuntarily, for sure. But maybe they've done some stuff that definitely cloud seeded, and there definitely have been some experiments about lowering the temperature of the Earth by seeding things in clouds. There's definitely been experiments and definitely been studies and discussions about that. But one of the things that happens when you have all the jets flying back and forth like we do is you are 100% creating cloud cover that cools the Earth. They found that out during 9/11. Because after 9/11, when they shut down all the airports, they shut down all the flights, and there was no flights in the sky. The temperature got warm. And it's because they're literally covering us with clouds every time they go over these jets. That's what's happening. So when you're looking at that, that's a similar version. And look at this insanely powerful rocket that's shooting the satellite in the sky. Ice crystals come out of the spacecraft exhaust. Wow, are beautiful. And they glow whenever the sunlight hits them. If we're in darkness, where the sunlight is going right past the limb of the Earth, then when those ice crystals are up there, they turn into this fantastic shape. So it's cold as fuck up there. You gotta realize it. Look at a plane, but it tells you the outside temperature. Yeah, it's like minus 30. What the fuck, dude? It is freezing. So when you're passing through that with a hot jet engine, you're basically making the equivalent of like if you go outside there. Right. But you're doing a way more extreme version. You're literally turning it into a cloud. So who is that now? That's SpaceX. I think that's what is that? It's James. I didn't see that. A fucking door off an Alaska airline. Did you see the other one? What? The plane crashed? What? Bro, this United one. Oh my god, it's just a chunk of the fucking. Oh my god, it's just a chunk of the airplane. No one flew out. Holy shit. Can you imagine sitting right there? Oh my god. Can you imagine sitting right there? It still worked. Are you serious? Yeah. Oh my god. That's bizarre. What are the chances of one door that's going to cut off and billions of flights? The 2 people that are supposed to sit there take up to the flight. Baby Jesus in the airport. That is so crazy, dude. It's not even a door. It's not even a door. It's a hole. You can't go out there. Yeah. So did you see the other one where United airline crashed, landed so hard that the fuselage? No. Yeah. Yeah, video. They don't have video, they have photographs of the fuselage that's bent. So whoever was flying this thing, there's someone talking about it. Yeah, look at that. Bro, it crashed so hard that it got a dent in the middle of it. It said it impacted the runway 3 times, resulting in a bent fuselage. What the fuck? And so what happened in Japan when they go for a similar thing? Would they just hire anybody?
Oh, wait, United was the one that was like, we have to hire X amount of this, Y amount of that. I think,
Oh my god, that's so crazy.
No die. What a horror show. You make the whole flight, and then that's how you know. Dirty land, done.
There's a fucking great book called The Strain. It's about, I think Guillermo del Toro. Yeah, they did it. And then they turned it into a series. Am I saying it right? Was it The Strain? They turned it into a series about this plane. That's a great book.
What's a vampire?
It's in the snow. It's about a plane crash. I heard that it's a spoil. And they start eating each other. It's about you eating each other from Lord of the Flies to Lost in Yellow Jackets. Fictional stories about plane crashes and boat people straight from the wilderness of love and popular entertainment. This narrative generally delved into the dark side of human nature, often centering on how survivors eventually turn against one another in the distress of such dire circumstances. Yeah, that's like Joe Cohen.
Yeah, that's right. That's not the thousand. I think this is like a, I don't know, about 18 telling of the crash. They made a movie,
True story about 16 members and supporters of a Uruguayan rugby team managed to survive 72 days in one of the world's harshest environments by doing the opposite. While the movie is plenty harrowing, it's also a moving account of how those who lived through the now infamous 1972 crash of the Uruguayan Air Force Flight 571 banded together to overcome nearly 2.5 months of starvation, frigid temperatures, and extreme weather events while trapped under a remote glacier high in the Andes Mountains. Here's what the factor is there. Uruguayan Air Force. So you're dealing with high-level individuals, right? You're dealing with people that are in the fucking Air Force, right? So they train not just like regular fat civilians that lie about their taxes. These are soldiers. And so they band it together. And they survive. And that's the good story. Well, what's the fucking factor in this story? Real humans, hard men, real humans that have gone through something very different to get a member of the Air Force. They're not a band together. They're all trained. They're disciplined. Yeah, that's what the fucking world needs, bro. That's what the world needs. Like, they talk also toxic masculinity talk. Oh my god, that is China. They're doing it to you. They're doing it to you. But you're right. They have no connections to the Air Force. So who are they? Oh, well, there again. Okay, athletes. The rugby team. That's right. The rugby team. So there's another version. Rugby players are fucking animals. How tough are those goddamn guys? How tough are those motherfuckers? They're crashing into each other with no helmets on.
the guy might develop a plan. That's what I'm doing.
Those guys. You ever seen them do the hot run?
Jazz? Is that like the story?
Yeah, holy shit. Spooky. It's a mess.
Now, can you imagine like 1,000 people invading your town doing that? People would already lay down. I don't want to fight these guys.
I'm just looking at those great art type videos. People on the other side. Show me some of that, Jay. Show me some of that. Yes, rugby team.
Imagine these guys showed up.
These guys are animals. They're fucking, they all taped up ears and shit. They're ready to go to war. They're ready to go. This is a totally different kind of game. There's no, they got no pads on, man. There's no pads. And these guys fucking collide with each other. Watch this. Tell me you're not getting fired up.
Imagine this guy did this in the bars. You're coming out and
Listen to that fucking crowd, dude. That's crazy. There was one dude in the back, he was like, oh my god, what the fuck am I getting into? The guy is, the main guy is, looks like he's going, sure, I saw it. Bro, the guy in the far left, he's crazy. We're over here arguing about what Jeopardy was for. Crazy, right? They want us to fight over stupid shit. They want us to become feminized. They want us to become weaker. They want us to go stupider. They want us to become more docile, more dependent. That's just how it's started. It's dehumanizing. That's what you're dehumanizing. You take out the spirit, but what your existence is. Your true existence, your natural. I think that's how things. I think that's how things progress. You have to have a resistance to something's infringing, and you have to have resistance, and then things improve because you realize the power and the importance of this moment. You have to overcome this as a society. You have to overcome this. But we have to be forced into this conflict to be able to rise, to overcome it. I think that's what's happened throughout history. This is a kind of a war. It's not a culture war. And it's the culture war is attached to physical wars. To manipulate people's favors. It's wild times, kids. This is the wildest times. And we just gotta hope that cooler heads will prevail. And no one decides to get nuclear. No one decides to get Oppenheimer for this bitch. That's what I was saying too. I remember last time I was here, like people, just everyday people, how hard is it? Why do we allow it? If they say, hey man, Russia's a problem, Ukraine, Israel, or whatever conflict there is, how can you never just talk to the people? Why you have to talk to the ones? Well, why couldn't you? Who is allowing this? Why do we allow this? Why do we allow your entire existence to be controlled by someone that can force one of your children or yourself into a situation they have nothing to do with? Sure, we're talking about murder, or teaching them to murder. Well, that's definitely the argument is a draft. Draft is taking people against their will and forcing them to fight for their country against a war that may ultimately prove to be unjustified. Like who says it's just got drafted for the Vietnam War? Exactly. That's the best example that we have because it's universally regarded as being started by false flag. And improbable, crazy drug money operation. That's part of it. That was a genocide. That's another thing. When you sit and really think about it, it's really scary when you say that was here to send people in a situation that there was times when you know it wasn't going to work out, but you keep selling it and then drug everyone here, and you can see all the implant and chaos and what they were doing, and if you're not educated, if you don't have money, okay, if you're going to stay here, let's start with Guinness and stuff. Let's put out this giant of music. Let's make sure this music stays. That's the weird conspiracy theory. Hollywood, the CIA created a lot of rock. That's weird. That's the whole. That's just weird. I'm not saying that's not true. It's just every level, entertainment, everything. It's just like sports or science, right? But it's not possible to create something like the Doors without insane talent and dedication. You have to have a bunch of things that have to be happening. So how much influence do they really have? I mean, if they can, how much influence do they really have where they can create light on fire, create airwaves? I mean, the actual recording itself is brilliant. Break Out to the Other Side is a fucking brilliant song. It's a brilliant song. It's one of those songs where it brings you back to the year in which it was made. You feel it in the song. It's like a time capsule. That song is magic. So if the CIA really did bring rock and roll, the CIA really was involved in it. How much were they involved in the magic that was the Doors? Can you do that again, please? Are you guys really involved in Hendrix? Because that's the thing, they always said like Hendrix was like a product of the CIA. How did you make the greatest guitarist of all time? Do it again, please. What did you do? And for what? You know the latest one? No, that's just it. The latest one is rappers. The latest one is the CIA created gangster rap to cause chaos in the community. I'll tap that entertainment of thought because if you think about it, I was a metal. What kind of music you were into? So I was very like, listen to rap. Like people singing, trying to steal it. That's the mentality where I grew up. Music, and so, but then all these chicks started listening, and break my heart, like dance, break dance, so it was kind of, it was breaking out, it was becoming, it was crossing over, it was also, I would say, harmless, but it's more upbeat. And so if you're into any music that influences both sides, always has to eventually get steered in a certain direction or another direction. That's just my own thought. And if you look at all the tremendous people that start crossing over, I even thought that sometimes about some of the deeper metal bands. Those guys that are talking about those guys that are around out there on violence against each other, talking about great death. So you saying it sounds like controlling who makes it through and doesn't? 100%. I do. Why would you allow certain individuals or certain music to get out there? And then if it gets out there, anything that can control, well, first of all, that much has to be right. Well, first of all, someone's making music, right? In the beginning, you're not making any money. So you gotta get really good to the point where you're an artist that makes amazing music for you to be popular and all. You can't fake it. People faked it a little bit with like some pop songs or some people doing some bullshit for sure. But if you're talking about like classic rock, that's just not fake. So they tapped into some kind of creativity. And I don't think people anticipated that. I don't think that existed before. I think the difference between 1950s rock and 1960s rock is the Grand Canyon. It's crazy how different it is. You go from fucking Buddy Holly to Led Zeppelin. What? You know, you go from been a long time since rock and roll. Like you listen to that kind of music, holy shit! And then you go just to the 1950s, and you know you have good music, you have fun songs, but they're kind of simplistic. There's something about the drug culture and the drug culture influence on music, the psychedelic culture influence on music in the 1960s is substantial. Whether it's what happened with the Beatles, what happened with For Sure, what happened with many bands, Jimi Hendrix, absolutely. The Doors, absolutely. There's so many classical bands that were experimenting with LSD. They're hanging out with Keezy. You know, there's been a lot of those bands that were doing wild shit. So do you think? Because sometimes I'll think they were whacked, or they had to be taken out because they were free to be minds or emotionless. They live in a lifestyle for the most part. Kurt Cobain was kind of crazy. It's like committed suicide. And then there's a whole conspiracy that was actually heard. There's a documentary. It was like a documentary when they had someone like playing a cop and the whole deal. And it's sort of trying to paint the story that he's assassinated. But at the very least, the guy was doing heroin all the time. And he was talking about suicide. And a lot of the deaths are talking about guys like Jim Morrison. Same with Hendrix. The Hendrix one's kind of crazy because one of Hendrix's old bodyguards apparently he was was saying that Hendrix was killed by his manager. He was about to leave his manager. So Hendrix' manager killed him. He controlled the rights to all his music. Now, is that far-fetched? It's not that far-fetched because the mob was running music back then. Just like the mob was running Vegas, the mob was running New York City. It wasn't like you were dealing with people at CNN. You're dealing with some incredibly unethical, dangerous people that live in the world of live entertainment. Wild drug use, right? Like that guy Phil Spector that killed that lady. He put a gun in that lady's house, the Malfa brother, and shot her in the head. He picked her up. She was like a waitress in Hollywood. He brought her back to his mansion, shot her in the mouth. Apparently, he pulled guns on people all the time just to point his gun at people. This is the guy that produced the wrong sound. This guy that produces so much incredible music. But there's a lot of great producers that supposedly have this dark attention. It's like an organized type crime. Whatever that falls into, how do it? As long as it's tabled. There's no way that guy that puts guns in people's mouths. That's crazy. That guy's right. 100% nuts. That guy's doing it. That guy's definitely on something. He's out of his fucking. Yeah, that's far out of your life. He's crazy. The crazy afro wigs. There's his wigs. He changes wigs all the time. What's the guy? Phil Spector. Yes. See if you can find out Phil Spector's different wigs. So this is during his trial. So imagine you want people to think you're not guilty and you'll literally dress like a Willy Wonka character. Look at the pictures of this guy, different wigs. So how many different wigs did he wear during the trial? He got a crazy power trip. He lost his mind. He lost an ear. It was the loss. I should say lost his mind. It was the loss before he entered his realm. But you also have to realize this guy, he's a music producer again back in the 1960s. Okay, like who was he dealing with? What kind of organized crime figures were involved in music back then? Gangster was that business. How much they had control over those artists back then? A lot. Again, I know that's insane. I don't know anything about CIA or anything like that, but I'm open to all conversations because at the end of the day, there's a billion people that are incredibly artistic and all that. How many fall by the wayside? How many is to be allowed put out there? And then you say, but they can music blood. You don't know. Yeah, I do believe someone write that music, but they also said so. You never know. You know what I mean? What is weird is some people make it, some people don't. You found a song a while back, Brian Simpson said it's I'm Alive by this dude, Johnny Thunder. And he made this song. He sent me this song. And the song's from 1969. And you hear this song, and you're like, oh my god, this guy's a star. This guy's a star. You hear this song, and you think there's no way this guy doesn't make it. Listen to this shit. Have you seen mini skirts, high boots, with the dance up? And with flowers in their hair? Dudes with fucked up mustaches. Oh, this gets better too. he's working with the right people. That guy's a bad motherfucker. That song's so good. I've listened to that song 1,000 times. Every time I listen to it, it brings me back to 1969. Just imagine that dude on stage singing that song, and I see all those people dancing. That song was fire. It was fire. He just nailed it. And he's just, I don't think he ever took it again. I mean, I never heard another song that connected with me. I might be wrong. I'm not that there. We were really into Johnny Cash. And I remember after I saw the movie, then you really see a TV series. It was kind of yes, it was. It was called Johnny Cash show. It was on TV. And bro, can we see the coverage? Yeah. Johnny Cash. And like the whole story behind the Man in Black, and he would one show. The first thing I recognized was and I can't remember if it was live. Was this in Nashville? I don't know where it was. Also, he would talk. He would talk to the crowd. He would get into some deep stuff. He would interact with the crowd. And then the music, whoever he had on music, which what I noticed wasn't about their outfits, wasn't about so much like the chicks that sang. No one's crawling on the floor and tweaking. It's a song. It's the beauty of the song. It's the spirit of the song. Like this chick, was that chick? Is the pilot for the show? 1965. Bro, and then this is crazy too. He just wanted to sing gospel his whole life. And that's what I picked up from the movie. Scene where he goes to the producers of the record company, come back when he came back and said, play that. But on here, he's full-blown gospel on the show. All that. That guy was a badass. He was a badass, but the music was more about the music compared to whatever's going on today. Well, there's some people out there that are just doing music too. There's people out there and they're very popular too because they're just doing music. People are like flocking to that. There's a lot of that. Like guys like Zach Bryan, people like flock to that too because it's just music. It's just music. There's no antics. It's just him writing amazing songs and singing them beautiful. And there's a bunch of those people out there like that, and they're thriving because people are connecting to it. They're here live. You heard that song too? It's all Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash with Waylon Jennings and Willie Nelson and Kenny Rogers. Very good song. It's fucking beautiful. It's the Johnny Cash. I fly a starship across the universe to find out. When I reach the other side, it's fucking amazing. It's an amazing song. They tapped into something that did. But what my point is about the CIA created in the 1960s music was they might have helped those people and influenced those people that wanted to generate people to reach the pinnacle of success over in society. That's totally possible. They got on it. But also, they didn't create Hendrix. Hendrix created Hendrix. They might have allowed him to do that and almost pushed him because they wanted the moral decay of society, so they'd go and close holes and put rules in place. One of the things they did in 1970 was a sweeping psychedelics act in 1970. They did that in response to the 60s movement, and it made all psychedelic drugs illegal. They all became Schedule I. So if you wanted to stop a society from waking up, that's what you do. You go in and you promote the most insane behavior, like the Manson family. It's really detailed in the Chaos book by Tom O'Neill. They promote the most egregious, offensive versions of the hippie culture. You get them hooked on acid, you make them commit violent crimes, and you're doing this all so that you can eventually pass laws to limit all psychedelic use and all control over populations, to stop all this hippie bullshit, lock those people up. They did it with the Civil Rights Movement, they did it with the Black Panthers, they did it with the hippies. They infiltrated, they changed the drug laws, they used it as an excuse to come in and arrest people, and they even had people pretending to be hippies that were deeply embedded in the movement, just like they did with the Proud Boys, just like they did with those guys who was kidnapping government women. That's what they did. They infiltrated people. It's all about control. And to do that, they've put the enlightenment of the human race on pause because they limited the use of these things that people have used forever to attain a level of enlightenment that they feel is not available to them without these experiences. And we've denied them those experiences because we say we know better. We've denied them those experiences because these are drugs and they're against the law. We wrote it down in 1970, fine, golly, we're sticking to it. And that's just control. That's all that is. That doesn't make any sense. There's no logic behind any of that shit. That's nonsense. And the people that are making those laws, they never even had those experiences, so they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, you're 100% on it because my daughter turned me on to a documentary where the guy was taking LSD guy. Something where alcoholics, basically people would see about spiritual awakening. Yeah, people with their problems, like you're cigarette smokers, they're addicted to cigarettes, people that are addicted to heroin, a lot of different people that are addicted to things like that. Suicide has done that too. But Ibogaine is the big one. Ibogaine is the one where people get hooked on opiates and they get on Ibogaine and it fucking knocks them right out of them. There was a guy I ran into he's down in Wales, Florida. He was a veteran, I guess. He said, hey, I hate veterans. They know much about it. But he mentioned, as you say, he's on psychedelic. So we do psychedelic treatment. We're curing a lot of veterans. And I can't vouch for that. You know, that fascinated me. He said, yeah, we find out if I got a little face their worst PTSD. And I don't know this sort of thing. I have no clue how to this dude told me it's MAPS, a multidisciplinary association for psychedelic science, or psychedelic medicine program. Whatever the S is, but I was fascinated. He was dead serious. They do have a lot of different soldiers, specifically with MDMA. They use it. They use it on soldiers, and they've done a bunch of different studies and shown that it has a profound effect on them. So what is it? Is it bringing them to a euphoria, or is it bringing them to wow, there's so much more to meaning of life? Does it bring them to a certain step? It depends entirely on the intention of something like that. Going into this to try to alleviate PTSD and try to kind of peace with your resistance. But for a while, that's really hard to tell someone to go to war and kill people and come back and just chill. That's really hard. No one understands that, but everybody else just takes it for granted. They don't understand. And the fact that they don't do anything to help these people in that way, if there's a thing that you can do, whether it's ayahuasca, whether it's Ibogaine, whether it's anything, there's a thing you can do that can help those folks. And you know it's available, and you won't do it for some wacky reason because some corrupt politicians wrote it down in 1970. That's insane. We know too much now. We know too much for it to be wasting any time. There's people that are committing suicide every day. There's veterans that have taken their own lives and killed them. That's not fact. That's real. That's happening right now. And the people that are keeping that experience for those people have no understanding. They've never experienced it themselves. If they did, they would never keep it. To me, that's the crime. They would never keep it from people. If you've had a breakthrough psychedelic experience and you know what it can do to you and how it can change the way you view the world, you would not want to stop that from happening to someone else. The only time I would ever want to stop that from happening to someone else is if someone has a psychological condition that makes them fragile. Maybe they're schizophrenic, maybe they've got something else going on, maybe they're on medication, they can't do any psychedelic. There's people like that that really gotta know. The only way you know is that stuff's in here. And they do studies, and if they really understand that and know the correct dosage, and you can get it done in places where there are legitimate professionals and counselors and people know what to do.
That's possible. And that could literally help elevate us out of this fucking crazy mess we're in right now. Yes. It would be the best way for people to wake up and realize these insane, destructive patterns that we're all. It's nuts that that's still going on. It is nuts that it's still going on. And then, yeah, we bring us to set up. I think it has to stop. It's a race of connectivity and control. Both happen at the same time. Yes. The human race is getting more connected with each other. There's a new Samsung Galaxy phone coming out. It's the Galaxy S24 Ultra. Is that what it is? Yeah, S24 Ultra. So what this phone can do that no other phone's ever been able to do is it translates things in real time. So you'll be able to talk to someone who's speaking Spanish, and you'll have your phone out, you'll have earbuds in, and it'll translate in real time what that person's saying. And then it will do the same for you to them. Wow. That's so sick, pretty sick. In real time, you and I, if you spoke English and I spoke Spanish, we would have a conversation in real time. And you'd be able to explain to me what you're talking about, and I would understand it immediately. That's amazing. That's amazing. So this is a part of Samsung's new AI that they're not doing. So like Samsung has to compete with Apple, right? Because Apple is the number one phone for like most of the people that I know. The economy of the Apple ecosystem, which is like iMessage and iPhoto, all your shit goes together, your notes all get synced up. But the problem with that is that you have one company providing for everything. Positive thing is they control the hardware, they control the software, they control everything. The negative side is you don't have any choices. You just can only buy iPhones. But when you're on the Android side, there's like 100 different manufacturers. They're all competitors and that shit. So there's like this constant pressure to get something that's so sexy that it makes people abandon the Apple ecosystem. So they're all, it's a mad race for power. And the Samsung Galaxy S24 details emerge on Johnny Ive and OpenAI's plan to build the iPhone of artificial intelligence. So what's interesting about this Samsung phone is that will be a way to get people out of the ecosystem. If you're the first to implement something like that, it's real time translation. And I get that. You know, the connection, whatever. Anywhere, I'm going to try it anyway. There's some undocumented there's hundreds of things, and my buddy out of regions explained that to me. Those they call them moms. And so there's moms, these Aborigines that are just 30 kilometers away from another mom. They don't have talking to them. They speak a totally different way. That makes sense. Yeah, there's so I guess you know, but that's just for now. For now, nobody knows. Correct. But I bet AI will figure it out. I bet they'll get a bunch of fucking those people who talk into it, and they'll just decode it, decipher it, and figure out what it means. Well, they already figured it out. I guess slowly too. Yeah. First, give them those. They can talk to some friends. Yeah. You're gonna get France. You're gonna get German. You're gonna get people speaking Spanish. Spanish should be number one. Because English is the second language. You're gonna get the Arabic languages, you're gonna get Portuguese, it's gonna be interesting. But it's gonna happen in real time. That's a new thing. Once people can talk to each other in real time, and that's one of the cool things about Translate. Like if you look at someone's tweet, then you can press that Translate button. Yes. So someone is speaking Hebrew, you translate it, you're like, oh, this was good. Yes. I agree. Now if you can have conversations, deep conversations, some people never met you, they only can be another is not knowing each other's language. Exactly. That's what this is. This is the Bible. This is the Tower of Babel. This is what the Tower of Babel story is. I think it's supposed to be, the lesson is supposed to be about human, whether it's ego or greed, or the idea is that God decided to confuse people by making them speak a bunch of different languages so that they can never talk to each other. It's because they tried to build power to touch the heavens. Is that everybody fucking out? What is the actual thing? So I can use tool free. That is it.
Oh, there it is. Okay. So God's like, you motherfuckers, I'm gonna fuck with you, and they just build a bunch of different languages. So according to the story, the united human race speaking a single language and migrating eastward comes to the land of Shinar, where they agreed to build a city in a tower with its top in the sky. Yahweh, observing their city and tower, confounds their speech so that they can no longer understand each other and scatters them around the world. So, what that might mean, the Bible, if you're thinking about it, it's a written account of the last catastrophe and the people that made it out of the last catastrophe. So, if at one time before the catastrophe, there was a single language that was spoken because they had reached this ability in terms of whether it's education or some kind of technology that allowed people to communicate with each other freely and everybody to speak. And then when the asteroid hit, boom, civilization was back in the Stone Age. People scattered, and then new languages develop. People forget the old languages. They run into people that never even experienced it. They then travel around the world and repopulate the earth, and everyone forgets the universe. It's totally possible. Think about the old. Like we just type ancient Sumerian sound. They just guess. Like you ever seen how they used to write 6,000 years ago? You can tell. Have you ever seen it? It's called cuneiform. It looks like old time nails, like a nail going sideways and two nails going down. You look at it, what the fuck is this? This is the old. This is the oldest known human language. That's at least right there. And it's a whole story of sorts. They've deciphered something. It's like very controversial. There's a guy named Zachariah Sitchin. There's a guy named Zachariah Sitchin, and he wrote some books about his translations of these Sumerian texts. And he said that it's all about the unknown species that lives on the planet Nibiru that comes into contact with Earth every 3,600 years, and they created us. They use us to mine for gold. They merged with us and gave us, their DNA into lower primates and created people. This guy was like a legit. This whole ancient Sumerian period is the wide period of history. So 6,000 years ago, Sassafide always had a hard time with people say it's 7,000, 10,000. How do they figure out what's going to So what they do is, and it's not exact like the day in October, no, but it's in a range of a couple hundred years, depending on kind of carbon that they use. So they get organic material, that's from that area. So if they dig down, they find a pot, right? And then they get a pot, they're going to take organic material out of that pot, and then they carbonate it. If that organic material is 10,000 years old, we can reasonably assume the pot is about 10,000 years old. That's what they do. It's not exact. It's really close. They're pretty good at it. I think it's radiocarbon dating is the most advanced version. They're constantly doing better versions too. That's how you look at people who 6,000 years ago. They talked about these names that came from the other planet. From heaven to earth came was the Anunnaki. I'm at the point where I don't know anything. I don't know anything anymore. I really don't. Well, I want to say, if we want to say, if you 10 years ago, people are flat earth, like, you're not telling me very much words. Now I'm like, or if you bring up almost anything now, that's what it is. Well, that's a scary part. Is I don't know if I am. That's the if I had great weed, I would beat. I might figure it all out. But what I mean is, I really feel they really don't know anything. Well, I was like some things you don't know a lot, but there's a look at an old quote. There's the bonfire. What is it? It's a test. He said something about as the bonfire of enlightenment grows, the surface area of ignorance expands. The bigger the fire of knowledge grows, the more areas exposed, you realize how much you don't know.
So at the beginning, people never thought about some giant arms. As the bonfire knowledge grows brighter, the more the darkness is revealed to our startle box. That's the beautiful quote. That's Terrence McKenna. So that is like what's going on. But as much as we think we know, we're still one day. People in the future will look back at us like we look back at fucking idiots with arrowheads and bombs.
That's right. At the end of the day, and
That's the good thing about us.
I also think about whatever. How do we know when you're in truly a biblical time? We can be in it right now. How do we know who the prophets are? And how do we know if there's not prophets among us?
Well, the Bible wasn't. If the Bible is really always a biblical time. So if the Bible is a representation of the actual history of the universe, that's what it really is. It's just told through the telephone game for like 1,000 years to be written down. But think about the beginning of his life. Isn't that the Big Bang? I don't. I mean, if you think about just parts of the idea of God creating the earth and God creating the universe, the fucking Big Bang's pretty goddamn quick. I mean, it wasn't 6 days, but it's pretty fucking crazy that something just existed. Now, if you were a person that had been told that, and then you tell other people that for 1,000 years, and then someone writes it down, maybe that's what you get. Maybe you get God created, the heavens and the earth in 6 days. Maybe that is their version of the origin of the universe as it was told to be understood in 10,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago, whatever it was. And then when we got wiped out, we had to figure things out again. Just all these stories, these whispers of the past.
I feel we should always be writing the future rather than depending on depending on the past. Start writing the now. Create the new stuff.
I think we are doing that. I just think it's a long, arduous process. It's not always. We're not going to get it right away. Right? There's a struggle going on right now with human nature. It's all happening all over the world.
So many good stuff. I heard the old example. You're eradicating. All you know is that you're not fed every day this time. I was talking to them. Yes, they go. Whatever the conversations, whether it's for my wife or whatever, and we get into this, and I always just go, just
Give me some of that slow sound.
just you figured it all out. You figured it all out. But we can talk about everything and anything over and over and over. At the end of the day, just rage, still just a rat. The way he says rat, so, and you take the cage off, and you're still going up.
Yeah, man, you're a good human. You are too. I love that we've always been close all these years.
Me too.
We've been friends for how many? It's 32 years now. At least might be 34 years.
It's 35. I would say it was 91.
Yeah, somewhere around that.
Cleveland, but
Good night, everybody. We love you to death. We're going to work this out, folks.
we are.
We're going to work this out.
Let's get it in well.
Peace and love.
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you. An identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're buying this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own. Even if you're careful with your personal information, and if you do become a victim of tax-related activities,
as US-based restoration specialist ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by Simply Safe. When you want peace of mind, I think the first thing you've got to get is a Simply Safe home security system. It's comprehensive protection for your whole home. With cutting-edge technology and 24/7 professional monitoring that'll help keep you and your family safe. The installation process is real simple. You can easily do it yourself or leave it to a professional team. And the best part, in my opinion, is there's no long-term contracts ever, so you'll always get the protection that you need at half the cost of traditional home security. Experts and customers love these systems. It was even named the best home security system of 2024 by the U.S. News and World Report. So if you want to protect your home today, I recommend Simply Safe right now. Listeners to this podcast get a special 20% off any new Simply Safe system when they sign up for Fast Protect. Just visit simplysafe.com/road. Don't wait, that's simplysafe.com/road. Try my day, show up your podcast my night. All day. Pleasure to meet you. What's happening? Pleasure to be here, Joe. I love your music. I gotta introduce you to my drink. We're in the green room of the mothership. Everyone knows you gotta hear this. It's on Family Ties. Damn, that's a good fucking song. And they'll play Two Country Roads. Like you just it's fucking awesome. You see how we did it. He showed me music to him. He said, what we don't like is recommendations. He said, he'll go there. He said that he dug that bullshit. Dugging was really cool. I was like, I was at the Apple Studios in Nashville doing this live session thing. He messaged me on Twitter. He asked me to be on his podcast. And that made my shake up and try something like some music. Yeah. And then we were doing this podcast, and everyone's like, show your music to Joe. Fuck yeah. So, yeah, shout out to Doug. Appreciate it. He is one of the most unusual people in my life. There's not another one. Yeah, he's great. Yeah. He's a one-on-one. That's a lot. He moved here. I was so happy. He went to Asheville. He grew up in Asheville. And he lived there. And it was just crime was crazy. Asheville is like per capita top 10 of crime in the country. So I might have made that up. I think that's the fact. I think my producer Doug had told me that. He's like, dude, there's so much fucking crime. It's everywhere. Everyone's like, man. Your Doug impersonation is way better than mine. But we recorded the album there. I was there for 2 weeks last January. And it's like sleeping this time of year because their tour was for us is at its lowest January. And yeah, I love it. It's cool. I love the town. And it had some homeless and stuff like that. I went there in 2015 or 16 somewhere. I was like, God, just a perfect size. And I'm doing big. You see everything. Yeah, I dig it. We played the Orchard 4 or 5 weeks ago, and it felt like a whole tennis shower. It's a strong there. Tony grew up there, and he said when he grew up there, there were so many cows that had their that farmers started putting some sort of anti-fungal thing in cows' food so that it would repel the fungus from the cow shit. I was like, how satanic. People were going out in the meadows trying to go into the better. What is this? What's this a kid with Epstein? I was like, what are you saying? Turnerstown, Asheville, rocked by violence, and we could defund policemen. Rolls out plan to combat crime spike. Yeah, so it was a big ass crime spike. Yeah, he said it's crazy. I said, but that's sad as fucking shit about like small communities. Everything dries up. There's nothing. There's nothing to add. There's no other jobs. There's no other place to go. It's just you have a small population of humans, and they all live together. Their industry dries up. Their business is shut down. Things go under on every fuck that people are sober worried about. Yeah, that's happening in Washington right now. It's going to put more towns, Virginia. It's, you know, it has ups and downs right now. It's definitely a bit of a down. Yeah, a big pharmaceutical company was based out of West Virginia. And the founder passed away a decade ago. So when that happened, you know, because of the folks that didn't know themselves, they ended up selling to an Israeli company. And once that happened, they shut down this headquarters in Morgantown, where it always based. And that was 1,200 jobs in a town of 26,000 people in the city limits. So you can imagine how many people it affects. And the big circle with that COVID, which that happened during COVID. So they also had COVID. So our Main Street, 12th Street, it's a little bit closed down. So Michael Moore documentary, it's the first one he did, it's his best one. It's another one about Michigan, and it's about what happened when the car manufacturers all it's the saddest fucking thing about it. It's just something more money and cheaper. And just collapsed. It's so sad. One of the saddest things is just leave it as a science as a bonus. Your pets away from them. Committed to selling parties as a pet. If it's a, imagine that little puppy we're showing Jimmy's kid about that. Jimmy trying to come in and take it off. I did a dirty trick. I sent a video of this puppy to all my daughters. So, it is definitely like Jamie, you know, check that out too. It's like, you know that. I mean, you didn't know that. But tomorrow night, emailed it to the daughters. Imagine. What's that? There it is right there. Holy shit, it's pets going on. That's something we don't see in the U.S. It's a dark puppy. Look at her, she's skinny right there. She's on holiday. She tells me that she's not really good cuddle, but she snaps as well. It's just, imagine the puppies that they said, we had like you see it on flat. We play her once a year, and our shows are great. People are great. To their I see it all the towns across the world. That was dark. Yeah, you done jack shit to fix that water. I don't think I fixed that water at all. I don't think so. I put a bottle up there. That was a long time ago. It's 2 presidents ago. I've never seen videos of people fire. That is that's fractal. That's from that gasoline. That's different. Yeah, well, they might have did it one too. There are places in the country where you can light a fucking town. Yeah, and they say there's been some of that existed even before fracking. It's kind of confusing because you know how much the fracking industry's like, oh, that's always what they're fucking concern yourself with this. Small modern issue, this is a multiple elevation. Look at the right side. Yeah, you never know. Just take tap water and fuel your car and use it as a candles.
You can never take a good one that's on his business and say, you gotta get some evidence on all these types of things.
Yeah, it's very difficult to know what fun is but like overall, it seems like I recognize a lot of stuff.
You just have been out there with that about that.
What is that? It's the federal power that will be that right. How much would it cost? Think about how much money they spend. How much would it cost to provide every family filtration system, like a real hardcore filtration system that provides it absolutely no. I guarantee it would be $170 billion, like whatever was sent over to Ukraine. Goddamn thought of it, not a conversation about massive filtration systems. Like there's a way to do this, but provide every family. It's a small, it's not that big.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's not that big, man. That is not that big. Yeah. How much is that? Yeah, probably. Right.
I feel like it probably used to be way there too. That's how much bigger more too. All the carnister stuff that used to be there.
AG1 has been helping me feel healthy for years. If you've been listening to this podcast at all, you've probably heard me talk about it, not just in ads, but with guests and my friends. I tell everyone, AG1 is a foundational nutrition supplement that supports your body's universal needs like gut optimization, stress management, and immune support. So it really covers all your bases with one drink in the morning. And that's my favorite part. It's very easy. The free welcome kit, you get everything you need to start your day. You don't have to remember 20 different pills, vitamins, or something. It's just one scoop of cold water. So if you want to take ownership of your health, it starts with AG1. Try AG1 now, and you'll get a free welcome kit that includes a shaker bottle, canister, and metal scoop, along with a 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. Go to drinkag1.com/Rogan. That's drinkag1.com/Rogan. Check it out. So they did a survey, and 1 in 3 people say they've seen 3 of partners' phones, and that's just the ones who want it. Look, it's only natural to be curious. Whereas that's not a little peek at the partner's phone. That's why you have to use ExpressVPN. Sure, you can put a password on your phone and clear your history after all your searches, but it doesn't matter. Your browsing history is still 100% exposed. Just think about it. Who owns all the Wi-Fi networks you use to? Your friends, your boss, your parents. Well, if you're using their Wi-Fi, they can see everything. To truly protect your privacy, you need to use ExpressVPN. With ExpressVPN, all I have to do is tap once, and boom, everything that I do online gets sent to an encrypted server. No one has access to my browsing history but me. End of story. I've said this for years. ExpressVPN is hands down the best privacy tool on the market. It's easy, it just works. Whether I'm on my phone, tablet, laptop, literally everything. When the app turns green, I'm clean. So, use my special link to get the best possible deal on the VPN that I trust to protect my whole life online. Visit expressvpn.com/Rogan. That's get 3 extra months for free. It's expressvpn.com/ROGA. expressvpn.com/Rogan. Have you ever seen videos of Detroit from the 1950s?
yeah.
It's crazy. Detroit was one of the biggest, fucking, most wealthy cities in the world.
Yeah.
Now you got trees growing through the houses because the houses have been abandoned. Top Gear, that show, I think it was Top Gear at the time. I think it was one of the show that did for Amazon. What's that called? What they did was they bought a house for like $500. They were like hanging out in this house while they were staying there. You get a house here for $500.
It's a little hard. When you're buying for $500, this is what it was, my friend. You're making a commitment to get out to code in the next 7 days. You're very low on time. It's a couple of months. Have to, but yeah, you're spending $60,000 on top of that to get up to code. Oh, really? If you're buying it for $500, still, you get a house for $60,000. Well, shit, I think my guess is fixing a whole block of houses.
Shout out to my guys. That's awesome. That's awesome.
I think Detroit has a bunch of manufacturing space. It's kind of a good opportunity for somebody. Somebody's got so I think it's kind of a good place to go and get after it. I think the last time we were there, we opened for Zach and one of those theaters there. We were kind of chilling around downtown. It seems to be a little bit on the up and up in some parts of downtown there by the baseball stadium. You know, compared to years past, like a while back when I went to it's taking a turn pretty well.
There's a little bit of a resurgence again, small businesses, these towns. I know Shine was out there.
They're more just
They make watches, they make a bunch of different stuff, leather goods, cool stuff. They make really good, like messenger bags, that kind of shit, like real cool American made stuff. So, you know, that's nice. It's nice that things like that are happening. People do recognize it. If you drive down, there's so much area that isn't there. There's so many buildings that just completely abandoned. Windows are all shattered. Covered with spray paint, graffiti, but the bulbs are still there. Yeah, somebody wanted to rebuild it.
if you get a good idea, it's a manufacturing space. It's probably good. Back in the day, during the carpet, you can't rely on Detroit to flight. There's a lot of like folks from mountains and living out there, and they get those jobs, and that's the really happen. So it's like that, where that term comes from. And my grandparents were one of those. They moved up to Canada. My own granddad was working for Ford, and the place where we're from, West Virginia, is super country. I think there's 4,000 people in the county now. And there's this local guy, I can't remember his name, but my great-grandparents had a store. You can kind of go and get your boots and military eggs and everything. And it's one of our general store. And it was a hangout too. This guy was like coming to the stores like, I'm going to Detroit. I was like, good job. He's talking about it for months and months, and finally he's like, I'm going. Gets in the car and goes. And 2 weeks later, he rolled back into town, never made it, he couldn't find his way. Couldn't read, they were reading my blow up, he just gave up and just looked up home after 2 weeks. Just gave up on that dream.
Boy, imagine people today trying to use it. It's not funny that it's like being able to read it. I don't know, when I was a kid, not a kid, when I was 20, well, first of all, when I first started doing stand-up comedy, I would use one of these things. They would do it, I would get a phone call, and hey, we got a gig for you, and here's the directions, you got that. I'm like, okay, like, okay, you gotta take 405 to this, that, to the 9, I'm gonna take it right on this road, go 2 miles down the highway, get my building. And that's how we did it. So I used to have like a folder where I had the directions to all these different road gigs that were written down. And that's how I got around. When I came to California, I got a Thomas guide. I was like, wow, I'm in the fucking future. I got a whole book of maps. And everybody had a Thomas guide. I remember when the first time Bill Burr visited my house, he had a Thomas guide. He figured out how to get to my house with a Thomas guide. Gave me the address, and he showed up with a fucking map book on his phone.
Unreal. I was a little kid, and on our family vacations, my older brother would be like, he would read the map and like get the directions. Usually my dad was driving. But yeah, by the time I started like working, thank God for that GPS. I can't imagine doing that. Like trying to find my way as hell. I mean,
First time I had GPS, it was like 8. So
who's capable. Wherever else the musicians and comedians always seem to like get along real good, real similar sort of just sensibilities. Yeah, you're dealing with a lot of clowny shit. A lot of clowny shit, a lot of fucking irresponsible, impulsive people, a lot of substances, a lot of chaos, a lot of fun, a lot of rebels. You don't pursue that dream if you've got a law degree, a future deferred, everything's lined up, and you got your 401k right now. It's like, you gotta be a wild person. You gotta have screw loose. 100% somewhere. There's gotta be a screw loose or some major issue. You gotta express it. But that's how the great stuff comes. How do you get a jelly roll? You don't get a jelly roll with a guy who's had like a perfect education, well-rounded lifestyle. You don't get that beautiful, amazing, soulful music. Incredible. You don't get that. I don't know, but just listening to the talk. Shit, what? 20 years ago, there's a lot of great ways in all music and art in general. It's like these communities are so colliding with each other. It's sort of interesting mixtures. Yeah, same country. Exactly. Covering Sergio Simpson. Yeah, it's like, exactly. I watched his, the NPR Tiny Desk concert. Oh, I didn't see that. Dude, it's amazing. Did you see Scarface? Oh my God, it's incredible. Scarface from the Cowboys. It's Tiny Desk concert. Fucking amazing. Just like he did it, he altered the music to fit the vibe of this Tiny Desk band. Are you a Ghetto Boys fan? I listened to him, dude, when I was a kid. Ghetto Boys were shit. I delivered newspapers. I just delivered newspapers. I drove around the city. Yeah. He was on here before talking about playing a half million. Was that one? No, that's all. Yeah, that was Be Real. Okay, so I remember hearing that. I'll never forget that. I was telling the story. Half million music festival. Woodstock. So I stole the show. It was crowd surfing. So it still is. You're playing a half million people. Shares. That's the price you pay. Yeah, just getting to experience something. It's gonna be crazy. How many people have ever experienced that? I know, right? That's gotta be nuts, man. That's gotta be nuts. There's just something nuts about it. It has to be great. That's a social media thing. There was a video by the Ebenezer show it was like that 90s Woodstock. Same morning, maybe a different day. There's like a town there, close to and that sea of people it looks like a sea with all the greater junior women and the videos were fair. I can't wait to look at it. That's with all the people. That's so crazy. Oh my God, I'm putting you in water. Wow. Wow. By the way, that's a really good picture. I never used to think of that until I talked to my friend who's an expert in traumatic brain injuries. It's like, yeah, you're not too close to it. You don't got to your head around it. I gotta say, I do that in my shows. It's so much fun.
I think you went to the gym, it gets you great.
Yeah, I'll start getting punchy and then before
Yeah, soccer players get CTE from head to ball. A soft ass ball bouncing off your head over and over again. Yeah, jet skis, get a few jet skis on, bouncing off waves, the whole bang, bring down stuff. Just bounce, you know. We miss everything in my life show, but I did so much. I just look at something, I just feel it. Well, I was going to say, what about show? We did the Tacoma Dome, which is 25,000 we sold out the Tacoma Dome when people was the highest time broke the attention. You know, they were backstage and the crowd's just sitting on the nuts. Not a whole lot of motherfuckers get to do this.
Yeah, it's percentages of people that get to experience that. You guys do just a microphone. That's great. Like, damn, I'm one of the least fun people here. So, seeing folks that can play an arena just because of your jokes and shit, and ability to tell a story, timing, punchline, that's something I think. No talent for me.
It's a thing that you either want to do and have to learn how to do it, or you don't. But it's not outside. Well, there's a lot of fun people that just don't do it. It's not a thing that it's a long good journey. To get good at stand-up, it takes time. It takes talent, years of concept. And every comic only gonna come like you did like songs like comics 2 years ago. Just like a thing, like everybody looks at comics that haven't been doing it in more than 10 years. How good is it? What's he got? You got a good solid 15 minutes, like whatever, just fold up. What's his bits like? Derek today, what's the time? This direction is right. Like, what is the level of the this takes so long. But it's not like singing, but you're singing, trying to keep it going, get it voice. There's people that just fucking sing. They just have this quality to their voice. They're just that's the whole reason we can do it. Because I didn't pick up guitar until I was 20. Yeah, so I got a late starter. I'm not a guitar player. I'm still very much like a guitar player, but I was fortunate enough to. I didn't grow up singing. So I just found out I could sing in my early 20s. How did you find out? What were you doing before you started doing music? So I was at West Virginia University and I played football. I wasn't good. And I had no given talent. And when you want something really bad, that was like my first dream. And once I let that go, I had all this free time. And I was like, I need that. Because I'm always hunting and fish, but when you're going to the class every day, you can't always. I need more things to fill my time. So I was watching the Guinness in 2011. And he gave a goals. And they played me for and sounds. And I just remember watching them. It's incredible. Pick up the guitar. That'd be something I can do productively. So that's how it started. And it was about a year later, in 2004, when I was stressed and I started singing. And I started figuring. So you initially just started doing it just for fun. Yeah, it was just going to be just another, just something to get into. So, productive hobby, which is kind of a picture of things because since I gave up trying to play football, I guess all that time I used to spend working out trying to make that happen, it became free time because
scholarship in West Virginia. And that was this thing for in-state kids. If you had good grades, you'd get a school for free at state university. So I was at WVU going to school for free for grades. And they had a study abroad in my junior year. I was like, I've never been overseas. I was like, that'll be a experience though. So I went in there to the counselor's office and they kind of laid out some different options. And I got a finance degree. There were 4 places I could go. It was Hertfordshire, Bainbridge, Tartu, Estonia, and Hong Kong. So they kind of were telling me all about the different schools and Tartu Estonia. That's the place to get it. So I went over there and had brought my guitar. I just continued practicing a little bit in the evenings just for fun. I had 6 flat minutes. So there was no way that I could go anywhere and not be heard by them, in a place. So I was a little more comfortable with that because they don't want most people listen to it. Of course, they're singing for anybody, but I didn't want to not play the guitar for half a year. So I kept doing it. And when I was over there, we went to a show, and one night there was this club, it's like 150, and we go to the show, and one of my roommates after I left, he were taking my guitar, and after the show was done, we ran up on stage, and for some reason, I might have slipped on. It was the law, and we ran up to this place. No way. And then he got the reader to start chanting Charlie Brown, kind of calculating and there was a comment bitching out. I was like, at this point, it'd be way worse if I bitched out. So I played the song. It was an original song, and I had started writing. I didn't have any aspirations to do this professionally. So I contributed like 6 songs. And I was like shaking in my jeans, just so nervous. And I got through it, and then I got a Facebook message. Next that was a Friday, so on Monday I got a Facebook message from a fashion there in town. And she asked if I could play for a fashion show that Friday. I said, yeah, sure. She goes, you can fill 20 minutes. So I showed up, and I was at this, it's like this cafe with like all these courtyards in the middle of the building. Place like that. And had these 2 French doors. They had the sound off the door, and a couple of my American buddies that were there with me came with me, and they got me set up. And it ended up being a luxury fashion show.
This episode is brought to you by DraftKings Sportsbook. With all eyes on the NBA now is the perfect time to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's like getting an offensive board, missing your first shot, you get another chance to score. You heard that right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. That's amazing. Go download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use the code ROGAN. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses, only on DraftKings Sportsbook with the code ROGAN. The crown is yours. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Must be 21 or older. No-sweat bet per new customer issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wager and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promo. Gamble for profit. Call 1-800-9 This episode is brought to you by ZipRecruiter. This month is all about St. Patrick's Day. So, to help get into the spirit of things, I want to share a fact. Did you know that the odds of finding a lucky 4-leaf clover are 1 in 10,000? I say that's pretty difficult. Fortunately, if you're looking to hire, you don't need a 4-leaf clover. You don't need any luck. You just need ZipRecruiter. And you can try it for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. The beauty gimmicks or leprechauns lead you to pot gold, or in this case, top talent, because they have powerful matching technology that shows you qualified candidates as soon as you post a job. And once you review those candidates, you can invite your top choices to apply, which encourages them to apply sooner. If you're curious to see how much ZipRecruiter can help you, today's your lucky day, because remember, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Once again, to try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. That's ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
So I got
That's it right here. That's it. Oh, shit, you found it.
oh shit, Jay, don't embarrass me.
Play it. By the way, this is a song you could fucking never write today. Yeah. Hey, little girl, daddy home, dad, I'll leave you all different times. I got a bad desire.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm on fire, what the fuck?
Mhm.
So that's my first gig.
Mhm.
Made 150 euros.
Mhm.
As they go in and out, they come out with less clothes.
What a strange gig. A lingerie fashion show. There's little kids there. Fashion shows are so strange. They're so strange.
So I made 150 euros for doing some 20 minutes. And I was like, this is the easiest work I've ever done in my life. I'm going to keep doing this. So when I get into West Virginia, I started singing in West Virginia, bars and stuff. When I was in Iowa State.
Did you get any more gigs while you were in this?
I think I did. I think if I remember right, I might have played at that cafe a couple more times. Maybe. So, it was really when I came back to West Virginia where I started like,
So that gig that we saw with them started this morning.
was it was 2015.
It is June 17th, 2013.
That's how it began. And I was selling because I just picked up the guitar and I was just a beginner in the whole business. It took until 2017. Oh Jesus, January there, so now this is making a question.
Oh, that's great. Don't be embarrassed.
It's like if you're watching yourself at home.
Oh, yeah. You know, seeing those videos.
So it took me until 2017 or 2018 to find my voice.
When did you stop writing your original songs? 2014. Okay, so after your first tours.
Yeah, I was playing covers and singing all the bluegrass stuff.
Had you had any ideas about writing songs? Did you ever read any lyrics or had any lyrics in your head?
I started trying to do like really made the decision about me to do this. And I was like, well, I can't hear it. Right here. So I started doing that, and that was really bad for a long time. The first song was I can't remember what the first one. And I remember the third one because the third one wasn't terrible. And it was actually one that I put it on. Just kind of that is kind of soul. Yeah, there's something really bad. And just started working on it.
What is your writing process? Do you sit in a notebook? Do you just start playing the guitar and start singing? What do you do?
Yeah, sit with the notebook and that voicemail note. And when I'm out and about, they'll have some voicemail. I'll have them separate on the phone. And I'll try to hear it is I'll know it's in 10 minutes. I'm trying to stay 60 minutes. It's phonic to the
And so, do you wait for inspiration to come to you? Or just
I'll sit down even if I got nothing, just because if I do that, then I'll find myself maybe going a whole month without years ago, Jason Isbell was getting kind of advice on it. He said, treat it like a job, be consistent, show up to the video consistent, show up every day, inspired, kind of like so to speak.
Have you ever read Steve Pressfield's One?
Yeah, I read that. I think last year, the year before.
He said it's a box.
Because I had the signed copy.
He said it's a box of cider. I think I've heard sold one of those books for everybody a lot. It's a great book.
It is.
I don't remember PC it's originally on the next podcast. I forgot what it was. But it's one of the best books in terms of a practical guide to creativity. Because you really genuinely have to treat it like he considers it a muse. So you contact this muse, and if you do it with due respect to it every day, then those ideas they really do come like it's muse. Like I think there's a reason why.
Yeah, if you don't, and for me, if I don't show up to the notebook, put my time in, and come up with a bunch of junk, I don't think I'll have as many of the days where a beautiful line, will just pop in.
Yes.
It's like you're just kind of laying, or paving the way for this more sparks.
And that's the same with color. I think it's the same with literature. I think it's the same with everything. Do you know the term museum comes from the word museum? Yeah, that's what it's from. I did. What a museum is a place where uses creations can be as everyone. Wow, you guys found out recently. It makes sense. There's quite a few words apparently that come from origin of the idea of creeds. But that's where museum is. Make sure that's true. I'm pretty sure it's true. I'm pretty sure it's true.
Makes sense.
Totally makes sense. I mean, museum, a Greek form, museum, the seat of the muses, designated philosophical institutional place of contemplation. It makes sense. Muse, you trust the muse, gives you these ideas, and you create these things that music.
Yeah, we're driving out analysis of things to routines. He was talking about almost being like out these he was saying that all the songs, there's something on there that was like something along the lines of all the music that he's ever written was in him before he was born. And it's just his task was to just connect with like what was already inside of him. He was saying that he told him that all that was inside of him was given. It was interesting.
It's a good way to look at it. If you just there's endless well of inspiration and creativity inside you. God gave you this thing. You just gotta keep working, get it out, keep it out.
And that train of thought helps you when you're in a room. You tell yourself, this is what I'm here to do. This is what I'm meant to do. So I'm going to do. And I found myself 2022. That was me. I was because just a lot of circumstances in my life. Life had to do things and be pressured. I was having a hard time writing because just consider. But people depending on me, expectations, or just being in line with my law. This is what you're going to do. This is what you do. This is what you got you to show. Just like that. You start thinking about it. Can't go.
There's a lot of that. This is so interesting. I'm sure you don't know anything about anxieties, desire, to happen, where's it going, what's the future, or how's it all going to unfold, do I run dry, do I have any more songs left inside of me, am I going to lose it all? Yeah, am I going to just start sucking? Am I going to fall off? That's a big one.
And that was happening here. Yeah, it was February 22. We got off tour and labels started coming into the picture for the first time. Before that, I never had to worry about that. And then I had a band that was dependent and they giving up their jobs they've gone all in, so they have their life lessons right now. And it took me a lot of work to shake all that off and get back to like that clean slate of mind, just right, because that's what I'm looking at. Once you go through something like that, it makes you a lot better on the other end. Because when you see it again, it's just gonna keep
That's why heartache for teenagers is the hardest thing ever. You get dumped when you're 15, you're like, the world is over. It's devastating. It's fucking devastating.
if I can go back and talk to myself as a teenager.
Oh my God, I have so much advice. I would have so much advice if I would listen to my young age, you're in there, dude, fucking go up. She's the one for me. Got lost without her.
Life is short, but it's also very long. Sometimes young folks they lose sight of just how much time there is ahead of them, and that's what's going to come.
There's a song there, life is short, but it's also pretty long. And that is 100% true.
Yeah, definitely get deep for a song there.
Life is short, Billy's very short, but it is fucking long. So the learning process is long. It's a long, just figure out life. It's a slow launch. Every day, it's a slow. Little more information creeps in and gets sort of like accepted. And I get it. Now I get it.
Yeah, and then there's some other little aspect of life that comes around for next year, and you learn along the way. You go, oh shit, I didn't see that one coming.
And but that's one of the things that is positive and negative around things like COVID. It's a major upheaval of everything. The whole world is thrown sideways. So, so loss of life, loss of businesses, everything. Just throws. But on the other side of it, the other end of it, you're like, oh, I don't understand why character and discipline is so important. Friends, people that you love, people that can hang in there and deal with things versus people that cannot adapt and just fall apart. There's these things that really hurt. There's only one way to go through some shit.
If you were to ask me in 2019, how was I going to get through and react to what happened there in 2020? You know, the bullshit, if I pretend like that. Or if we had no idea until we went through it.
Me too. I've always had it in this thought that things could go sideways. I literally have an apocalypse truck built. I have a Toyota Land Cruiser, which my gas tank, all steel bumpers. So if something gets fucked up, I want something that holds a lot of gas that can go real far and I can drive over hills.
Did you get like that UN, like bulletproof plating?
I did, because I figured like if it gets to that, you're kind of fucked. If you're in a goddamn gunfight, you got rubber tires, like you're kind of fucked.
Dude, this is a sign not to get too much in the sound. I saw a while video of these two mirror armor truck cars in South Africa.
Oh, I seen that.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that's wild. They're trying to take over this guy's arbitrage. That's so stupid. Keep them they kept it together, and what's so rare about that video is like it's just this stable carry on, man. When you're watching somebody like trying to keep it together and keeping it together. Yeah. But this is it. This is like where you got the bullet in the box. The driver, he's already fighting, his way, and then you got his passenger there. Now he's like, all right, you can see it on his face. He's like getting ready to get on it. Thinking that truck ends up coming on the passenger side, shooting some more on that one, trying to ram the truck. He's got a truck taking this on the truck. South Africa is wild. I was looking at this house that's for sale. I was just looking at just enjoy looking at architecture videos for whatever reasons. Looking to buy a fucking house in South Africa. But they have this house that's for sale in South Africa in Cape Town. And it's called the Iron Man House. And this house is insane. It's one of the coolest fucking houses I've ever seen in my life. It's insane. It's like Tony Stark's house. So Cliff, they built this house that I think it's like $20 million, which is insane. Cape Town's out of here. It's just overlooking this thing. But Cape Town is so riddled with crime. Like to have a house like that in Cape Town, you're like, hey, here's where the money is. Look at this. Look at that. Oh my god. Is that the sickest fucking house you've ever seen in your life? It's insane. It's so sick. And it's like overlooking this water. It looks better than Tony Stark because the Tony Stark house is all just CGI. It's going to sell it. These photos, man, fucking incredible house. But that part of the world is wild part of the world. It's just in the Richmond Mountains, and one of the people that I was with is like, he's from South Africa. He was explaining to us what it's like there. So, my generation wasn't very bad, but now it's pretty bad. It's worse now. There's some violence, it's just crazy. Some countries, people go there and they go to South Africa. It was there this summer. It looked incredible. But I don't know if I'm going there or not. And like the elevated levels, I guess it's like you just get accustomed to it. There's elevated levels of risk there, and it just don't exist if you're in Boston. Yeah, but not necessarily, because 6th Street, where my club is, there's some fucking shootings there on a regular. Yeah, we played I was opening for a show at that British club. It was like during the Olympics and Tennessee, that's right. And there was shooting. Looking in America, shit. Especially, it seems like post-COVID, everything's just kind of norms sort of dissolved. Reality sort of shifted into this new strange place where things get more heightened tensions. It's more bizarre than ever before. And I think we're just getting accustomed to it. If you're in South Africa, I guess you just get accustomed to life. Just stay on the edge. Yeah, all the people that have barbed wire all the fences and shit. High security systems, imagine everything. But also, when you kill somebody, you get out of jail pretty fucking quick. That Pistorius guy, I saw that. He's already out. Damn. He murdered his fucking girlfriend in like 2013, man. What year did he kill his girlfriend? 2012? Yeah, it was like 10 years ago. Yeah, I think he did 11 years. 9 years. He did 9 years for murder. Yeah, for fucking murder. These people I grew up with.
3 times I've heard you're getting on robbery when they're 16 or 17.
How about dudes who sell weeders to jail for us? So, I mean, that's one of the cruelest things about Colorado. When Colorado changed over and became legal, when marijuana was legal, Colorado was the first state. There's dudes in penitentiaries that could look out their fucking window and see a weed store. They're in jail for selling weed.
That's a damn shame.
The parole board granted Pistorius his petition in November on the grounds that he had served half of his 13-year sentence for murder in Steam camp, making him eligible according to South African law. Jesus Christ. Maybe all you have to do is 13 years for killing people. There's a lot of people who are out there like, I think I killed 13 years. There's a lot of people that get hit out there wandering around. How many people out there like, that's your daughter, that guy killed your daughter, and you only did it for 9 years? They'd be a writer. Look at her, she's so beautiful. He shot her. Look, he shot through a fucking door and killed her. You know, at the very least, he's guilty of reckless manslaughter. Like, what, you don't know where your target is, you're shooting through a fucking bathroom door or whatever it is doing.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know if I wouldn't like rely on memory too much, but it was a bathroom too.
I believe so.
Was it in the bathroom?
Was he in the bathroom or was she in the bathroom? Was he shooting out of the bathroom? Yeah, that's what I'm kind of remembering too. Yeah. Well, one thing you have to take into consideration is there's a lot of break-ins. There's a lot of home invasions in an area where you were. My friends in LA are telling me, like I have friends in LA who used to be anti-gun, and they said, and now they all have guns, and they're all terrified. And there's quite a few that experience break-ins. And one of my friends just moved to Portugal. He's just like, there's so much shit going down in LA. I don't know what to do. And I was telling him, hey, you move to Austin. And then I haven't talked to him for like 6 months. I sent a text message to him. He gave me his Korean food. And bro, I found a dope Korean food spot in Austin. He's like, hey, I'm looking for you. Where is it? It's ours. Where is it? No. I was like, what did you do? I went to Portugal. It's amazing. It's incredible. People are so nice. Crime's low. I have heard that Portugal is doing the thing where everything is yeah, they decriminalize everything. All drugs. They experience a giant drug. Murder is a giant drug. Addiction. Yeah. You're not supposed to have things that people want to do. It's unfortunate if people want to do things that are terrible for them. It is unfortunate. But the flip side is we're going to do it anyway. And if you make it illegal, then you're probably not illegal enterprises.
Yeah, and I mean, if they are in a position, I don't know shit. But if everything was legal, if somebody was an officer or whatever, they're legal, they're probably not going to do anything. Exactly, you know. 100%.
You would have more overdoses, you would have more deaths. Like if they just decided today to make everything legal, you're going to have a spike in deaths. There's no way around that, in my eyes. But would you have a corresponding drop in fentanyl deaths? I think you would. So you'd have a drop in accidental deaths where people just take a little while. They just want to go to a rave, just fucking get it, and all of a sudden they're dead. You would have way less of those. So that would drop. But you're going to have people that are just addicted to drugs. They're going to overdose because of availability. And you're going to have also people that try drugs that women try them because they're illegal. They don't want to buy them. They don't know anybody who sell them. If you just go to a store and go and Facebook, try this cocaine out. And the next thing you know, you're a cocaine addict. That's possible too. But you know, there's personal responsibility, there's also education, there's counseling, there's a bunch of different things that can be set up to mitigate that. And I think that's the better direction for society, where we better profit on cartels. We've got this fucking thing that's happening right across our border, where there's immense organizations that have insane amounts of money because they've been selling drugs that are illegal in America. You know, like World War II, shit. Yes. Some of those property owners down there. Bro, I was just watching this video today. This guy dealing with all these people in cars. So I go down there, it's fucking dangerous. You can't approach them, can't go in there. You have no idea what they're carrying, no idea who they are, what they're doing, anything they work for. So if you're traveling across your property with a backpack, he's gonna just let it happen.
Yeah. 2 years ago, I played a show down in San Antonio. There's a ranger there at the show. We were talking afterwards. She said, this would have been right around that time. I said, just happened. So this is April 24th. He said, one of his best friends is also a rancher. Got a bunch of feds to their house one day with the name of his family on house rules. For 2 days. Without any explanation as to why. 2 days go by. They say, okay, it's all good. We're so sorry for the inconvenience. And the guy said, whoa, you can't just, you have there has to be an explanation. And I guess, I don't know if we get somebody trouble here with the guys like, I'm not supposed to tell you this. They're 9 insurgents. And that across the board. And just so happens to get them here on the property. Holy shit. That the feds are probably watching it. And they decided to actually take them. So these guys are range. So yeah, I mean, you got your kids are out maybe doing a chore on your ranch on your farm. So you got thousands of acres or something. Who knows? Or have you seen some of the recent videos of the lines, the migration lines? Not just in Mexico, they're moving from South America through Mexico into the United States. I saw the ones from like a few years back. And I'm always like, dude, they're going to be selling stuff. They're expiring. Somebody just released a graph that shows the numbers of illegal for the last year comparison to previous years. So it's like you see the graph, and it's like 2014, it gets to 2012. Yikes! There's more illegals that have made it into this country over the last year, I believe, than there are people that live in 5 different states. Yeah, West Virginia's got 8 million on a real good year. It's probably a little less than that. Yeah, there's a lot more illegal aliens every year coming here. What's the number for more? What's the figure for something? Well, you got Indigos if you want to fix it. You want to fix it. Like AOC was on TV the other day. She was saying that, you're just calling undocumented people out that here is to give them a path to citizenship. Well, how about you know who the fuck they are? Because if you're a person from another country, say you're in Europe and you want to come to America, become an American citizen, you're an architect or whatever, it's like a long, lengthy process. It'll take a certain amount of people every year. You have to prove skill as this race or should be here. Yeah, but if you want to do anything, look at your cell phone. There's people in Mexico. What they're doing is, this is pretty wild, because there's a radio station in San Diego that is a Mexican radio station. This guy was on a Mexican radio station. He's explaining how to do it. He's gone back 4 times that month. So every time he crosses over, he gets $2,000. So he's gaining $8,000 a month from the federal government. Like, what do? You said, just back in the day, when there's, I don't know, everything here, obviously, maybe the similar time in American history in the early 1900s, you had all those Europeans coming over the boats to order stuff. Yeah, and then when he went to Ellis Island or somewhere like it, where you get they got some sort of papers. Yeah, it was pretty easy. Yeah, and they at least they got you. They got at least they got a name. Yeah, not even they changed it. They changed it right there because like 200. Yeah, that's a lot of people do that. Yeah, one bass players like saying, well, yeah, sure. Yeah, a lot of people's names got changed. This episode is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee. Black Rifle Coffee is the only coffee that I drink.
It's the only coffee we serve in the studio. It's the only coffee I have at my house. If I had to drink other coffee, I would do it. But I drink Black Rifle coffee. I am excited to say that Black Rifle Coffee is finally partnering with the UFC. If you haven't tried this coffee yet, you should head to their website and use the code Joe to get 30% off of your purchase. I'm a huge fan of this coffee and the people behind it. Some of them are my very good friends. Evan Hafer's a very good friend of mine. They're veteran-founded and veteran-run, and every purchase you make through Black Rifle Coffee helps in their mission to support veteran and first responder causes. I'm talking everything from getting them funding and equipment to help veterans fight cancer. They do a lot to give back to those who serve our nation, and it's so awesome to see them partnering with the UFC. A year that's so stacked with insane fight cards. But it's not just their mission that makes them so great. Black Rifle Coffee also has some fucking fantastic coffee. They source exotic grows from all over the world. Evan's a real coffee nerd. And he was pouring coffee on the back of his Humvee while he was deployed. He's a real coffee nerd who's also a veteran. Wide variety of coffee beans, even K-cups. So go check out all of the different flavors on their website while you're there. Make sure you take a look at their gear and apparel, their top-notch mugs, graphic tees, workout gear, outdoor apparel, and more. All made with patriotic designs that you aren't going to find anywhere else. So go to blackriflecoffee.com and use the code Joe right now for 30% off your purchase. That's blackriflecoffee.com with the code Joe. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of us spend our lives wishing we had more time. The question is, time for what? Time is unlimited. How would you use it? If I had an extra hour in my day every day, I think I'd practice archery or maybe I would shoot arrows. I'd do something. I'd find a way. But I'd love an extra hour. It would be nice. But the best way to squeeze that special thing in your schedule is to know what's important to you so that you can make it a priority. And therapy can help you figure that out. A therapist can guide you through the process of defining your values and understanding your priorities so you know what things you can spend your time on that will really fulfill you. Otherwise, you'll always be wishing for more time. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp offers convenient, affordable online therapy that comes to you. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist. And switch therapists anytime for no additional charge. Learn how to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/JRE today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/JRE. It was easy to come over back when my grandparents came here. But, that was the law back then. This is not the law. The law is that you're supposed to go through this process when they vet you. They find out you're a criminal, they find out you're a terrorist. Yeah. They're not doing it at all. Just opening the border. They're essentially guarding votes. Yeah. They're doing this. They're letting these people come in and they're assuming these people are going to vote for the terrorism. And it's wild. It's wild that it's happening right in front of everybody's eyes. And most people are aware of it unless they see these videos. Or, like Elon was telling me, that when you go there, you really understand the scope of that. It's extraordinary. As soon as you can't believe it, it's just insane. It's just, everyone knows about it. So all these people are bad. And I don't believe it at all. And you're just a regular person that was unfortunate to be born in a terrible environment. And you realize if I get to America, I can feel at home, I get a job, I can work on a farm, I can get a factory, and never live in a good way instead of being trapped in this hell of a just unfortunate are born. God, I get it. I'm gonna go for it. Fuck yeah. I got it. 100% I'd have a backpack. Yeah, 100% I'll be on that fucking track. Let's go. Yeah, if you get a beer, get some Europe and send money home. Please. Whenever it doesn't do that in this country, they just fuck off and don't want to do jack shit. Just fucking, we got people walking here from Mexico. Yeah, you see it. And that's the thing. Like, back in the thing,
flip the switch in a lot of folks' heads from one end of that to the other.
Yes.
If you're not where you're at, you're never going to get there half-ass in your day. Wherever you happen to be, it might be the best idea to give it your best. Yeah, and it's going to, or else you're just going to be miserable for the rest of your life.
That was one thing that happened to a lot of people that was good. They realized that this job that they had for hated just went away. Okay, not only did I fucking hate the job, I thought it was necessary because it was the only thing that I had. I didn't want to lose it. Yeah, they just fucking took it away from me. Goddamn, I'm gonna go for my fucking dream. And a lot of people did. They went for their dream. They started small businesses. They got their shit together. They lost weight. A lot of people did a lot of very positive things when their back was against the wall. And a lot of people just were on the wall. And a lot of people never wanted to get over there. I had friends in the bar business. They couldn't get people to work. They couldn't get bartenders. They couldn't, because people were making more money being unemployed and taking on the corner. And they would rather live like that than trying to get that free check.
And that was like, I'm 31, and I released my first album in 2019, but I didn't get booked. And management and stuff like that until even after that. So COVID cut the legs out for me. Things were just starting to actually look a little bit legitimate. And COVID cut the legs out for me. So on the other side of it, it's really where, I could have gone 2 weeks. And I went back on tour in the spring of 21. And I started taking my full band out for 7 weeks, including myself. And the summer came. And I broke and cold. I couldn't bring my guys. And I had my second album, which would be Toby. Pre-sale that next week. I explained to the guys what was happening. And they stuck with me. And so I put the pre-sales up. I got real quick. And they keep paying them. Keep posting. And I was bleeding real bad in 21. And came down to one point in Bloomington, Indiana. I just got a new day-to-day manager. It's time for my job. But anyways, we just got my job basically where we got how much I was losing. I was just saying, like this is where we're going to this is over. We have to cut half these guys. We're going to have more time making it. And after that gig, we all sat outside in the alleyway and explained what was happening. And they all took half of that. So the guys were all going to show $50 a show. They were at 100%. They didn't have their jobs and stuff. They're money. And they were getting their show for what you can't believe. And we kept hanging on there for a couple months. And that second album came out. And then eventually we got on the second line for us. I don't know what it is. Yeah, we worked. Yeah, some opportunity to tour.
What's that?
It was that close that just, even if I were to,
But that's what makes the story. It's a terrible story. That's the terrible story. We're going to see. Most bitter people that talk the most shit about artists. They talk the most shit about people. People are just hungry for these regrets. The failed attempts. They didn't go through the door. They didn't do it. They didn't think that there is. I think just fucking suck it up and try it. That's a scary thing. But if you can get through that scary thing, that's a better life. Life of fear, life of regret, that's a terrible life. A life of wishing could have been my shittiest life. God damn, you don't want to be that, especially when there was a spark, some potential. People in the comedy world, when you start out as an open mic, you start out with a bunch of fucking patients and crazy people. Because anybody who walks on stage, and there's always like one or two guys that are just knows they got something. They got something. Some of them make it, some of them don't. If there's 100 of them, maybe one of them is free. It's probably like for 500 open micers, it's probably 1,000. For every 1,000 open micers that regularly shows up, one of them becomes working professional. They can actually sell tickets. I have these fucking dreams sometimes where I meet people. They had something. They had something. This is girl I dated. I was like 21. It was like the last time I ever dated anyone. But god damn it, she was fun. She was really fun. She was really fun. And I remember thinking, damn, she's funny. She's funny. She's good. Like she had something. And it wasn't always, you know, we got these little mics around for bad grounds, and sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you do well. And she would be on stage, she would catch that wave. She's gonna do it. She's gonna make it. I was not thinking about me. This is what I got from New York. Is the first time I walked on stage with Drew Carl. I got that kind of overflowing. How do you shit? It's weird. It's a hard fuck. There you go. Fuck. That's the life of sadness. There's a fucking go for it. It's not just. So that's like the New Year's game. Yeah, I was like, it was about jazz. It was like 3/4 of the night. I was getting up at 2 in the morning. I was freaking out, but stretched out. And honestly, I don't want to guys who get there. Because they're sticking there. So, yeah, I'm planning on as long as they've been there. That's my we're going to do it till 9 years old. Yeah, fuck yeah, dude. That's amazing. Yeah, everybody loves it. And if you can hear something like that, you're not sure what to do in your story. You might not make it. It might not work out. But if it doesn't, guess what? You alive. Can you breathe? Can you walk? You can do it again. Try it again. Try it differently. Figure out which way from. And sometimes, and this is with me, just like, you know, and even though it's a small thing, I wanted to play for West Virginia. And everybody I grew up with knew I was trying to do it in my hometown, knew what I was trying to do. And it was embarrassing failing in front of all those folks once you do it once. You know, there's almost you get a little, like, gain an advantage with having felt that before. Because you know what it's like. So if it happens again, so if you've never just fallen on your face before, you might be scared to do it. Yeah, that's something. You know, so if somebody chases something out there and doesn't work out, don't do that. So they pay off later when you find the next thing. Yeah, you're not scared to go for it. Because you've already went for this other thing that you have. So it's also failure is very important because that feeling, that sucky feeling of failure is what's motivating. It's like the big leaps that I've made in my career as a stand-up all came after Paul. I had to look. I had to figure out what the fuck I did wrong. Why that show went so bad. I gotta buckle up and get better. I really have to focus. I can't even do that. I can't. I gotta get that feeling. That's there on purpose. That's there. It's a motivational tool. It's there to let you know it's a sign. It's a very important reaction. It's bad. You did the wrong thing. You went the wrong way. You took the wrong turn. You fucked it all up. You feel like shit, right? You feel like a fucking loser. Good. Because you are a loser. Right now you're a loser. You want to be a loser, right? Okay. Yeah, you can't be wrestling on those levels. Just gotta keep pushing. You know, a really valuable thing. I mean, honestly, having this in the show, this show fills a lot of time when I was on the road all those years. And so I was like a 20
23-year-old kid driving by with Highlander and listening to this show. And there's, I can't remember exactly when, it might have been times where you'd be talking to a fellow comedians about your own skill. When you're talking about getting your family in town out of your mind, you have to figure out that that's a toxic place to be at. Is letting other people's success like to fuck with you, or make you be jealous about it and all that. And I remember listening to that as a kid, and I haven't figured that out yet for myself. But we're hearing that, it's like, that's smart. Just be happy for folks who keep focusing on God. That was one of the most valuable things that I ever, learned from somebody else. Was that ever just to get that out of my head way back in the beginning, and just have that whole mindset. All the way to, there's that decade-long crucible trying to music shit like that's good. Just getting that just positive frame of mind. You're just working on you. You see something good happen to somebody else, hell yeah, good to do.
It can be a positive thing when other people succeed and you have that jealous team that gets in your mind. You can turn that around and use that as inspiration. But you have to consciously understand what's happening here and other people's success. That is not your thing. That's their success. And you can use that as fuel. That can be inspiration. And it can be entirely positive. And especially if you know those people. The saddest thing to me is when there's a friend and one friend there has something really big happen. The other friend gets jealous of some shit because of it. I see it in comedy all the time. It's a terrible mindset. And there's the same experience can be approached in a completely different way. Your friend makes it, dude, fuck yeah, god damn it, I did it, this is incredible, holy shit, you're killing it, I'm so pumped, man, I'm gonna get to work now, I'm gonna work hard, I'm gonna carve my path now. Now that I know that you did it, now that I feel that sense that I want that in my life, I want to achieve that, it can be fuel. That fuel is important. It's so valuable, and instead people piss that fuel away as jealousy and bitterness. When it does you no good, it poisons you, it ruins you. You're hoping for someone's failure. It's such a terrible weakness. It's a terrible weakness of character that so many people just give into. You don't have to. The exact same experience where someone is killing it can be fuel for you if you don't like that person. That's the highest level of kind of like so you see them killing and go, you know what, they fucking hurt it, man. They're out there kicking ass. Maybe I don't like their personality, maybe they're just fucking, they're so focused on success, they're kind of a cocksucker to other people. Like, you know what, man? Like that fucking guy, he did that work, and now he's I admire that ambition. I admire that work ethic. I'll embrace that. I'll embrace that. I don't need that person. I want to be a shitty person. I want to be a nice person, but I also want to be successful. How the fuck do I incorporate this into my life? I need this. This is fuel for me to look at it that way. And that's a way better way. And it's the same exact experience, the same exact materials. But instead of using those materials to what I got here, instead you're like, fuck yeah, now I'm gonna go for it. It gives you positive energy instead of negative energy. It's just a mindset you have to embrace.
It's huge. Yeah, and I think without that, you know what I mean? Just those years, you've got to muster up all the positivity you can, because you're not getting it, from the bar to the restaurant, ordering cafes, and sleeping in the back of your car, being broke, folks coming up and telling you to turn it off. So yeah, having that frame of mind gets you through those hard times. Yeah. And the scene, I came up, basically in the West Virginia music scene, there in March of One, it was not that. It was very much the family mentality. So I got help from certain promoters, big owners, whatever, established musicians in the state. And I recognized that at the time. I told myself, if I'm ever direct opportunity to it, and then once I started getting out there in the music world a little bit, and actually playing some proper shows, I was blessed to get to work for some wonderful people.
that's all kid. They wanted to bring that Chevy Baker. I'll never forget that. I try to get that now. He was the first person to the first legit shows that I got to play and open for somebody. Traveling on show to show with them here in Texas. I did an East Coast run. And really was super cool. I was nervous going into it because these are some of my first actual Wiki shows outside of my hometown. Restaurants and bars before that. And I remember one night, William was like, he told the crowd towards the end of the set, he's like, if one of you, if you guys want a piece of Chuck's merch, I'll give you a free seat. Free sets. So we, I made it up. I think I made $700 the first table that night as a solo. That was a good night. That's all back in that day. And then Ward Davis took me and for 2 years. And allowed me to get my feet on the ground and start building good loyal following. Years there, a lot of hard things, like a lot of things the hard way, and shared a lot of experiences with me. Just saved me some hard lessons. That's important. That's key. Like someone else in that door that's gone through already helps give you some advice. Absolutely. And Zach Ryan, and in Zach's way, just opening up this giant following to us, letting us open with 3 of his doors. That's amazing. You know what I mean? And those 3 in particular were huge. And opened for some fantastic people. But since then, those were the 3 that were, it was the first, the Ward was the Ward was there. So back here, and this one was. Yeah, it's nice to be in a spot now where I get to pick folks that are coming up. Get to bring out so the internet, like I say, you just hear things about folks. One guy that he opened a West Coast tour with this summer. This is like kind of that great example of just like having a good circle of folks that you're able to work with. Wyatt Flores. Wyatt can't be open for me now. I mean, we did our last show together. He was one of my openers at the Ryan. We just shot up in the second show, and I said, "Now you got to remember this, bud. Remember when you play Madison Square Garden the first time, you make sure you have me and the boys as your opener for that one, because just everybody's on the right timeline, and Wyatt's just it's more like that. So that's awesome, and it's great for them. That is cool, and that's where that mentality comes in. And people's success in our affairs. It's just beautiful. Yeah, my wife and my kids are fine. My band now, everybody's getting married, getting home. That's good. Exactly. And more folks that succeed. Yes, there has. And the world needs more great music. It really does. Ain't nobody that's only listening to one person. I would say I'm probably there's nobody that's only listening to one artist and Spotify or it's probably a stalker. You know what I mean? Like people listen to Taylor Swift might have like one dude out there that has Taylor Swift songs going 24/7. He's got Taylor Swift t-shirt, ducks his dick in his fucking underwear, stamp here, Texas Herd. There's a few people out there that want Taylor Swift songs. Be interested to hear some of their stories. Oh my God, absolutely. There's, in the history of artists, there's only a handful, small handful of guys that that's the level of almost everything. I think you can count on something as an example. It's like there's Michael Jackson, Elvis, there's like a few, but she's in a crazy place, man. She's doing stadiums every night. Stadiums. They're also sold out instantly. Tickets go for astronomical numbers, and then there's a stadium of people outside the stadium just trying to listen to the echo. That's something I've never seen. You see some sold out stadium tours and stuff, but you don't see that. It's that overhead, and then it looks like the Washington outside of the
stadium. I was just trying to hear like echo over voice from half around. Some of the first live shows that I ever saw, I was the security guard at Greenwoods. Greenwoods is a place in Mansfield, Massachusetts. It's just like outside together. And some of the first shows that I ever saw live, first show I ever saw live was Jake Evans. It was like George Thorogood. It was like George Thorogood and Destroyers. And I think that was like the first band that I came to see when I was a kid. But then when I was older and I worked as a security guard, I worked for this place in Hawaii. I saw concerts all the time. I saw so many concerts. And I remember one time I saw Bon Jovi. I was working the Bon Jovi concert, and they were pulling the security truck up. And as we're pulling the truck up, we got out, and they're outside of the venue here. Shut your mouth! And you're too brave. You give love a bad name. Pow! Everybody goes, and he's like, this is crazy. So one of my first nights on the job, I was there in hip hop for the first time. And that's just insane. It's insane. The energy of a live show is something that's just, because it's not just you watch the performance, you're watching it with other people, and they're all excited, and you feel their excitement, and everyone's happy, and everyone's together, and that fucking, it's all together, and it's wild. It's a beautiful thing, man. Oh, it's so beautiful. Yeah, that's it makes the travel work. You know, to have that feeling where you got all those folks just like they're all having that. And the travel's what the travel breaks you down. Do you do anything to the travel break you down? Do you take vitamins? Take care of yourself? Yeah, I do. I do my best to get better as years go by. I run just about every day. It's awesome. Yeah, it's good for my cardio. I just really had to right for my head. And then you have to take vitamins, a lot of vitamin D, trying to keep my kids are at daycare. Oh my God, brother. Disease factor. Dude, I've been sick for the last 2 years, and I was the 10 years prior, so it's crazy. It is like a petri dish. Like a cockroach here, 18 years. Iron system. But yeah, so I take vitamins and I start going AG1. That's great stuff. But there's the little droplets in it too. A couple nights ago, and I kind of like everything's the same except I don't. That afternoon, that's a big difference I've been getting from that one. The hard thing is the diet. That's the hard thing. Yeah, and make sure you eat just as a giant factor, whether you break over. Yeah, the discipline there after the show is a big part of it. Jack in the Box, burning cake, cold and strong. Yeah, if I had perfect discipline, I'd look like an old kid. I'd be pretty, I wouldn't be that strong. But we'll go to the bus this year. So this will be my first year in the bus. Yeah, I don't know what to say about the bus. It's been really crazy. We have on that just we all come on the race. It's traffic and it's Tuesday. He's not like staying. Your has to find cheap fracture. Serious accident party. Bus accident. Last year, it's scary shit. You gotta rely on that driver. Stay awake. Yeah. And then those kind of fuckheads on the road doing stupid shit. Crashing into them. I've been driving myself, for 7 years. Sort of like my dogs. And then you just sleep in a roll-out mat back in my car. I've been using the hardwood 3 years in the van. Being the guys driving all day. So, this is the only way I see being able to keep my health up for the rest of my life. It's getting nice to drink a little bit. I got a little bit this year. I get into the 30s, things started sticking to you a little bit more. I was looking at myself. We went to the beach back at the end of May. I was looking at pictures of myself. I was like, yeah, that's it. I gotta lock this shit down.
Well, it's just the fatigue factor. The difference between drinking and not drinking and how you feel the next day is so significant. It's hard. It's hard to that fatigue factor. Like you're poisoning yourself every night. Yeah. It's fun. Yeah, it's great. You have a few beers, throw a few shots back. Woo! Have a little party. It's great. Parties are fine, but you are legitimately poisoning yourself. You gotta be aware of what the effect of that is.
Yeah, and it's not good for the voice. Sometimes I'll do 4 headlines in a row. And I was like, Zach, smoke cigarettes, no joking. I was like, how do you do that? You have this fucking incredible gift, this amazing voice, and you're reciting cigarettes all the time. He's a punk still. He's so, maybe his voice will change. Cigarettes and Sinatra's. Maybe your Sinatra was, oh yeah. In those early 50s, like Christmas songs, it's strange. It's like a completely different kind of voice. Like when you got older, it was like this. And I did it my way. When he was younger, he was a super voice. He's a beautiful man. He was arrested back when his mugshots out there. A collection of mugshots out there. One of them is Sinatra. And he was arrested for seduction. And he banged somebody's wife. Wrong person's wife. So like the mayor or something. That was listed on his rap sheet. It was seduction. See, that's true, right? It's an old school law right there. Here it is. Seduction. Let me explain. It was 1938, years before Sinatra would go on to start his first movie or release his first single. He's just 23 years old by today's standards. Shocking. He spent any time in jail for his crime, even though it was less than 16 hours. So during that time period, a person can be arrested for seduction, which was a charge usually given to a man who slept with a woman based on false promises or using some kind of lie. Oh, interesting. For instance, a man can be arrested after sleeping with a woman after a false promise of marriage. Wow. Reportedly, Sinatra's ex-girlfriend was his accuser, also wasn't a wife, saying that he promised her marriage and then broke up with her. He was arrested because he broke up with her. That's hilarious. Yeah, Frank was willing to say anything to get in that. However, it turns out that she was actually already married, which canceled out the charges of seduction. That's why, folks. That's why. Even so, the state of New Jersey arrested Sinatra and charged him with adultery after learning that they couldn't nab him with seduction. The charges later dropped after they paid a $500 bond. $500 in 1938. That's probably a stiff bond. That's a lot of money back then. My house was yeah, right. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I thought that right as a sense. You can find some recordings of Sinatra. Because it really is crazy. The sound of that person, that's gotta be like Jack Daniels and cigarettes. I think the earliest I listened to him was maybe the 40s. Yeah, if he was singing in the 30s there, it's an incredible voice. It's so different. It's hard to. It's actually so different. It sounds so high-pitched. It's just a different, and so much range. His voice has incredible range. And all got daunted by the cigarettes. And then years ago, it just became average. It became also talking. And the range that he had when he was younger just kind of adapted. All the years of just playing the band. You can take somebody's range. Oh, yeah, vocal surgery. It's tortures your throat. That's different. Yeah. So this is the weekdays. Strange times. It is looking right at the camera, going the hand over
gotta think back there. That's all. Yeah, being a demo. There's the fucking man right there. Back with it. There was no one on TV before. It was like how many years in television even existed?
Yeah, it's like 15. It's like, what was that, early 50s when Ryan's late show started.
Oh my God! If you go back and watch those, what's crazy is if you go back and watch those shows, especially like the late night talk shows like the Jack Mar show and stuff like that, that thing where Handy out of the desk and someone sits beside him on the couch, they're still doing that way today. They fucking never adjusted. It's weird. It's weird. Like, why are you on the desk? Are you working? Are you writing books up there? Why do you have a fucking desk? Yeah. Why are you sitting in front of a desk? It's just like that was the Tonight Show. He's got this guy sitting there at a desk next to him. That's just a bizarre way to do a show. But because it was the way they did it originally, these uncreative motherfuckers just kept doing it that way forever. Everybody does it that way.
Yeah, we still do. The only person that the way you want to operate it. No, yeah. I'd sit there on YouTube and just watch like his late night show. I think it's sort of amazing that situation is. He turned that into like,
A few people did it differently. Arsenio Hall did it. Arsenio Hall had like scenes where they were sitting next to each other. George Lopez did it. George Lopez just had like scenes. They just kind of fixed each other.
kind of like Letterman's the Netflix show that he was taking. Yeah, that's a cool setup.
It's a good setup. The other problem is that way of talking to people, you don't really it's too performative. There's too much people there. Like a real conversation. It's not the same. It's a different thing. Sometimes it's a fun thing. Like live podcasts in front of an audience, they can be great. But it's a different thing. It's not the same thing that you get from just sitting in a room and having a conversation. Versus the best way to talk to people.
Yeah, it great when you get a whole person.
Yeah.
Somebody if you're in the theater.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely before he has a show called Hot Box. Is it called Hot Box? No, that's Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's Hot Box. It's Pete Real's show. He has this old car that they have their cameras inside of it. Smoke box. And you could. I mean, Mark kicked with you don't know what you're talking about 5 seconds ago. And you're on this podcast, just get with the bait, and you're stuck in this car with Be Real. Those guys are deep hillbillies who smoke like rappers. You want to smoke weed? You ever smoke weed with rappers?
Nah, I can only imagine. I was ice fishing with Dave Johnson. That's when I was just trying to keep up with him. And it's not this.
You can get tricky. I'm sure Jimmy Johnson did it. I'm sure. I can't try smoking weed with like Snoop and Wiz Khalifa. Action Bronson to the podcast once we had to take a picture of all the stuff that were in the ashtray and everything at the end of the podcast because it was so ridiculous. Like, how you are alive.
Some folks that tolerance like that.
That's Snoop. Oh my God. That's so crazy. When he did this podcast, he just the whole time he's talking, and he follows his own blunts. So they're sitting there talking, they're talking all shit, he's just rolling blunts. He had a sound machine with him, like lights and shit. Snoop's original, so that's the original.
There's like a second grader who's my mom. Yes, it is.
He's doing that show with us. Yeah, it's great. But if you ever thought that teaming would work in that pair?
Yeah, back in the day, you never see that. She got that 30. She back
Different shit got her. They got her, they put her in jail for the same shit Nancy Pelosi's made up to $1,000. So many of those folks. Yeah, that's half a day. I don't know what happened after that. Those two Yeah,
She was great. Good. Got a little zip there or something. That's a thing. Yeah, it's interesting. So that's for jury trials. They're sucking the surgeon says that before the next very fast. These gastrointestinal issues. Now I get to do this. Shit. Just shit. You're not on the sugar in your life. You will be that's all. There's another way to do it. But that's how. Especially watches. It's hard. It's hard. Sometimes I'm sure it's hard. It's hard. You have to help choices. Something you can that you actually enjoy. One thing I really like doing, like the way I like cooking. I cook a steak. I just cook a steak. Just cook a steak. Don't just go pour a whole just make a fucking steak. Let's get something healthy. Let's have some vitamins, drink some water. Let's do it. That's another thing I'm looking for in the process. Stash some better options on there for a good chef. And I think it will make sense.
Motivations vary, but these concepts
Oh, that's fucked up. There's something crazy. What? 2010.
nice try.
Really nice. That's like butchering Texas. There's something that was stupid to the dumbest thing to wrestle. Jesus Christ, how was like it's decriminalized in Boston, but it's still illegal in the state of Texas. It's still federally illegal. It's legal in a bunch of states. It's still federally illegal. It's a thing. It's a case. Yeah. So stupid. Kansas, too. There's a lot of states where when you come to the airport, you have a designated marijuana deposit box. Like, so if you're traveling or flying into a state where it's illegal, there's a box at the bottom. They have that as well as. So, the dispensaries have stores now. So, if you're flying to the airport, this box. You reiterate that box. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course. Yeah. We're going to Canada for the first time this year. That was like a thing. We're tour managers down on the gas station for the passports. Go right now. It's legal, yeah, but you can't cross. Right, you can't cross. So once you're there, you can buy it. Yeah, I remember when it was illegal in Canada, and also I went there that year, and so that's how it should be. If you don't like it, go. That's a lot of things I don't like. It doesn't mean you don't have to do it. Yeah, it's kind of over that. They don't legalize it. West Virginia, kind of like the front end. It's yeah, that's the thing. It's really crazy. Kind of like nothing. It's just my things. Yeah, I missed out on it. Could have been missing out on people who are more expensive. Yeah, mixed up with kids. That's where I get back to. Always having my family. We have family and always my great grandmother's house. That's not always keep that. Working all the time. much. Yeah, like my routine, my small town. I grew up with so many people who say that every day. That's cool, man. Even folks watch me grow up, the older folks, they know me. Yeah, I got to go on my day-to-day life. It's all very, very word and even been after because everybody's supposed to get a free side. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing about Nashville. Nashville's a cocoa. It's great. I'm just saying there's a lot of music industry. If you're in the music industry, there ain't nobody in the music industry, so there ain't nobody that has anything Nashville. You know what I mean? It's just, that's where I'm going. Yeah, that's nice. It's nice that someone's not trying to just use you for something else. We get listen to you. There's so many social workers and so many people that usually want to invest in. And that's what, when I met you the first time at Two-Step Festival, Austin, that's what it sounded like. Yeah, I met you just real brief. That was the last thing that I even wanted to come off. That's why I was like really weird when I met you the first time. It's just like, hey man, it's nice to meet you. I don't know why we did, it just gets, I can only imagine what you run into on a day to day. So yeah, it's just, it's nice to be back home. I don't get that so much. Yeah, it's an unfortunate aspect of the life that I have, but this life is so full. I'm so fortunate in so many ways. I'm so blessed. I'm so extraordinarily lucky that I have no to complain about that. I mostly put it out there so people realize that's something that comes with us. You should know if you're on that path to show business, or if you just want to be successful. I think in any business, like there's going to be people that they pretend when they're talking to you, they don't really give a fuck about you. They're not having a real conversation. They're just trying to work an angle. They're just trying to figure out you're close to you. You're not like an email address. We talk to you about this or that. Some people are terrible. They just say like right away. Like there's something that I'll you invest in. So you know your startup. He's like, I'll show you a dog company. You have currency status. Yeah, it's a. I had a conversation with Guinness. I wish I don't invest in anything. I have zero. I don't invest in anything. I have a guy who takes care of like financial stuff, and as far as like me, like investing in businesses, I do zero. I don't have nothing to do with that. I don't want to be. Well, you don't think about it. Well, I'll think about it. I will fucking think about it. If I can do a bunch of marketing, and I'm attached to this company, I'm hoping to buy it. Right? Are you crazy? You don't want to think about that. I mean, you're still thinking about that. I don't be there. I'll do it. Sorry, not interested. Yeah, it's tough. I'll tell you what, don't want to know from this one. Come back. Because we can't open up. So you got four followers. That's it's you have to get out. Yeah, here we are like playing about this stuff. Listen, it's the smallest of things. It's the smallest of things that build. I always tell people that have too much work. That's the worst thing. To have too much work is so much better. To be too busy is so much worse than so much better rather than too wishing. Yeah. If you get too busy, you can back off a little bit. You can take some decisions and go, you know, I wear myself out. I'm slow down a little, do a little less of this, a little less of that. You'll be all right. Yeah, there's something I was like, I can't tell myself in the last handful of years, I'd say yes to damn near everything because, like, the story I was telling you about in 21, that's where I'm coming from. So, you know, you say yes so that you get to that point where you can say no. And finally, this year, like, you know, the quantity of shows down back a little bit. I've said some things that I would dream of just having happened in years past, but it's more time. Kids, to find the roads, just had on a rodeo, cherry pick, some these guys on the road WWE wrestlers. It's like something like 250 to 60 days a year. But they're also getting thrown on teams 260 days a year. They're getting pile drived, fucking body slammed. Imagine that every indie couple, every Monday, Friday, yeah, and then two other ones that they're on TV. Exactly, it's like 52 weeks a year, and you feel all you're beat up and exhausted, broken, backs, so we're all fucked up. Yeah, and it's another level. Back to the people fight. So, yeah, things like that. All these now, I give music to all the rock shows. So sure. That's how it goes. It's fucking very interesting. It's just all that dancing and fucked up head for a long time. And just really doing all those videos, all those shit. Yeah. My friends were with me from school. Actually stomping on stage and said, well, it's not. If I keep going, next time I got this thing in LA on 10 minutes a day. After shows, decompresses all. What's going on here right now? Yeah, it's just headbanging and stuff like that. These shadows, what does it good? That's not serious. That's why how long are you talking? I'm going to go tomorrow. What time again? See if I can get you to East to go or just stop saying that I'm lost in the big bowl and a little track area. Stop saying that. I was trying to talk my dad. My dad worked in mines for 27 years. And he was 70, 71 now. And he's terrible. So I wonder if that's something. That's crazy. Yeah, that's an important number for dads. It's nuts. When my dad was my age, from 27 to 30, we went to 26 and a half inches old. That's before the ceiling. And it was for a small. So there's coal companies, and then sometimes there'll just be this guy that was like, it's a certain order of mine, seeing coal and some rock. And that's what the case was. That job that he did for 3 years. So it's like for a smaller private mine, oh my God. So he had cave in before. He was taking his way. Definitely trying to take his way. Well, what kind of work you're finished? He did that for 3 years. Oh my God. Oh, you can't answer me. Yes, completely. That never fly. Nowadays, my dad started in, he was born in 53, so he started in the early 70s, and he went to early 90s. So he was at that unique time where there was still some of that old time stuff, and it was transitioning to modern day mines today, which is like in the cities. He left, he was the long boss of Evergreen to Arkansas, and that was the biggest mine in the world at the time. And then that mine, it stretches over 100 miles. It's from western County. It's like from western Montana to down here to Ohio River. Yeah, and that's small compared to what people are doing now. They got mines in like Utah where because of the elevation of the mountains, they can almost they're like drive in to see coal on that 10,000 feet of the air because of the height of the mountain level. And then it's like 16-foot seams of coal, stuff like that. Things that go the stuff that my dad started out in was just like that. So when your dad was doing it, he was, would you say 27 inches, 26 and a half? And so you just on your back, you shouldn't have called they were, I mean, they had machinery, they were playing that.
So the cheaters that crawl, understand?
Yeah, crawling.
And then how do you get to that?
There, that's
The entire just environment across
yeah.
all day long.
Yeah, I'm freaking out. Like, that was that.
I had no idea that there's lines that are that big. They're on their lines.
Yeah, they're huge.
That sounds insane. I had no idea.
Yeah, from what I understand, I think we got boys that start in Western Montana and go over there. You get over like first thing.
And they see massive ceilings, that lights in there and everything.
So we got
See those lines, they have fires and those it's like 50s.
yeah, there's a town in Pennsylvania, I think, that, you know, there's like a before and after picture because the gold mine and catching fire. Yeah, still like smoking toxic fumes, like 50, 60 years old.
Yeah, it's still on fire to this day. How much coal is there? The fires are too deep to burn and too hot to be fought effectively. 250 years before what? Our experts believe the fires under Centralia could burn another 250 years before they exhaust the coal supply. Wow. The fires are too deep, burn too hot to be fought effectively. That's insane.
Jamie, if you would, check out Fact 62. Fact check me on like how long those mines can go.
Just be like
the long, like, biggest mines in the world, longest mines. Just make sure I'm not talking out of my ass.
well, it sounds like
Yeah, musician. It's just, this is all knowledge. This is my dad's knowledge that I'm trying to like spit back in to make sure.
That's true. That's different. There's the work underground equipment. Well, so that's all. Right. So it's available. Certain parts of the country.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity for my dad, to elevate himself. Started in the early 70s, I think they figured a lot of that out. But yeah, it was here. I don't think he has any. It's vegetation and pressure. sort of machines to come out and charge and most people they actually have just looking at how many people everything talking about stop people from eating meat. Save for the planet, imagine you need to pay attention to the world because most of that shit's coming from China. There's more than 1,000 coal mines in China. There's no tonnage of coal being mined now than ever before. It's a complicated world. A lot of the way that marijuana did there, there were a lot of confusing things that people don't understand. That you can close down all the mines in the United States and then demand for their coal. So they just get on the that's not to say that maybe there'll come a day where coal probably kills the thing in the house. Once they run out of it, or they think it's something better, but it's just, they were it's the same ones. Fucking carve these huge fucking pockets out of the earth, and it's gonna collapse. Yeah. At the end of the day, that's not gonna solve all those problems. They just shut all that down. I watched a video of a coal collapse in Japan. My friend Thomas and I every day we send each other a share of Instagram. It's very traumatizing. It's like I'll show it to you. Every day we send each other car accidents, gunshots, hammer attacks, every day. Every day some new shit. And one of them is this. It's sad. This is it. So these people working in this year, we just get engulfed. Open pit coal mine collapsed. 4 people, like 6. Missing 4 hours. Yeah. Just 56 weeks dead. That's very basic. Scared shit. That's easy. People don't stop coal mining. I understand. But I don't understand everyone's going on outside this country. Detailed that as we go to sort of deep down. Most of it's going to China. Most of it's China and some places in the United States is it's going on. They don't give a fuck. They're Paris, like they're all in their conference, they don't know shit. But they're saying what's just crazy when they're talking about climate change. Like, I actually have one of the largest carbon footprints. So you're a hypocrite. What's your real angle, everybody? Like, you don't have a business that profits from people deciding to take a green name. That's really what's going on. It's trying to push plant-based meat, much like bullshit. That's why it's a right just like during the pandemic, he was heavily invested in mRNA vaccines. And he sold all his shares and started talking shit. Like, it's as effective as we hope to. Right? What you were saying, you're saying it was really effective, and everyone needs to take it to that. Why is somebody listening to that guy when it comes to public health? You are at least fucking helping people alive. She's like, as far as people his age, he looks way earlier than he should be. He's got a pot belly, he looks like shit. He's like total shit. Yeah, and I mean, that vaccine thing, that was it. I didn't get that. I should have. Didn't like my shit. Because they had to work there's a lot of motivation that they have to take this good shit. It tells me remember the White House is stirring up, which is like the most mild version of basically just wild for most people, especially
And the White House put out a release that said that for the vaccine people, you've done your job. For the unvaccinated people, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death. Which is not that good. That cuts from you're a bunch of content, and it's not even true. It's not even true. I mean, the number of people that are dying from COVID now, the CDC is like, well, you think people need to get vaccinated. The COVID deaths are up. No, they're not. Go look. They're really low. They're super low. And by the way, those people that are dying, they're in a terrible shape. They're not doing good already. And most of the people that die during the pandemic, some of the range of 90% of people that died had an average of 4 comorbidities, 4 things that were killing them, and then COVID died. And then also there's the hospital and COVID cells so died from COVID. My friend's grandpa had some horrible disease, and he didn't have COVID. When he died, he died in this thing was COVID. And he was had fucking COVID. And he had tested COVID. They listed him as COVID. Exactly. There's a financial incentive to list people as COVID deaths. And that's how you inflate the numbers. That's how you motivate people to take that vaccine. It's wild. It's wild. Hold on. It's a lot of goofy shit. It's scary. My wife and I talked about it. We drink a hard wine. We're drinking. So, my kids were very encouraged. But not advanced. They were families and friends. But there were the families that their kids. Their families were kind of what my kids were. Fuck yourself. This shit's all to their experience. And by the way, the early data, very early on in the show, it's not dangerous for kids. Well, my kids got it. It was hard. I mean, they had flus that got on their ass. This was not it was very loud. I experienced the bad house. What they gained from me in a way that was so stupid. It was such a checkers move. It was such a dumb move. Like, because you're going after a guy for taking a medication that they're going to. By the way, it was one medication amongst many medications that I said I took. And here I am, 3 days after this thing that's supposed to kill you. I'm barely 5. I'm not young. And I'm healthy. I work out all the time. I take a lot of vitamins. I'm always fit. And I got it pretty quick. I was saying, sorry, I can't make the dates. It was about a concert I was supposed to do. So now we're doing shows that we did. We got rid of the shows. Sorry, I got COVID. I'm fine now. 3 days ago. He's taking veterinary medicine. It's like, that's when you get to see how corrupt the media is. That they're all on CNN, MSNBC, and all these different shows lie. Straight up, you're lying. I didn't take horse to I took human ivermectin that I got from the doctor that, by the way, they have prescribed that medication over, like, what, 3 billion times? For who knows how many people all over the world. It's on the World Health Organization list of essential medicines. Yeah. I would imagine you got to get doctors. And I got good doctors that are checked if they really understand health. And they're not just about being checked to do the shit, they're about staying healthy all the time. I mean, I've been preaching the value of a healthy lifestyle, healthy diet, and vitamin supplementation forever. So when I get sick, I get over it. If I got sick at all, so I got sick. I was out with my friend John Sheldon. It was a shout out to my friend John, who is a gym manufacturer. And I love this dude. And he makes like some of the best foods in the world. And I was in Florida, so I got a chance to see him. Until fucking 2:30 in the morning. I had like 5 margaritas. That's when I got sick. Yeah, that run down. Yeah, it's just that and I was after a show. So I did a show at an arena in Florida. So people were screaming. So it's like 15,000 people that I'm in the round. And they're laughing. So I was like, ah! So they just COVID spray and headed your way. Rained on my droplets was a hot word there for a company. still fun until I got drunk. I mean, I was at the end of the night. I was pretty tired. I was just beat up from like 3:30 in the morning and then drinking. The next day I was like, God, I'm over here. Shit. I did a show the next night with COVID. No problem. Killed. Had a great time. Yay! See you guys. And then on the way home, I was like, shit. I called my wife and said, it might happen. I feel kind of shitty, but I woke up I was sweating, had a fever, got tested, got positive, got all the meds, got the IV vitamins. Next day I was like, oh, cool. Then the day after that, I made that video. I was like, yeah, all right. Yeah. And then they came to me. It's like, you corrupt cocksuckers. You don't give a shit about health. If you did, you would be saying, hey, look, this guy who's not young, who got COVID, who's not vaccinated, got over it pretty quickly. So there's maybe it's not as bad as you think it is, or maybe it's not as bad as you're fit and healthy, or maybe there's some other options other than just taking this experimental medication that's never been mass injected into hundreds of millions of people in this country. But no, they were all corrupt because they're all a part of this industry that's relying on the advertising revenue for the pharmaceutical industry. They're all they're dirty people, dirty monsters.
Thank you for it. You know, most folks around the country, and a lot of folks speak about it. That's all I hear is that. Well, it killed their sale.
Well, there's a lot of people now that will watch those news reports on things, especially medical things. How much you tell the truth? How much you tell? How come you guys are today? How come you guys aren't talking at all about vaccines? How come you guys aren't talking at all about the all-cause mortality spike? It's unprecedented. Are you guys the news? Or are you guys some corporate mouthpiece for some company that pays you exorbitant amounts of money to push their shit? Because that's what it seems like. If that's the case, someone should probably step in and regulate new cocksuckers.
I just watched the Netflix short series on thinking, oh my God, I just saw that. Most ridiculous. But I didn't know that. And it was a dramatization of kind of it's a broken system with monsters. They don't care about death. They care about profit. Their business is there's the people that make medication. Their business is just made effective medication for scientists. And there's the people that just money. They're just there. Their business is sell as long as they can. And they're incentivized, especially the Sarah family. That family is still on Jedi. How are they not Jedi? They gave up $6 billion to try to avoid prosecution. Then the Netflix special, the series came out. And when that series came out, I believe there was a judge that put a hold on the decision to allow them to have a movie. And they were like, hang on, hang the fuck up. What did you do? When you see what they did, you know, I had Peter Berger who made that. That's okay. He's amazing. That's what I did. It's terrible. Evil. It's a chain reaction. Some of you will die, but the people that did die, how many lives are not in my family? I have people's lives. Multiple people in my immediate and my close family, my connected family. I know many people who just got devastated by that shit. And they're still struggling to this day. They're going to try to get off. Yeah, that's the kids that they grew up in my grade. I lost like one or two, a couple accidents, and then one to cancer, and the rest as a result of it's been did you ever see there's a real good documentary at Hightown, West Virginia, I think it's called Air, and it's just like following around the fire chief just going around as a person. It's just like a day in the life. She's just going from person to person, you know, apartment into house, just either saving somebody or finding somebody to lose all day. It's incredible. They need to get you out of my show.
So if you talk to young Christians at all the country right now, still to this day, and now, unfortunately, it's harder for people to get those this cartel shit. It's places that's it's parents who oh my god, it's so scary. And I'm not caught. I had to start carrying. So, I'm scared, guys. Yeah, fortunately, we haven't had music. We haven't had anybody who knows during the show. We did have a lady go to camp. She's taking care of me. Whatever, just finding people that are recreationally taking this insane drug, which is disassociative. Can you? I think so. I can't get that. I'm pretty sure it's so potent, man. You know, like, and so they're doing like this nasal spray. They're doing nasal spray. And it's legal in some weird way because it's therapy. You just get blasted with ketamine all day. These people are, I know people that are claimed sober. They're in therapy and they take ketamine for therapy. You are not sober. You're keyed up all day long. And they just are so I have friends who love it. They love it. Look at that shit. I'm waiting for me. John Lilly, the guy who invented the sensory deprivation technique. You ever use that? It's by itself, ketamine is really great. Ketamine. But John Lilly used to do intramuscular ketamine. So he would inject his spine with a blast of ketamine and lie down. Going to this other dimension, communicating with beings, whatever the fuck happens when you take ketamine. And we all kind of do this recreationally. At a comedy show, they have a show. With this lady just fell down and just blacked out from the show. It was like, what's she on? What's she on? And the boyfriend's like, well, she did some kid. She's got a kale on the comedy show. How about Duncan's on stage? Which is ironic. Man, I love when we're done each cartoon. Oh man, it was amazing. So I don't know how the fuck they canceled that. Adventure Time, that was great. Just like they didn't want it on. It was called, I can't remember what that was. Adventure Time was like the same guy who did it. And Night Gospel, thanks. Yeah, the cartoon just follow his monologue. Yeah, it was great. Yeah, that was great. He's like I said, I got out of California. I got out of California. I saw the writing on the wall. So the country shut down in March. And I was like, oh, 2 weeks flying the curve. And then it was like a month later, I was like, what the fuck is going on? It's distrustful. It's distrustful. It's just too much bullshit in the world. I'm not going to do anything. I've been exposed to too many conspiracies. I went too far down the JFK rabbit hole. Fucking Patriot Act and I'm in front of Dallas Jones. It's filled with conspiracies. All this Epstein shit. Alex Jones talking about that a long time ago. He was telling me about that. And I was like, come on, man. You're telling me they take your bloods and they film having sex with kids and they want to the U.S. Why are the leaders thinking about that? He's worried about most things. Now, Alex is just unfortunately goes down the wrong road. So we always look to that. He's a human being. Human beings make mistakes. nothing and you'd be happy. What?
Yeah, that could be a guy.
Yeah, photo of that. He's literally telling you what he is at every step. He's talking like this. He says it's too much on the nose. Like if he's a bad guy to believe one, that's too caricaturish. No one's gonna be that obvious. Dress up like Darth Vader, talk in a German accent, and then try to control the world and get everybody to give up their cars and eat bugs.
Like a villain in
It's amazing.
Yeah, that goes back to like the Bill Gates thing too. He's jetting around, things preaching. You should do this. You should do this. Yeah, that he's preaching health. That's still so good too.
Yeah, they're a big fan of it. Big fan of it. Doesn't, yeah, leave on the wrong. One of the reports of the people who went to this thing, this conference called Sweet Chicken and Steak. They're talking about how people need to stop eating. The fuck are you saying? This is all bullshit. This is all just control. It's the all really that's what it is. He's a great too, right? That guy's first gig that he ever did was about 14,000 people.
Dude, like farmers market.
Incredible. Incredible. State fair.
Yeah, I think it was like a farm. Yeah. James still played. He got over there. They're trying to protect him.
Yeah. Yeah, I helped too. He was like, I should sign this. It's like, listen, don't sign shit. Don't say, if they're doing that, they're just trying to catch you. They're trying to catch you when you're vulnerable. They're trying to lock you into some sort of contract. It's like, people are saying, listen, you got talent. You're fucking talented. You don't gotta do shit. You got talent. You don't have to do shit. You just say shit. You don't want anybody in trouble. Else, like, whatever they're either getting that means they think they're going to be clear. And they're going to make it off more than that. You're going to be the one that gets played. You're the one with talent. You don't need it. You already made it. You already got it. You already realized that Richmond, that song is so goddamn good. People heard that song. Shit.
When you have 10,000 folks that come see you,
He's like some fucking choirs, like the exact song, Cold Damn for the Very Much. Love that song.
that's the thing, man. Finding the right people to work with, And it's honestly, it's one of the biggest pieces of the puzzle. If you find good people, just surround yourself with
And good people who are successful too. I've had the same manager since I was the same manager. 34 years.
the best case scenario.
I think it'll call me 2 years.
Rather than having the go-go manager that's like, oh, don't worry about your taxes, I'll take care of this.
There's a lot of business coming in.
There's a wide spectrum. You find yourself with good people. That's half the battle. Just having good people around you there. And, I just met a real backstage at the honor. Just one of the things. I don't know, but I can be
He's going to be king as well. He's a good dude. He's a good solid dude. He went to the mothership and Thomas Cross there. On stage. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. No expectation. Talk on stage. It's fucking limited, man. It's happening in a dream. This guy was like selling farm equipment, Yeah. So, now he's a giant superstar, but he's a cool motherfucker. He's a genuine, nice guy. He's really got in there behind him. That's what's really crazy. This guy was like smoking too much weed, drinking all the time, wasting his life. And then has this like epiphany of like giving his life to Christ. And then within weeks, this song comes out. Within weeks. And all of a sudden it's like, it's like he did this thing where it's so cliche, it's like in the movie, like I'm gonna change my ways. And then it all happens right after that. Like, it's hard to know what to do. It's hard not to so they tell me that's a coincidence. Are you fucking sure it's a coincidence? Because I'm not sure. It seems like he's kind of like a messenger, like something connected in him. Like whatever you want to say, whatever name you want to attribute to it, whether it's God, whether it's love, whether it's the universe, whatever it is, something got inside of him. And he changed his life, and he changed his mind. And then he started changing it.
You always also you gotta be aware of anybody that says they know. You know what I mean? It's not until he knows. It's faith. It's either faith or don't have faith. Yeah, nobody knows.
Also, you can't dismiss positive experiences. You just can't. You don't. Who the fuck knows what happens when you die? You do not know. And then when you think about whatever the history of the Bible, and you think about the history of the human race was essentially almost wiped out somewhere around 12,000 years ago. These stories all come from before that. These stories are all oral traditions. They're so similar to like the stories of 6,000 years ago. The Epic of Gilgamesh is so similar to the story of Babylon. There's so many stories. It's just like there's got to be something to this stuff. It's coming from somewhere. It's coming from somewhere. There's so many parts of it that resonate with people still. And they're cool. Like when you think about it, like when they have feelings of love and companionship, they see beauty in the world, and they have these moments and say, God damn it, we're so awesome. Damn it, I know there's something connected. There's something there.
I have faith and go to church and that helps me. That's for sure. Choose to a lot of the behavior now are choose to not take. Choose to hate the way that is inspired by that. I think there's something to that. Yeah. Where you come from a place of love. Yeah. Just trying to be the best you. Yeah. What is it? That's exactly what I'm doing. Can we leave on one of your songs? Okay, I'm sure. Okay. It's, let me think. Lack of Perfections. Minor Perfection. Let's leave on that. That's a beautiful song. That's a beautiful song. We're talking about minors. Let's leave on that. Everybody, how we get a hold of you on social media, website. Yeah, Charles wants to go on my website, charles.w. It's in everything. Anywhere. So days down. So how many days coming to Texas anytime soon? I think I'm down here with Luke. San Antonio and Broncos will play our football stadium. Yeah, we were coached. I love that dude too. He's awesome. So we put a show way back. He was even how sorry I am with that. I kept remembering. Much love to everybody. Bye. Thanks for having me.
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you. In identity theft, over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has US-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more. This episode is brought to you by SimpliSafe. When you want peace of mind, I think the first thing you've got to get is a SimpliSafe home security system. It's comprehensive protection for your whole home with cutting-edge technology and 24/7 professional monitoring that'll help keep you and your family safe. The installation process is real simple. You can easily do it yourself or leave it to a professional team. And the best part, in my opinion, is there's no long-term contracts ever. So you'll always get the protection that you need at half the cost of traditional home security. Experts and customers love these systems. It was even named Best Home Security System of 2024 by the U.S. News and World Report. So if you want to protect your home today, I recommend SimpliSafe right now. Listeners to this podcast get a special 20% off any new SimpliSafe system when they sign up for Fast Protect monitoring. Just visit SimpliSafe.com/Rogan. Don't wait, that's SimpliSafe.com/Rogan. Track my day, show up your podcast my night, all day. So we were just talking about injuries, like black fighter. So you know it's something wrong, right?
Yeah, it's rough. Like, especially for someone like me, like I'm getting a little older now and being smarter. But like I was training, I still kind of do it 3 times a day. So like I would do a morning skill session, afternoon or afternoon strength session, and then another skill session at night. I did that for 10 plus years. So, but I love it though. So I'm finding now, like I'm finally trying to find that balance of like it's what's ordinary and like MMA's like sparring session. My time will be jiu-jitsu, and I'm trying to make it like you know that like drill things are long and when you're going hard, it's the most just I can just think I'm talking about jiu-jitsu. So it doesn't happen. I was telling my wife because my hand, I was coming out here, I was like, maybe I'll go and I can just like drill with those guys, and she's like, you fucking drill with like you guys are going like there's not going to be any of that. I'm like 100% right. So yeah,
Well, that's smart though. That's like a smart show.
100%. And that's where like it's like have fun. Like I'm gonna go hard, and then I'm gonna injured, and then I'm gonna be able to fight. So
The problem with injuries is if you don't give them respect, they get caught. It just makes you there's so many guys that have a brain injury and they try to train through it and it just gets worse and worse and worse. And then instead of being out for 6 weeks, now you're out for 6 months.
and that was me after my wall fight. So I came from Abu Dhabi. I didn't have any injuries. I wanted to get back and I wanted to get that taste out of it. So I'm back training, back running, and I started to feel the pain I was telling you about. And I literally just kept running. Like I would run once I was warmed up, like about it, you warm up, the injury's gonna go away. You feel good until you cool down. I did that for a couple months and I had a fight scheduled. And then I rescheduled the fight. I did my rehab and first week back in training and tour again. So it was a shame. I had my
the inside's done. Obviously, they had fixed the outside because the shit's fucked up. Besides that, like, I broke my thumb, I never had knee, never had issues. I've been pretty lucky with no surgeries, but just the day inside the when I got it done, and you have to have those things there, no short window. As soon as they slow them down, you feel like you're it's like, oh, it's the best. It's the best. I've never been how much color was. I said, well, you're better than the bells. Like, look at that Turkish. Yeah, when he got his nose ripped, like, he used to always fight with his mouth open. There's that shit. Yeah. The guy just can't really his mouth. I think at some point, though, you have to open up your mouth, obviously. Like, I do like so too now. That could probably mouth closed. Like, and now I just started doing mouth tape. My fucking recovery, just from mouth tape. Yeah, it's like hostage. I had this one called Dream that I got. But hostage, it's the same thing. It's a mustache there. No, so I have like too much facial hair. It doesn't stick that. Okay, so I was saying that because he had some like chat markers there. It doesn't bother you. Yeah, a little bit, but other than that, it doesn't stick. Oh no, these ones they stick good. You have to pull it off. Yeah, the cheap ones just fall right off. You gotta wake up and be like, oh my fucking shoulder. Right. Yeah. But it's interesting. Yeah. So you yeah, like so what is yes, how does it work? What is the metrics? So I used to have like I was getting into tattoo. I don't know questions for my tattoos. So I'll get inaccurate readings on all my shit, and I actually messaged them and they're like, hey, like it's just kind of like we have. Like, so I would wear it here, and then we'll go on my wrist, and then like I had nowhere to wear. So this is like the next best thing, and it doesn't seem it does HRV, heart rate, your sleep, deep sleep, right? It does the traction workouts, but I don't really care about that. Like I'm on the track right here, my workouts, I wear the chest, like the visor. So I'll wear those, but yeah, because your sleep vision does a lot of things, and this I have your sleep. I have some ideas to have ideas for the HRV in the morning and stuff like that. I would buy them and I just try and I like compare them like I'll wear everything, you know, do the everybody workout and compare like my weight and stuff like that. So yeah, it's fun. But when I got my nose fixed, it was a game changer for sure. Yeah, it's just such a different thing. It's interesting to me that this, you know, your recovery was better. Just always wanted to I'll sleep. Like, if I sleep on my back, my move hit me and just make your fucking snore. I'll turn on my side and I won't snore anymore. And then I add the mouth tape and I just started doing no THC with just CBD gummies. And my wife just said, she's like, getting the best fucking sleep she's ever had in her years because you can see the deep sleep on there. I have sleep in the same mattress too. So I can compare it. And our deep sleep is the CBD for me and the mouth tape. She doesn't do mouth tape, but she does the CBD and our deep sleep is fucking is great. That's interesting. So like, does it give you a scroll? What is your scroll? So it would give you like different information. I posted one day on it. So it shows you readiness, so I can progress for this way, carefully, 75 professional this was my the mouth tape and the CBD. My heart rate was 38. It's 30 years. We've done the next awesome. And like usually my deep sleep doesn't get as deep. The rest of the other yes, it's enough for him. Then it's this person first base averages benchmarks like 10,000 steps goal hits to provide to personalized baselines and insights. Your sleep took a hit after a night out. Prioritize balance and wellness routine. What helps you reach your goal within enhanced through basis. I like it. I can't wear MMA practice or anything like that, so I'll take it off. But I was getting too caught up with that. Because I wake up and I'm training camp, and you're supposed to yellow or the red. You know, like you're not always going to be in the green. Then it's like, tell me, take it easy. It's like, fucking can't take it easy. I gotta fight fucking. So you have to find a balance and know that I actually really feel like shit, or this thing's just telling me I feel like shit. Especially this gets you just completely obsessed. He's training, especially his first step down. He's training. It's wrong. He's just have so many things to boxing. We have to do wrestling every time. And I'm making that strength and conditioning, so I have to lift. I have to get on that. But that's something I've gotten better with. I left 3 days a week. I strength coach at the Eagles, his game, and he's like going over there, but now I love it. It's cheap, more athletic, and it's more just like GPP, just keeping me prepared, just keeping me ready for my MMA sessions, and just keeping me strong. I can drop on deadlifts, I do front squats. I got to be crazy with a lot of this. I used to do school. I think I'm bumping powerlifter, bench, straight bar deadlifts, and back squats. That's not what we do, So I started off lifting before I started MMA. So I started training when I was 16, but I started off lifting at my local rec center, just benching every day, and then I really got into lifting. And I would have to squat bench that with trying to get my numbers up, and then eventually I kept hurting my back. I was 21 years old, cracked back. So now I just do trap bar deadlifts, or straight bar, and anything like that. So I think the street bar just puts you in a bad position. Whereas the trap bar, which is a more natural position to squat down and lift, and just don't want to put weight in there. So it does the job. Yeah, just a lot of people think that you just be over there. Possible. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a voice from you saw that. It's all the cultural events. It's just such a good machine. It just puts all the weight on your hips. You're not compressing your spine at all. Yeah. You can't do a lot of belts while you walks. So do 3 5-minute rounds of trying to fight 170, 70 pounds, up to 5 minutes. Just side to side, rest 1 minute, do it for 3 rounds. So, but by the end of it, your hips are cut. But it's good that I don't have that bar on my back, and you said compressing you, and that's how it's that's a method we do is conjugate. So we do dynamic lower, max effort. So honestly, do a lot of stuff backwards, forwards. So it's a lot of it's interesting when you see fighters train their strength and conditioning because it's so hard to figure out what's the optimal balance between strength work and skill work, and we talk about GSP, especially towards the end of his career. All he did was just skills. That's all he did. Doing strength and conditioning. Because think about NFL, if you go to the Eagles or the Steelers, you might have different coaches and small things they do, but almost everything they're doing is going to be the same. They have that strength system figured out. MMA guys, I know guys who can work out at all. I know some guys who can bodybuild. I know guys who do powerlifting programs. So no one has it figured out yet to where maybe in 10, 20 years from now they will, but right now no one's got it figured out. So we're all kind of just trying to see what works best. I think there's this yeah, I was listening to with he's a wild man. Saying this crazy shit. But you were saying that, I think there's definitely a point of no return when you go too hard. And those workouts they kind of start to pull away from all your skill training. If I have to recover for 4 days from a light workout, I just missed maybe potentially 8 sessions that I could have been working my skill. So, and that's something I'm still I had to figure out. Well, was training DJ there was a time that people forget. There was a time when BJ was in his prime where I would go to BJ anywhere 55 he was a monster, and all he was training was no big. We had everything else. Yeah, it was great. Yeah. How that takes it. shot shirt, and the against the cage.
Just that was a little lost.
The center before or after.
Well, the other guy was second. Because he didn't even really know what to say.
Yes. Yeah, just I walked down on his every man. He's just coaching like he was.
When he beat out the Sarah,
Yeah, no, it was just that he was monster. Yeah, that force. He was jacked. He was fucking strong. Now, we are walking around close to 100 pounds. Close to like I come from. Like we got shot up 190 pounds. What's that heavy? I used to get heavy, like I'd be at 205, but when I was younger, I'd go out after a fight and celebrate and like shit and drink. Now, like when I'm drinking alcohol, I don't like that. Like I ate on bad Sunday the day I got home from Boston with my wife, and I felt like a piece of shit. Like I got so hard, I'm like I never want to do this again. So now, like 95 or 97 is like the heaviest I'll get. That was yeah, that was yeah. It was, but I need to get back, and I got to. But 195, like 10% body fat, like that's where my DEXA scans at, and that's where I feel great, like 195. And then I'll slowly get down to 190, and that's where I start my like actual motor coming from. So they weighed me in the back at that flight. I was 193 before I felt confident. So I got like 23, yeah.
That's not bad for the start lines.
Not that bad. This last one was like I was awake the night before. I had like probably 3 liters of water that day before I even went to sleep. So like I woke up, I was 178 on Thursday. I went to the sauna and we went to like a fucking LA fitness gym. I cut 8 pounds by accident. I cut all my weight. I weighed myself in an hour. I was overweight. So I had a Roman Charles from the PI on my tubes. And mom told me what happened. He said, give me the exact amounts to drink. And I was drinking the thing on Thursday. I think I put out 4 pounds. I went to the sauna that night and cut all of it in 30 minutes. I'm always on weight the night before. I never ever want to wake up and know I had to go cut weight because those sweats are so hard to break. Like, your body fat's that low to break that first sweating. It's fucking hard. So I like to get on the night before and just be done with it.
There's difference with the thoughts. Sometimes you want to just have a good night's sleep.
Yeah, I think a lot of people like are even that cut down. So you're up like if you're sleep bad, like I think you're sleep bad regardless. So I try to not have that stress of like, fuck, I gotta wake up. I know guys wake up and cut 10, 15 pounds. But that's how we used to do it in the range. We're at 6 o'clock because you had a time. Now they're at 9, so I try to sleep till 7. You know, and then you have to be over there by 8, 8:30. Try to be when I first went on the scale, and then start hammering those limits back in.
So the really you can allow people that is massive cuts.
Yeah.
Performances.
We used to fucking like, you know, go with the IVs and feel like Superman, like 10 pounds healing.
There's a little bit of negative aspect of it. They say that can't mask flights and some drugs. But I think the solution to that is test the guys that were like as a kind of testing guys before they behind it. Test them there. So that way you know you took something that's not going to help.
Guys are definitely still doing it. Guys are doing it 100%. And now, with this new thing that we're on, 100%. 100%. Yeah, because if guys are cheating, they get away. Because guys are definitely getting away with taking PEDs. There's a way to get away with, like, how you're going to test for the traces of the plastic in your blood. I think that's what. From what I heard, drinking shit that has plastic in it all the time. So how are you going to know it's not big? You know, I was hoping that with this new thing, you saw it being done, we were going to be able to IV. But I was talking to Charles for he's like, he said, the science out there behind it, but he's saying it's better orally to do it anyway. Like, you're better off doing it with the amount of time we have than IV. So, I'm like, I know how we got on, I can't complain, but I said,
But it seems like taking away
you're obviously doing these. So, I used to, like, after that weight, so I was super bloated afterwards. I mean, you get bloated from drinking your taking all that in anyway, but that's everything I'm thinking. Like, maybe I'm just fucking stomach more, but I don't know. It's such a, maybe it's so interesting to have such a, which is like super complex. Yeah, courage water. test that they know like your body like better than you do. They give you a sheet like after you weigh in, you need 4,500 calories, you need like 1,000 grams of carbs, you need like all these different macros. It's right there. Like it's
Do they provide you? I know they do that with some fighters. They give you like a prep. How do they do that?
So
They do it based on each athlete.
Yeah. As far as I know, yeah, they I hired other nutritionists and stuff like that. Because people have been great. Like it's free for all UFC fighters, and if you're just in contact with them all the time, like I am, like it's so easy for you. Right? They hand you your meals and listen, eat this, and then you should be good to go. Like they're taking your weight, tell you how much water to drink. Like they make it pretty easy for us.
Do they provide you guys with supplements? Because I know you're going because it's all set up.
Yeah, so if you want all the like now we have an app that we go over and we put in every month that we want. So they do a lot of good shit for us. Like,
What do you not like? What do you not like? Don't you like to create?
yeah, so maybe someone that's third party tested. So I use this company called Allmax. They have some things that are third party tested and some things that aren't. So all the things that are third party, I think it's informed choice. So informed choice, BSCG, I gotta take short that from on it. You guys have BSCG, I can take that. If you didn't, you can't take it, but now it's at your own risk. So maybe that's the we're good to go. But I thought going into this now, like we were doing more stuff, and I was asking Jeff about text Jeff Levinsky, and I was asking about peptides. I just want to see maybe from a hand or any shedding injuries there, we're going to be allowed to take this, and it's absolutely.
Yeah, I was talking about that too. As well, thing we don't have a drug use before.
Yeah.
We like the guys taking over. So they were saying no because peptides, like it pop for it, like each individual whereas like before, they don't allow it to test there. Before they actually
He said, even if they didn't allow us in all the states, like it's called TV, some kind of exemption, and they said, no, do it. So we're just good to go. About to, stem cells and stuff like that. Like, as far as I know, that's all good to go. Creatine, protein, all that shit. There's certain companies that have third party tests and stuff. You can take plenty of stuff, official, and then if you want to go outside the realm, just stay with it because nutrition is super high quality.
So do you have a good camp at the Beehive, or do you have camps in Philly?
I've done all my camps in Philly, and that's something that I'm super proud and happy about. I'm born and raised in Philly. I never left. We have a small team that's quite because we have 6 guys in the UFC. We have me, Joey, Whiteford, Pat's up with me, Andrew Petrowski, and Jeremiah Wallace. We have 12. We had Paul Felder. One of the first guys out of Philly. I trained with Eddie Alvarez. We have a good kind of Philly guys. So, yeah, when I fought Christian Aguilera, see what he killed. And he was my main training partner because during COVID, he was fighting for UFC. Was training, and he hit me up. He's like, "Oh, you guys training?" I was like, "Oh, yeah, we're training." We don't want to really think that because in Philly, they were shutting shit down. But we all have fights, so we're fucking training. So, yeah, he got super close to it.
But when Cormier fought Steve, he got COVID during camp. What did they just train him?
I thought first time you interviewed me and you weren't even in the cage. It was when they were still doing Jake Matthews. I couldn't
how crazy that was. You just had a fucking cage match. You're on top of each other, sweating and pounding each other. Everyone's tested. I'm tested. All the announcers are tested. All the referees are tested. And we still couldn't be next to each other when we had to be down. It was so dumb.
So I had COVID 2 weeks before that. No symptoms I had were lost my taste in my mouth, which that fucking sucks for food, right? For food, but I don't drink coffee, especially when you're in camp and you're cutting weight. That's the only thing you really get to enjoy. So I get the fucking show up because I tested negative before I got there. I lived in UC now. I get there, I take my first test. So when you were getting tested, they would call you to the text. You're going to go to work. All my coaches sit around me, all got their text at 7 a.m. My phone never goes off. I'm like, oh, something's not right. I get a phone call, they're like, hey, you tested positive. I'm like, no. I had, so I sent them my results, was a false positive. So luckily, I sent them all myself and let them know I had COVID like 2 weeks ago. So everything I was going through, but like if I didn't do that, they would have my friend right there. I was getting calls from the CDC, Dr. Davis, telling me I can't leave the state, like I can't fly home. I was like, fuck that. I was like, I'm flying, I'm driving the next city over and I'm flying home. If I can't fly them, I'm staying here. So yeah, that was it's still like
Sort of. They're trying to go in some ways. I still see people reached out to some
the best is when you're good by yourself. By yourself. There's no one around.
It's insane.
Yeah, it's
Just insane.
yeah.
Some people just lost their minds. They just broke up.
And the hospital was like, I was red, and she said they're reinstating the passport. But I think it might be there's flu and there's COVID and shit. So it's just like Google something.
That's the thing. It's not based on science.
Yeah.
The science doesn't support that.
The Kelly fight, like 3 weeks in, I lost my taste in my stomach. I get that I refuse to taste myself. Then I'm like, there's nothing I'm not doing. Like, I trained, and I'm like, if I tested myself, and if I hadn't, then I'm like, fuck, I gotta feel better.
They tested me, but
No. I'm just sick. I'm just normal sick. Like, people keep I don't want to take this medal for 3 weeks, but I don't know what that is.
It's crazy though that it feels almost certain because you have this thing that it's not the same COVID. It's just and they're still treating it like it's a thing.
I don't know. Like I did a few people about it. Got fucked up. Like people always get fucked up from before. Like get fucked up from normal sicknesses. So like it never. I was just
I'm there for 2 days before.
sick of shit. Like and that was that's normal. But now, like you said, there's COVID attached to that.
Yeah.
If you post about it or say shit about it, like these motherfuckers are trying to come at you and cancel you. So like I try to like go on social media and just gotta just sit back and let these crazy ass people just say their shit. It's just so easy to on social media. It's so insane.
COVID just gives them some stuff.
Yeah,
It just gives so many people excuses.
I'm starting to get tired of it though. Like me and you and like people want to just go about their life. And 2 weeks in, I was back to my own shit. Like I was running, I was doing all my shit. Like I thought I thought it was never gonna matter. Like I'm like, this is gonna be fun. I would say I'll go to parks. The parks are closed. I mean, they're talking about can't go wooded trail by myself. And then it was coming out. They had dance on people in their woods. And they were supposed to 6 feet apart from each other. What the fuck are we doing here?
It's so you get arrested guy, the Coast Guard guy, surfing. There's two so by himself. He's like a surfboard. And the Coast Guard rolls up on his board. Like this is a good use of resources, folks.
Like to a buddy who didn't like this.
So but I'll never forget it. It's like it's all kind of normalized now.
Yeah, for sure.
So just a couple of years ago, everybody lost their mind.
Oh, you go back and like, it's not that long ago. Our whole country was just really fucked up, and now we're just like, it's like it never happened. Like, this is crazy.
Well, it seems more monstrous to them. So jiu-jitsu guys are everybody does it. It's actually dangerous. You're doing something dangerous all the time. And then all of a sudden, and also you're in slavery, tradition. And then they ask you to do something ridiculous. Forever. Stay in your house for a year.
That's the worst thing you can do. They don't want you to be healthy. They want you to be fat. They want you to be lazy. They don't want you to work out. They don't want you to be
That was the most brutal thing. I wanted for the clients. They get scared of the clients. That's a little bit for a lot of people. It did. It scared shit out of me because I was like, we're going to go. You're so close to it. You're so here for the government. And they're saying that's ridiculous. That's not scientific. It's just very hard.
Well, they even noticed, like, I was almost in a position where I'm like, damn it, I'm actually, like, I'm going to have to get this shot so I can fight. I'm like, Dad is going to come, like, do I retire? Because I don't want this fucking shot. You know, so I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to do. So I think it didn't come to that because choosing my career or getting that fucking shot, like, I don't know what I would have did.
I almost got the shot.
So Dana and I were talking, and he goes, hey, if you get vaccinated, we have to wear a ring. I wasn't even remotely hesitating in the beginning. And just by your luck, I get there on Saturday for the flight, and I call over to the doctor, and I say, hey, I thought they could do it for me at the ring.
Yeah.
So I was going to do it, get vaccinated, and just go things. Yeah, how bad? I was here in that. And he said, no, we got to do every clinic. Can you come on Monday? I said, I have to roll. We'll get back in 2 weeks. Yeah. And then holy shit, man. That's what you pulled. Yeah. Johnson. And I knew 2 dudes who got strokes. 2 guys. It's like, I was like, well, these guys are. And so then I started getting aware. And then I started listening to these doctors that were spilling out against this technology. And I listened to Dr. Robert Rothschild. There's 9 patents in the creation of mRNA vaccine technology. If he had a very severe reaction to the vaccine, most of his reactions, and I had him on my page. This guy's a legit doctor.
Yeah. Well, my mom's a nurse too, and she got her like yearly flu shot, and the chick who gave it to her must have gave it to her mom, and fucked her shoulder. So like she had like problems in her shoulder, and then it came to get the COVID shot. She's like, I'm not getting it. And it wasn't like any like big reason. Like, it wasn't like championship or COVID at the time. I just don't want to give it a shot. So they would get tested, and they made a super small window where they had to be there whether you had work or if you didn't have work, and you had to get tested like 3 times a week or some stupid shit like that. So they're making it super hard for the nurses who didn't get vaccinated to do their job. Like, yeah, these are the people who are saving these fucking people who are coming in who are sick.
And almost all of them get exposed to it. Almost all of them develop it. Naturally.
Yeah, 100%.
We're trying to do it natural. Sure. I've heard people say it recently, natural immunity's been debunked.
Yeah.
What happens? There's actual studies that show it's multiple times better than the vaccine.
Yeah. When I faced Craig Jones in that grappling match, my whole fucking team was sick. And at that point, like, none of us were getting tested. I'm like, well, dude, we definitely all have COVID. Like, but I'm not getting tested. Like, I'm not doing it just because I feel like shit. I don't know if I'm run down or whatever it is, but I'm not saying it's COVID and I can't go do what I'm going to do this weekend. Like, I'm not doing it.
When you do something like that, like, so you're one of the most promising welterweight contenders in the sport. You know, as your career progresses, you'll probably get a shot at the title within the next couple of years. Taking a grappling match that's a risky, especially against a world-class guy like Craig Jones.
Well, it's funny because the only thing Craig couldn't do in that match, he couldn't heel me, but he could straight knee bar me, straight ankle lock me, anything besides heel hooks. So after the match, like,
is that your idea?
No, that's UFC's. So Fury was working with the UFC, and they're like, UFC told him, like, hey, all UFC guys just do heel hooks. He was like, Aljo just did that match for them, and the only thing they couldn't do was no heel hooks. So I mean,
just because of the leg
care. Yeah, but like a leg lock like Craig or anyone else, you still have all those other submissions you can do. So it's not like you're getting handicapped that fucking bad. Where like people are giving me shit online, like, oh, you have a handicap on this, and I'm like, I'm a UFC fighter. Like, this was the rules. I didn't like. He barred me. He could straight ankle lock me. He could do all these other things. So you could toe hold me. But yeah, but I like that they don't do the heel hooks.
Okay, it is a risky. How many guys are ripped doing part?
Oh yeah, it's bad. Yeah, a lot. Yeah.
Did you see that Mikey was actually on UFC? Horrible. Oh, dude, I can't watch that one. He ripped that guy's knee apart. You know how that guy's doing right now. It's probably not doing well. I can imagine his knee is ruined for the rest of his life. But see if you find that video, because it's so hard to watch. Because we were talking about Mikey before.
Yeah.
Because he's calling out some dude who's a bully. Yeah. Dude, he destroys this guy's knee. I mean, he destroys it. The guy won't tap. He's got a knee bar here. The guy won't tap. So now he adjusts, and now he's ripping it sideways. I mean, look at the guy's knee. Look at the motion of his knee. Oh, God damn.
So you see the way he's holding that?
Yeah.
He calls that the Mikey lock.
Yeah.
And the guys that train with that movement they show it, and dude, it's nasty.
He's a monster.
Yeah.
He's so good.
Yeah. I heard he does very well against all the biggest, like even guys who are a lot bigger than him.
Oh, sure. He's so technical.
You're just talking about Craig. How about Craig versus Vinny?
Oh, yeah, broke his leg. Then he went down.
Oh like, bro.
His legs moving. Craig's like, you're crazy, bro.
Leg is, and then he went again, and then he finally was like, all right, I'm done. I'm done.
It's insane.
But yeah, I did that match with Craig, and I did another one with Ben Saunders, and it was the same thing. Same, it was just no. So
yeah, but beating Craig Jones in a grappling match, even if there's no heel,
yeah.
dude, that was gigantic.
I just went into it. I'm like, I'm gonna stay on top. I play by the rules, and I'm like, if he doesn't sweep me or get under me, like I'm gonna win. And then like there was odds for it. I was like, I was getting like an 18-1 underdog or something like that. He was supposed to stroke me, but you should have. But like people were giving me shit online, like you didn't tell me. Listen, I just went in there, just did what I knew I was gonna do, and that was it.
Oh, so this is what happened with him. Torn ACL, torn MCL, torn meniscus, and a broken ankle. Oh my God. So Mikey said, I'm really sick to my stomach. I never felt someone's leg explode like that in a match. Oh my God. Because I've been training for 22 years, I never broke someone's leg that much. I've broken a lot of legs. He said, but that leg exploded. I didn't know what to do. It was disgusting and gross. I really wish he tapped. The result didn't change. Now he's in the hospital. So I don't know what a warrior is for showing his will. I mean, it is. The dude is a warrior, but I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah.
You gotta tap.
Yeah.
You're losing anyway.
For sure.
Tap.
Anything.
Tap.
Knees, shoulders. Like you guys are almost not tapping, and I'm like, if I'm gonna pick something to be like an arm straight arm.
Where's that?
More like your shoulder.
Not just the shoulder, but that spinal fracture. Like when Frank Mir gets into Minotauro, you see his arm snap.
Just like a chicken wing.
Oh, that guy. That felt so scary. Minotauro had a giant scar up his arm. Where it's like it's a spinal fracture.
He rolled through. It was
When he turned it, he was. Oh, God. Frank Mir has broken 2 arms of world champions. Tim Sylvia.
Yeah.
Remember that? Snapped his forearm in half.
He was good. I was just watching him versus DC the other day. When I'm on the Epic, like I would just watch fights, and I was watching him versus DC, and I'm like, damn, DC was a motherfucker back in that day.
Dude. He was not even really a heavyweight.
No.
I mean, DC could have been a 185.
So small.
Yeah, look at him. I mean, he carried around so much body fat, but his wrestling was so fucking high level, man. Such a tank.
The outside, like high crotches, he would hit when he dumps the dudes.
Yeah. DC was the man.
Yeah, and he was actually hurting Frank on it. I don't think there was one takedown scored on like either side here. I think they just struck the whole time, but like DC kind of just put it on.
DC was a man.
Yeah.
And, that was one of those things, iron sharpens iron. Because DC was training Kane Velasquez. Yeah, Kane was the fucking man. That's another guy. Like when people look at all-time greats, you gotta look at them when they're in their prime.
Yeah.
Sometimes guys get injured, they fall apart, things happen, they're old. Then you look at these fights where they get beat down. You can't look at those fights.
Yeah.
You gotta look at the fights like when they're at their highest RPMs, how they perform.
Anderson, same thing.
Yes.
Guys who are watching fights now, like, I remember they came to Philly. It was Anderson versus Forrest Griffin. Like that's my first guy like into watching fights. I think it was in 2009, and he did that like step back and like was dipping the punches and then hit him once and Forrest just quit. And I'm like, this guy's he's the best. Like he moved up to 205 for that.
I heard that Forrest though got knocked out twice in camp.
Yeah,
for that fight. And that's what I heard.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
And I think that's true because I think Forrest at that time was, Forrest is weird. It's like, what the hell is right here? Just completely.
Yeah, I think he was like laying out.
That's not that fight. Yeah, that's it. Forrest, that's it. But I genuinely think that those concussions that he got in the camp that had an effect. Yeah, there's quite a few times where you see guys fight and you're like, man, something wrong.
Yeah,
I got knocked out too easy. And then you'll hear, oh, he got knocked out in training.
And that, even if you don't get knocked out, like, you're fucking getting hit in your head. You might not be going out, but like, I definitely left practice before I'm down. Like, like guys are definitely, and like, we're pretty controlled. Like, I only go to guys I trust too. Like, and that's something I think, like, you have to do. Like, guys I only trust, like, don't, like, yeah, injuries can happen, but I'm not going to try to knock you out. You're not going to try to knock me out, and you have that, like, grudge. That's how small team, like our team. All of us came up in the same gym. Like we only have we have one head coach. We just wanted like Tina work with D Thomas now, but like the best. He's coming down to Philly all the time. He was in my corner for that fight, and great addition to the team. But he loves our team because we're a small team, but we just grind, and we just want everyone to keep getting better. But John Marquez is our head coach, and like we go hard, but now like if it gets out of control, like he steps right in and shuts that shit down. We're all wearing headgear now. I got this. I fucking hate headgear because I just feel like you get hit more. Right. So I got a headgear from Onyx, and it's the small one. And it's thin. You can actually see like it's Trevor Whitman. Yeah. I hit them up, and they sent it right out to me, and it's good. Like, because you can grapple with it. It's the best shit. The best gloves. They sent me gloves, and I was like, yo, can I get your MMA gloves? Like, I'll pay whatever it costs. And BT was like, nah, they're not out yet. I'm like, all right, well, they're out.
Dude, the UFC, I don't know what happened. I don't know how it went. But the UFC was talking to Trevor about using his MMA gloves. He has absolutely superior MMA gloves. They're the best. Yeah. No one even comes close. And when you make a fist with those, it encourages a closed fist. You have to work just to open your hands like this. You have to actually work against the glove. Whereas the UFC gloves, they kind of open your hand up more. You have to work to close it. That arm that you fucking know, that arm pump we get from when I put, like I get the smallest hand grabs. Like I tell one time, I'm like, give me a grappler's grab. Like I was going nothing because once you have that grapple and you have the glove on, and you're trying to close your fist, I'm like, I'm fucking arm pump, just trying to close my fucking hand. Right. After the fight, like my forearms are like double the size because the arm pump you have from grappling. Right. So there's gotta be Trevor's gloves. I mean, I should probably reinstitute these talks and try to get it going again. I really should. You know what? I'm gonna do that because they're superior. They're absolutely the best. It's a problem. It's a problem. I don't know what happened, what went wrong, but Trevor uses superior foam. Yeah. Like if you use his box. I have one great. They both to your hand. They're the best to your hand. And it's also their superior protection too. Yeah. Like he'll show, like he's done demonstrations where he shows how much better the foam he uses to cheaper foam. It's fighters making stuff for fighters. Like it's not people who don't do it. Like Gaethje's the best one to do it, and then obviously Trevor too. Like they're an amazing combo, and they're making amazing shit. Like the headgear is great because headgear's like your window's this big. The next thing you know, like you're trying to kickbox, and you can't see the guy's legs. You're getting a couple kicked in the head, and you're trying to shoot. You're shooting into a knee, but his like super wide and it's so thin, and you're really just wearing it to prevent cuts. Because like realistically, if you have a big ass headgear on, like when I see someone wearing a headgear, I'm like, oh my god, that's a bigger fucking target. Like it's gonna be easier to hit. But with the small one, it's just enough pad. Yeah, just enough to keep you safe. Mike Tyson got the guy. He's one of the real. Yeah. It's almost like a Westland headgear. Yeah. I think that's the way to go, and I think it's just unfortunate that there's no other way around it. There's nothing better. Yeah, there's not a better solution if you want the big cuts. Yeah, kicking and punching. I do not like that. People have faced more than this. Like you can't see. I remember that for a while. Like I broke my nose so many times. But at the beginning of training camps, like I broke my nose. So you have to spar the entire camp with that nose guard, and it fucking sucks. And it still touches your nose, and you probably get fucked up more with it. Like that's get more head shake. Oh yeah, because you can't see shit. Headgear. Yeah. You can't see shit, and that bar, it sticks out like this far. So that bar gets touched, and it'll touch your nose. So I would even wear like you see basketball players. Like the one basketball player always wore, I forget what his name was, but I would wear like this plastic shield on my face even without a roll because my nose would be fucked up. I can't miss training. And that's like what we were talking about earlier. Like maybe I should stay the fuck home. But I'd be in the gym. I was duct taping it to my head and shit. But yeah, it's getting better with the innovation, but we got a long way to go. So you were telling me that you would hurt your hand in the Kelvin fight. Yeah, it's not a break. So it's just you're just trying to like cover. So I'm trying to, and that's like me trying to be smart a little bit. At my older age of 31, where I'm just trying to let it heal and. Before I just don't want to start another training camp with an injury. Whereas before I would do that, but yeah, I'm just trying to be smart, like maybe get some stem cells, like some shit like that, and just rest it. Super.
I feel but yeah, just rest and rest. But I can still work my kicks. I can still punch and so yeah.
You're always getting each other.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That was the thing. Kelvin, I really think, and I've said this to Kelvin. This is back when he's fighting 85 after he knocked out this man. I was like, dude, I think you're a world champion.
Yeah.
I said,
Yeah.
I really do.
Yeah.
It's just years.
Yeah.
He just didn't want to make that big cut.
He's not a big guy.
He's not big. He's not. I wasn't as big for one second.
No, he's not.
Guys like Philly. You know,
Yeah, like even like when I grabbed him, like I was like, oh, these are like the easiest takedown I've ever done in my life. Like I couldn't believe how easy it was to get him down. And even when I grabbed around his legs, he has a big like frame upper body, but his legs like are locked under his butt, and it was so easy to take him down. And yeah, like I was saying, you were like I'm 105, 200. Like most guys, like we're not like. I think he's better off at middleweight because I think he found a niche where he was a lot faster than a lot of those guys. So like Bismuth, he was like in and out on Tim Kennedy, like all these guys, he was fucking up with his hands. He was just a lot faster than.
well, the Tim Kennedy fight, I know for sure for a fact, Tim Kennedy overtrained.
Yeah,
And that's what, because Tim Kennedy was known for his car gassed out in that fight. And
I watched him
because,
times.
yeah, it's the fight sucks because Tim's a friend.
Yeah,
Watching him beat up.
Yeah.
Because I know how good he is. Like, he beat Bisping. But Tim Kennedy was a fucking monster. And he went through 2 camps in a row.
Yeah, and it's almost like in our minds, we always think more is better. And when I'll take a day off now, or even just a session, like a night session, and I'll come in the next day, and you want to get after it more. Like it gives you that like, right, I fucking can't wait to get back in there, and then you feel fresh when you go into that. Like we'll train till 8:30, 9 o'clock at night, and then we have practice at 9:30 the next morning. So like you're at the gym, you go home, you sleep, you're right back at the gym. Like I do the same drive from my house to the gym. So like I can close my eyes and drive there. It's like I'm there all day fucking long. But when you have those little breaks in between, you go back in, you're like, all right, like I can't wait to fucking get back in here.
Yeah, that was interesting talking to Bo Nickel about that because Bo takes 2 days off a week.
Yeah,
And
I saw this and that.
Yeah, and I was like, why do you do that? And he's like, it's the right way to do it.
Sundays are my day. Like I try to do nothing. Like not live. Like I'll go on like a little walk or like walk my dog or run my dog or something like that. But I try no training on Sunday regardless. I think 2 days is probably the way to go. Even like Thursday, like I'll do a jiu-jitsu session in the morning and take the rest of the day off. Now it'll be like a lighter day or something like that. But we're doing so like I've counted my sessions, and by the end of it, including like every workout I do, I have like 22 or 23 workouts in a week. It's like
insane.
Like it's
more like it.
nuts. It's nuts. And then we start like I'm eating like 3,000 calories, 2,700, 25, and I'm cutting my calories down. Like, and we still in our minds like we have to keep that same workload, and we're ramp it up even more because when you're in camp, you're going a little bit harder. So it's a motherfucker.
It's kind of fun in mind.
Yeah,
Especially when you cut the calories.
Oh yeah, because you're like, damn, I'm supposed to feel this way, and I fucking feel like shit.
Yeah,
You know.
And fights 4 weeks out, 3 weeks out, 2 weeks
And then
out.
if you miss a session, that's where you're like, oh shit, like he's fucking training, and I'm not fucking training.
Right.
So that's where you gotta like recover. Like
You gotta trust the
yeah, like I have the sauna, I have the ice, I have the water techniques, like I have all this input, even just like sleep. Like I'm in bed in training camp like no later than 9:30. I go like 9:30 at night, I'm asleep, and I'm up at 6. Like no matter what my schedule is, like I'm fucking on that shit. And that's the bad thing. Sleep is the number one thing you can do. 100%.
Yeah, that's the super battle.
Yeah.
Tito Ortiz used to sleep 12 hours a night.
I wish I could sleep that.
Yeah, he would fucking close all the
Yeah,
windows, the shades, make it dark as fuck, and just conk out.
I think like 8 hours is like minimum 7, like 7 to 9. But if I get like 8 hours, like I feel like that's like the sweet spot for me. Like I feel good. Like,
It is interesting that this sport, which is relatively recent, right? UFC didn't even exist before 1993, and yet guys, here in 2024 are still kind of just dialing it in.
Yeah.
And there's no like established protocol that everyone uses. Everyone's got their own kind of methods and using different individual coaches.
Yeah. Well, even like I know guys who are high-level fighters don't know dick about nutrition. Don't know dick about nutrition, recovery, nothing. I'm like, and they're just naturally talented. I'm like, man, like, these guys don't even know. Like, so it is crazy. It's gonna be crazy to see where it goes. But like you were saying about Tim, though, I hit up Tim before I was coming out here. Before my hand was hurting so much, I was gonna try to work out with him because he does some fucking hard ass workouts, and I love that shit. So he told me he was traveling, but I'm gonna come back and train with Blue and then train with Tim. And Tim's a motherfucker. He's a savage.
This animal shit. His cardio.
Yeah. I love that shit. All the like the skiers, and I love that shit.
Yeah.
It'd be super fun to get out.
And the guy is fucking now still fucking tip top.
Yeah. He's jacked.
Yeah, and that fight always bothered me. That Kelvin fight.
Yeah.
I knew what was wrong with him.
Yeah.
I knew he had had a fight. He went into camp, and then the fight got canceled, and then they got rescheduled.
Yeah.
He either got rescheduled or got a new call. I don't remember which happened. But then he went right back in camp. So he's essentially in camp for like 16 weeks. Yeah, something nuts. But you can't. You just can't do that. Your body's gonna break down.
And then you're cutting weight, and then you have to gain weight back because you don't want to stay too low. Like that's where it starts to get like this is fucked up. Like I need to let my body recover.
There's some guys where I look at them and I'm like, how are you making, like Joe, how are you making 185?
Yeah, he's been cool.
How are you making 185? That doesn't make sense. He's so big.
Yeah,
he's so fucking big, man.
It's like 215, 220.
That's it.
Yeah, no, he looks even bigger than that. He doesn't look that big. No. God, yeah, he does, but
he's in the octagon. He's so heavy.
Yeah, he like 215, 220 for him. He's gonna be for the company. He's taking Ransom.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good fight.
Yeah, that's a good fight.
Yeah, motherfucker, it's so hard. We should tell everybody that he broke Francis Ngannou's record on that punch machine.
And they were trying to give it to Morrison.
Yeah. I don't understand why.
I trained and him. I don't know. The guy was saying like something was weird with the machine, and Joe was like, he did it like 3 times. Like 3 times in a row.
Also, the guy didn't want to believe it.
Yeah. He didn't believe that. It was weird. Like how hard Joe was in it. And like Joey cracks. He's by far the hardest person I've ever been in.
Who was his last fight?
Hassan, yeah.
Bro, he was flipping on him.
Yeah.
He's on another level.
Joe's good.
He's on but there's no real clear difference every time I see him.
Yeah.
He's just getting like at a high accelerated rate.
Yeah, like I said, me, him, Jeremiah, Andre Petrosky's another one. We have a good squad. And it's a small gym in Philly. So we're in like an old warehouse in a pretty bad neighborhood in Philly. So, but it's awesome. Like,
there's 2 schools of thought, right? There's one school of thought, you should be the biggest thing out. School like ATT, bringing in people. But I'm talking to guys that train there and go, yeah, but then you're in these sparring sessions with these Russian guys you've never heard of. They're fucking straight up killers.
And that's great. We're starting to get in. Like, we have a good group of Russian guys coming in. I have this kid, Igor. He's like my main trainer. He's 4-0. Kid came over as a refugee from Ukraine. He's one of the fucking savage dude. He got carjacked in Philly. Bro, if I don't know, Jamie, on Instagram, it's been to the top. He was delivered for Uber Eats, and got 2 guys came up to him. They showed him his gun, and he didn't know what was going on. He walked in his car. They're fucking stealing his car. He's hanging on the side of the car. They're going 40 miles an hour. They shoot at him 2 times.
Oh my God. They shot at him while he was
Shot at him 2 times. Yeah.
Oh my God. They said, get out of this.
They point a gun at him right here, and then he's like, all right, let me off. Like, the dude told him, like, I'm going to fucking shoot you. And he finally gets off. Like, in the beginning of the video, you can hear him get shot at. Fucking filming this. So, just the dude in the car behind him.
Never find the car.
No, they didn't. So we actually started I started a GoFundMe for him, and I raised like $15,000 for him, and he got a new car. But yeah, they shoot at him. And what people like don't realize, he's hanging on his car. They're like, oh, why don't they just let it go? His documents are on the car. So like all the money these guys have to pay for lawyers and shit like that. All his shit was in his car. He just came from practice and was talking to Uber Eats. Like, he doesn't have any money to fucking pay these lawyers and shit. I carry everywhere I go. I do I'm not fucking around. But his best friend's Yaroslav from Bellator. I don't know how to say his last name. He's gonna come over and train with us too. So like I brought in Drew Dover my last camp. So we have Theo Magny coming in. Eric Anders was just up. So like our team's starting to get recognized.
So that's awesome.
Yeah. So it's cool.
Well, I mean, for a small gym, you got 6 guys fighting.
Yeah. So
That's amazing.
Yeah. And we got like Pat's fighting in AC, Andre's fighting in AC. So we'll all be on kind of like fighting at the same time. There's no better than that. Like when your teammates are fighting and you're in camp, it sucks being in camp like by yourself. Like fuck.
When you went to the Bilal fight, were you 14 now? 14, 15.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. 15 now.
That's a bitter pill to swallow, right?
Yeah. It sucked. Like it was like I thought it was one of the worst thing that ever happened to me. And I kind of going into that, like I just didn't feel right. Like travel. First time I've ever left the country. Like I've never been outside the United States. Travel there. All my coaches were getting sick. They were all like super jet lagged, and all week I just kept having these like thought, I'm gonna lose this fucking fight. And usually like you have those thoughts, but I couldn't like flip my mind back to like, yo, you're gonna win this shit. Because you always have doubts, but I was having dreams I was gonna lose, and I'm like, dude, like I can't get this out of my head. And I told my wife like the day before, I was like, I had a dream like I lost, and I thought when I lost, like I thought being undefeated, it gets tied to you. Everyone sees you, you're gonna fucking be the champion, you're gonna stay undefeated, and like then you become like, you're damn. Like, I'm not even fighting to win this fight. I'm just fighting just to stay undefeated. If that makes sense. Like I'm like, I can't lose this record. And then in the fight, first round, like it was good. It was super competitive. I went back and watched it, and I thought I did a lot better than I thought I did. And then in the second, like I got clipped, and I was like there the entire time, but I just tried to throw. Like I was just like, I just had to quit. Like I was like, I just didn't know what to do in that moment, and that's the only time I ever quit myself. Like practice anything, and ever since then, like I started working with 2 mental performance coaches, and I'm just like a completely different person. But it's the best thing that ever happened to me.
That's a lot of times fighters say that. It's like you need to be a sting of defeat.
I'm telling you, Joe, the minute I lost, it felt like a fucking a Bronco was lifted over my shoulders. Like I was so like, I was like, yo, like this is gonna be the best thing ever happened.
Because the pressure of being undefeated.
Let it go. Like every time like I was going to fight, I'm like I had the pressure of not only just losing and what comes with losing, but like I thought my record, like no, like it's over. And then I'm like, it's one fucking fight. Like I've won 15 fights in a row. I lost one fight. Like it's not how it works. And I just thought like my life was going to like implode, and it didn't. You know, I had a hard. Like I said, I came home and I definitely trained way too hard, and I wanted to come back and fight again. And I put myself up doing that, but that even gave me more time to sit and reflect with myself, and just get my shit right, and realize like it doesn't mean everything to be undefeated. Like the best fighters will take losses, and yeah, I needed that.
Yeah, the only one did is John Jones.
But if you were to stuck around long enough,
Right.
You know,
Awesome.
so you never get a couple close ones. Close one with Tyson T-Bow.
T-Bow is very debatable.
I watched that fight a lot. Yeah, very close. But it's you have a 50% chance of going. You're going to win. So you're fighting the best guys in the world. Like Bilal's good. Like I know I can beat Bilal, but I'm happy for him. He went already beat Gilbert. He's going to fight for the belt next, and
Is that established? Is he definitely fighting for the belt?
and they haven't announced it, but there's nobody else.
No. I would hope nobody.
He deserves it. He deserves it. 100%. He's being to those guys in the top 10. You know, like he
That's what he's on a 10 fight win streak.
Yeah, he deserves it.
Yeah.
And I think he has a good chance of doing
And
it.
they also fought with
Exactly.
He got
Yeah, so it's there for him. Like he deserves it, and he should get it. And I'm happy for him. I don't know why he gets so much hate. Like he's not me a dude. Yeah, he trains fucking hard, and
don't even swear.
yeah. I'm fucking cursing him.
He would say, what the fudge?
Yeah,
It's like, what the fudge?
Yeah.
You're goddamn cage fighter.
Yeah, he gets a lot of hate, but I'm happy for him. And that's gonna be a good, fight.
He's a big guy for one, too.
Yeah.
Bilal's very
Yeah.
large.
Yeah.
He's not a small one, so
No. It's gonna be a good fight.
very good.
I wasn't sure, like, I wasn't super impressed with that Kobe Liam fight. Definitely not on Kobe's side. That's the fight I'm impressed with. I want the Kobe fight.
I think that the problem in that Kobe fight is so dangerous. He's so sharp.
Yeah.
He's so technical on his feet, and I think in that fight he was, because Kobe talks so shit. I think
The shit with his dad was fucked up. Like, you don't, like, say whatever you want about me, my team, whatever, but, like, you talk about people's, like, their parents, their wives, their kids, especially if one of them's dead, like, you're fucking, like, that shit you can fuck up in the parking lot for. Like, you don't do shit like that, you know what I'm saying? So,
let's go.
Yeah.
Master give it to people.
And he looked, like, I was watching, I'm like, what the, like, I didn't even know what was happening with him, like, he just wasn't doing anything. And then Leon shot on him, was like, I think he would just make you feel like, I can take you down. And, but, no, Leon's looking good.
That's great.
Leon's very good. Leon's good. But, it was, he got first a couple times. So he shot, and then Kobe kind of switched it over.
I think that was where the tactical errors were made. That's what I was critiquing at the fight. I was like, I don't think he fought the smartest way. Because I think he could have avoided those exchanges. He had this massive advantage in the stand.
Clean. Like, he would have came out of that fight, like, unscathed if he didn't do that. But,
he still won the fight.
But
at the end of the fight, when Kobe's on top of him at the very end of the fight, doesn't look good. He won 100%. He looked great. And on the feet, man, he is so sharp.
His outlaw is
sharp as fuck.
He's good, and he's long, he's big too. All 70-pounder.
Like the day of the 70-pounder walking around at 70,
55. Paul used to get up to 200 pounds, but he was fighting 55. I'm like, dude, I weigh 203 right now. I'm like, bro, you're 8 pounds heavier than me. Like, but he'd be like fat, like he'd be drinking IPAs, and like after he would fight, he'd be getting huge.
Like Patty Pickle fat?
Not that fat. That boy gets fat.
He got fat so quick. You see him in December after his fight.
His face, he just goes on like, dude, like, you're going to different. But we had, like, fighters have fucking eating disorders, like, and we 100% all have eating disorders because you're eating this way, and then you're cutting out food, then you're craving all these foods, like, it's a fucking, it's a wild way to live, but
look at all fat and happy.
Look how tight that shit is.
It's so crazy how much weight he gains. It's so nuts because he was sharp during that fight.
He gets big. He gets big.
He got a lot of shit from that Tony Ferguson fight, but I was very impressed. I was very impressed with his grappling. I was impressed with his striking. I think everything was better.
And at the end of the day, he won the fight. Like, he found a way to win. He definitely, third round got a little sketchy, but he found a way to win. Like,
but people saying that he didn't look good, and it's just, I thought he looked great. And, Tony Ferguson is still dangerous. He's still dangerous. I mean, he was dangerous in the Gaethje fight until Gaethje started beating him. He was, dangerous in the Chandler
drop
fight.
chase.
He's still fucking drop chasing there.
I don't think people realize, like, you go in there and you had 15 minutes, and you could have woke up that day, had the fucking worst headache, like, you could feel like shit, or it just could not be your night, So that's why, like, in that moment, you have to make the best of it, but some days it's just not your day, you know what I'm saying? But in the gym, like, you get that day, you get to go back the next day.
A guy like Tony, like, at what point does someone step in?
Now. Yeah, it has to be. It's what, 6 or 7 fights? It's And it's not like, if you would have won that fight, I would still like to see, like, me and my buddy, I was cheering, Tony, and anytime you would do anything, just because I fucking love Tony Ferguson, but it's time, like, and, like, it was awesome, like, having Goggins there, and all that shit, but, like, just hanging out, like, you're just doing more damage,
I also don't know what he's doing in training. Like, the Goggins stuff is great. Everyone's got, but who is he sparring? Is he sparring? Is he doing skill work? I don't know what he's doing.
Like, if you're going to do this shit with Goggins, do that outside of training camp. Do that, like, you don't have a fight. You build up that aerobic capacity when you're not getting ready for a fight. Like, I'm sure he was, but it kind of seemed like he always just did whatever he wanted to do. Like,
well, it worked for a long time.
He was fucking everybody out there. Joe said he was hitting on people, the Darces.
That's Barboza fight.
He would lock that shit. Cowboy, Cowboy up.
Some Pettis.
He is done.
Closes the gap. Doesn't make any sense.
And then he came after that super fast.
He Pettis. Yeah.
Oh, he was one after that. Yeah, he beat Pettis after the shit. I remember the fight. He beat the shit out of Pettis, but I didn't know if that was before or after.
That was after Pettis coming. Damn. This Pettis was kicking the shit out of that leg.
Yeah.
And it was only, if I want to remember correctly, 5 months or so after
what? It's 5 or 7 months. It was short. Very fucking short. And I don't know shit about these, but I know that sounds very short.
It was ridiculously short. When I talked to people that knew about that surgery, about how bad he was,
yeah,
he did his own rehab, of course.
Yeah, but he was the man. But I think it's that time.
Father time.
Yeah,
it's all fights.
Like him, it was nice to see Cowboy be done when he was done. Because, like I was telling you earlier, being a Cowboy was on. I think he was the best fighter in the fucking world. He was so goddamn good, and he would fuck us all up down the range. Me, Jonathan Webb, Paul, he would beat the shit out of everybody, and then yeah, like even Jim Miller. I remember him head kicking Jim Miller when they first fought in AC. Knocked him out, and then it's a nice fight with Jim Miller, and Jim got the best of him. So it's like, all right, it's time to.
Yeah, at a certain point in time.
But he knew it. But look at him now. He's fucking all soft style. He's fucking. It looks great. He's great. I love it. He
Got
looks
a hair transplant.
and that's another thing I think from like I just did. I started with American Health. I just did all my blood work last week, so I'm waiting for that just to like see where we're at like after fights, you know. So like check my testosterone, just check all my shit. I'm trying to like really like dial all that shit. There's been a lot of guys don't do that, you know.
Well, I think if you want to compete against the best, you got to cross all your teams, dot all your I's, you got to make sure all your ducks are in a row. And the difference between the guys who are just super talented, who don't take care of nutrition and still perform at a very high level, and the guys who are also talented like yourself, but dial everything. Yeah, that makes a difference. Yeah, I said that when I'm done fighting, like I'm doing right in jiu-jitsu. Like I can't wait to compete jiu-jitsu. Like that's going to be like so fun because Milky's getting so fucking big now, and like you got guys like Wagner, he's like 45 years old, still competing to win. So I'm super excited to get into that too, you know. But I got a lot more fighting in me. That's when you stop fighting MMA, you'll compete in jiu-jitsu.
Oh, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. And obviously, like I want to go to the gym one day, but I want to compete just straight jiu-jitsu. Like no gi. I did gi for 10 years, so I did gi for a long time. I haven't done it in a while because. Like I get to a certain point, like it's like, all right, like I've done this, I'll pick it up when I'm done for sure. But I love just hard, like no-gi, like I love it. It's so fucking fun, and it's getting so big. Like these guys are ADCC. It's at T-Mobile next year, so that's wild. And Gordon, and he's the fucking best. But
I was at the last one.
Yeah. Like you said, it's getting huge. I didn't realize he was sitting next to you at the fights when I was telling you. He's the man. I was going to train with him this week. I can't wait to train with him now. But I remember seeing those guys back in Henzo's because I was going to the Henzo's a couple times a week training in the blue basement. And I'd see like Gordon and Craig when they were all still together. And they were savages back then. And they're still fucking doing it. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's completely extraordinary. Yeah. The guy was 28 years old. He's universally accepted as the greatest ever.
Next he's next level.
And that motherfucker doesn't take a day off.
Yeah. Crazy.
No days off.
Crazy.
365 days a year of training. They're working on something.
And I'm sure they're training hard.
Train hard and work on skills. And they want to take bring to the beat down. Yeah. It's not just like, good enough, go. Yeah. It's very systematic. Yeah. And that John Donner having that guy as your coach.
He's cheat code that is. I've seen the room. It'll be like John, Gordon, GSP will be in there. I'm like, dude, this room is fucking, it's crazy. Like the people that they would have in there. So you're only four, you're going to get better regardless, you know. I've never seen GSP's corner. It'd be like John Donner here, Frost Hobby, Greg Jackson back when he was floating. He was so ahead of his time, like doing shit like that. Like, yeah, I think GSP he's like my like go of MMA, just the way like being a true martial artist, like even how he is now. Like guys when they're done, they get fat, they're done training. Like once they're done fighting, they're done. He like still trains. He probably looks better now than he did back then. So I'm trying to follow that for sure.
He's coming down here to train. I see him in Austin all the time.
He's here all the time. Like that's why he doesn't move down here.
He just comes down to train.
Yeah.
I think he likes Montreal.
Yeah. that gym kind of trash talked the shit for a while. I haven't heard like too many guys coming out of there now. I just think there's so many gyms now. There's so many more gyms. Like, but it was GSP and Rory McDonald or Rory was fun. I remember watching him in his prime. I was young. It's great. Sure. There's a couple of those wars with Laura definitely showing his career.
It was very nice.
Yeah. It was Margarita, right? Price is fucking. He's got some crazy knockouts and submissions. Yeah. But probably went out right. Like he went out with win. Like that's gotta feel.
First round knockout. Did he hit?
Yeah. That's gotta
went crazy.
That's gotta feel. Yeah.
A guy like him.
And he's one of the main guys down at Killcliff. He's like coaching.
Yeah.
That's great to see too. Like,
it is.
Because when a guy like that, if he's done, he leaves the gym. Like a part of like you lose part of that gym.
Yeah. This was awesome. This is just like that's what you want to see from him.
Yeah.
These Robbie Lawler days, him and Rory at that fight, that was just cuts and just survival.
Yeah.
In this,
it's
and it was split like that. I was interviewing him screaming. So awesome.
Rory, you could tell Rory had his nose was smashed so bad. That last punch, I think it was like straight left.
Yeah.
He's like, I just can't take any more pain at this point. Like, it's just when your nose is broken, you get hit, man. It's not fun.
His face was pale too. Like he had lost so much blood.
Yeah.
His face was pale.
He was fucked up.
Crazy.
Yeah, his face was.
His face was just a massive weapon.
This is like so iconic. Yeah.
Staring to him. Look how flat his nose is there. Rory's just face is destroyed.
Jesus.
It's just destroyed. His face is destroyed. That is as close to death. It's like if you've ever seen anyone get to the wall.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look how painful it is.
And he went on to have some fucking good fights after that, but I was watching his career in PFL and it was just sad to see the kind of way he went out.
Go through a fight.
No. And then you're back in the gym, you're training, and then you fight again. Like everything's amplified in a fight. Like it's training times 10, you know, and you come out like I came out of fights where quick fight for me, but I still I don't even, like I'll hit my elbow, I'm like, what the fuck did I do? Like you just come out of the fight, like you still feel beat up even if there wasn't like a super hard fight. Like even my fight with Calvin, like I didn't land like any crazy right hands. My fucking hands been killing me for the last month. So it's always something. And then you go through something like that.
Do you do any hyperbaric?
My strength coach has one, and I got in it, and I was having like TMJ or something, and I got in there, and my fucking ear started to pop, and I got kind of freaked out, and I got out. But I needed to it. I know like off camera, he's a dude. Gotta get it. And that's like the one thing that float tanks are like the two things like I haven't got into yet. But yeah, I needed to do the float like the hyperbaric.
They say it really, really helps you cope. Your Ryan favorite is there. Jose Aldo fight.
Yeah.
Everybody guys like destroy.
Yeah. I think I know, especially for your head too. Like they say like it's super good for your head too.
Most concussions.
Yeah. But like I said, stem cells, stuff like that, like it does something we can't like do other like peptides because that shit helps. And it's not like test us for everything else. Like be there on site or whatever. But I think that stuff would really help us out.
I don't know why it's illegal. I think the argument is that it gives you a performance enhancing benefit. I just think all it does is aid in recovery from injuries.
Yeah.
I think if you're dealing with a sport where guys are literally training and preparing to injure each other, that's what you do.
Yeah.
And you're getting injured while training, preparing to injure each other. You're gonna get hurt. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The medical sport overall, that was allowed.
Yeah.
And I don't know why these athletic divisions don't recognize the
don't come. Guys are coming.
They came to my house one night. It was 9:30 at night. I was getting. Luckily, there was fights on. I was in camp, or else I would have been asleep. I was watching like Bellator on a Friday night. They knocked on my door. I looked at my ring camera. I was like, it's fucking solid. Like, I've never been mean to them, but I wasn't there. Like, dude, I looked at them. I'm like, I'm gonna have to get to bed. They're like, we're sorry. Like, they have a protocol they had to do. I'm like, I get it.
How long does it take?
It's quick. They can be quick. If they do blood, you have to sit there. You have to sit down. They time you for 10 minutes, and then they take your blood. Then you have to do piss. So that can be annoying. But like, if you just have to pee, you can run through it real quick. You have to get out all your supplements. You have to write all that down. So it takes probably 35 minutes.
So every time they come, you have to show them your supplements.
Yeah. They had them saved at one point, but then they went away with that, so you'd have to redo it. Any medications you take, and then the dude has to come bunch of piss, has to pick out a cup. So I never get, like, I haven't been drug tested by these new guys yet, but come at 3 o'clock. Coming up home, and I'm just sitting on my couch.
Well, I think the argument against that is if they can catch you, like if they come to your house at 9:30 a.m., you take something that is in your system for a short period of provides benefits.
Yeah.
Like you take some sort of oral testosterone at 9:30 p.m. right before you go to bed, and then like that was what they were doing with the gummies, right? The testosterone gummies in baseball.
Yeah, something like that.
So the idea is that you didn't take it, and then by the time they tested you, it already out of your system.
I think guys, like if you have enough money, I'm sure guys are being system somehow. No,
Have you heard anything about how guys could do it?
no, I haven't. I just feel like guys, like they're, like guys have to. People are, if you can cheat, somebody's gonna cheat. They're gonna find a way. But even with the IVs, I've had heard of guys doing IVs still, and I'm like, I guess like you said, like they said that trace plastic. I'm like, how would you even test for that? Because if you're drinking fucking gallons of oil or whatever you're drinking plastic, I guess there'll be traces of plastic.
It's a different plastic.
Yeah.
Why don't you, Jamie, Google, please, how do you detect if someone has had an IV sauna? See if there's a way. Explain it to me. Because they were explaining to me that there is a workaround. The workaround would be if you got all the liquid into a glass vial.
That's what I was thinking.
And then you injected the liquid back into someone's body slowly. And instead of a drip, like with a hose, you're just going straight from a glass vial.
Sounds like fun.
It's a real process.
Just for an IV.
The craziest one I ever, the craziest weight cut I ever remember. Someone was cutting their blood. So they were getting their blood pulled from their body. They were chilling and putting it back in the body.
Time for you to weight class.
Right, now here's the question, because blood doping, that was a way that like Tour de France, a lot of those guys would do it, where they would take blood out of the body,
put it back in, right?
Their body would recover, that blood back up, and then they would put that blood back in, so they'd have all this extra blood, and give them extra oxygen.
That, like blood doping, that's like the craziest. If you're gonna do anything, if you're just never get tired, like that's the most superhuman thing you can fucking do. Like strength and all that, like it's cool, but if you can just never get tired, that's like next level shit.
Well, there's been guys that get popped for EPO, and
TJ.
Yeah, well, there's actually a documentary the UFC did that just came out last week.
I started it.
I watched it. It's wild. You see, like,
he was a skeleton.
He looked like a dead. Like a guy was starving to death, and he was about to fight Henderson.
Is that what was he saying? He was doing the EPO to help him cut weight? Is that what he was saying?
No, he was essentially anemic. That's what it is. It's for anemia. He was anemic. He had gotten to a point where he couldn't do anything. His body was just he should have pulled out. That's what he should have done. And what he should have done, I think, is probably had a test cut. And if he had a test cut, like he was down to 135 and then cutting the weight, and he was down to 135. He looked at him
he was bad. I remember seeing a picture when he came out. This looks horrible.
When he was preparing for the fight, and then it was like the day of the weigh-ins, you see him walking around. His whole face was just skeleton.
And then, like, get fucking hit like that.
Right.
Like, I don't care if we have 48 hours. Like,
so that's what it looked like. Oh, that's so insane. It's so insane.
It is.
Yeah, look at up there.
Listen, all cheeks get sucked in, but that's different.
I mean, that's not just a cheek sound.
No,
It's
yeah.
like using your jaw muscles. That's the thing. It's like you're using muscle. Using muscle.
And you see him now. He's not a small dude. Like, he's pretty fucking big. Like,
Well, TJ also had shoulder problems as well.
Yeah.
I think he had two torn his muscles, both traps, or both shoulders. They just never got fixed.
he was so good. I love watching him. Like, his striking was so good. Like, I feel like he was like one of the first guys to start doing, like, to switch his stances and stuff. Like, he was fucking good.
Dude, the Hannah Barrow fight, holy shit.
The first one,
It's also like his ability to perform under pressure.
Yeah.
Like when the stakes were high, when the pressure was
Cody
high.
Garbrandt fight.
Yes.
He got dropped in that first round. He came back and knocked Cody out. I fucking love Cody. It was nice to see Cody get back on track. He's a competitor. He's a competitor. And right for a long time, you know.
Yeah, just this shoulder thing is just so unfortunate because now he's fucked. So he's had multiple surgeries and he's hoping he can still come back.
He fought in Abu Dhabi, like RB, and his shoulder popped out like immediately or something like that.
He had actually told the referee before my shoulder's gonna pop out. So just let me fight. I'll put it back in. It pops out all the time. But
I've seen that. I've seen guys like in their room, like they sprawl on their fucking shoulder pops out, and they hit. They're like, I need a second, and they snap back. Like, dude, I don't know if we should be doing that. Like, that's like supposed to happen with Yuri. Like, his coaches were trying to like put his shit back in place, and they just totally destroyed his shoulder. I'm like, probably shouldn't be doing that. It's not like a finger, like a jiu-jitsu finger, where you're doing key, and your coach fucking snaps your finger. Like, that's your shoulder.
well, it's also when your shoulder gets destroyed like that, and they have to raise your shoulder. That's it.
Yeah.
I know guys have gotten their hip resurfaced and continue to compete.
Yeah.
I know Frankie Edgar did that.
Yeah.
But I think shoulders, like once that's
Shoulders and knees. Like, I've been pretty good. Like, I feel like once you have a problem with your shoulders or knees, you're fucked. Like, you're always going to have. Same thing with, like, if you do that back surgery. That's crazy. I think, and your neck, like, if you do any of the surgeries, I think you're fucked.
that's what's crazy about Alger. Did his neck and then won and defended the title multiple times.
Yeah. And he looked great. Like, great. Besides Sean O'Malley, like, came back and that Peter Young, I feel like he looked fucking great in that.
Fake disc in his neck. Yeah. He's got an artificial disc in his neck. He's competing in it. That's competing as a champion. It's nuts.
Chris Weidman's coming back again, too.
Yeah.
I was there for his fight in Boston. And it was good, like, good to see him, like, get back in there. After, like, that break so bad. So I guess they're putting in, like, mini-series in the UFC. I watched that one. And that one him coming back from his leg. I was, like, almost crying watching it. They see him in the pain he was going through. Like, he had, like, 2 or 3 surgeries after that. And, his leg, like, wouldn't take or his hip would, like, start feeling weird pain, and they go back in and do another surgery. They start getting better, they do another surgery. It's like, it's the same thing as that TJ one. If you get like 25 minutes watching one day, it's fucking good.
Well, that's the case with Connor as well. Connor's had multiple surgeries as well.
Well, a break like that, like,
it's crazy, right? The only one guy, I'd say no one's ever come back from it, but apparently the guy who won the PFL heavyweight division, he had a broke leg like that. He came back and he was competing with him.
How about Chris Weidman does it to Anderson Silva, and then he gets it done to him? Like, that is, like, what kind of, like, how does that happen? Like, that's nuts.
Especially when you think about how few leg breaks like that. So, they've sold before. It's not many more than 2.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can only think of those 2. Who else was in the UFC?
The first one was, what was John's name? Corey Hill?
Yeah, I remember that. I think he's dead. Yeah, but I remember that one. And then Chris is involved in 2 of them.
So it's Corey, Anderson, Chris. Well, there's one other one. Someone else got one.
Yeah.
Connor. That's it.
Yeah.
So those are the 4.
The biggest one.
Yeah. And then outside of that, I've seen it with Tyron's mom.
Yeah. Yeah,
the book on
I saw that.
That was nasty.
He's
I've ever seen him kickboxing.
He's fucking, his highlights are crazy. You ever see the one where I think he comes out, drops Tyron, he gets up, showing up and throws that overhand and cleans him. Like, God damn. He's still training. Like, he's got Henry. He's like one of their main guys. Oh, this is like Femur comes out.
Oh, I saw this one. Yeah, he gets taken down. That's a crazy one, right?
This one's bad.
And it's weird how it goes down. Like, how it goes backwards.
Oh my
It's weird
God.
how it goes backwards.
Yeah, like my leg. Oh, that's bad. They're hard to watch. That's my dad broke his femur. He was a construction worker. He had a bunch of stones thrown on his leg. Snapped his fucking finger. He had a metal rod in there for years. He got his knees redone. They had to take the metal rod out of his knee. Like his bone, like I guess, like formed to it. They said taking it out was rough. Yeah, it's the biggest bone in your body, I think.
I think so too.
God damn.
Yeah, Frank Nino hit my car. With that.
He broke his femur.
Yeah, he was riding a motorcycle. The guy ran a light, T-boned him, he went flying
Yeah.
through the air. And it took a long time before Frank got back on track.
Yeah, it's like one of the hardest things for me. Like I grew up riding dirt bikes, and like, I loved it. So like, our job's so dangerous already. I'm like, I can't afford to do any of these other things. Like, we're at the mountains every weekend. Like, let's go snowboard. Like, bro, I can't, dude. Like, I want to so bad, but I'm gonna do all that shit when I'm done fighting. Like, you just can't stack another thing on top of fucking. Like, I have a Ford Raptor. I got it all souped up. I'm like, that's my thing. You know, like I got a nice truck, but I can't ride bikes yet. I can't like. We just can't afford to stack all those other things on top of our dangerous ass job.
Did you see what Sean Strickland was doing the other day?
Shooting like throwing cannons at each other.
Firework fight.
Yeah, bro. I'm not doing
3 nights before his fight.
He's like birds him. He's nuts.
He's so out of his fucking mind.
But that boy can fight. All he does is spar. He probably looks at a treadmill and he's like, get the fuck out of here. He's like, go spar.
It's crazy. It's just conditioning. But look at that Israel Adesanya fight. This is his first time fighting for the title. He's fighting a legend in the 5th round. He's not even breathing down.
Or something too.
Amazing. Amazing. He's got that 1-2 drop some, pummels him afterwards.
And then, dude, he's not even jumping like dirt bikes. He's jumping like motorcycles in the desert. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
He's how is he? And that's also how he lose the apart.
Oh yeah, because he used to fight at 70. People don't know, Henry Kamaru fought at 170 down there that day.
I think he's one of those guys that really was cutting too much.
He's definitely
short and diminishing.
He's huge. That'd be like Joey trying to cut down the 170. Like, he'd be fun. Just because you can make something doesn't mean you should do it. You know, like, I'm gonna be interested to see that fight next weekend. I can't believe it's
Once you see the extreme version of that, watch that TJ documentary.
Yeah. That's his fight with Drickus is gonna be
very interesting. Drickus is fucking scary. And that's a guy who's so big for 85.
the way he looked against I counted. I didn't give him a fucking chance against Robert Whitaker, and boy, was I wrong.
Also, that's after he got
After those times. Yeah.
I think it's a big factor.
Yeah.
He didn't agree that.
I can't breathe. You can't fight.
But it's like Drickus looks awkward.
Yeah.
Fighting
Yeah.
moves different.
Yeah.
But that movement and that awkwardness makes it difficult to time. It's like his timing is off.
Yeah.
And if you don't even take that kind of stutter,
Yeah. It's weird.
yeah. It's deceptively technical.
Yeah.
Deceptively.
It's his style.
Yeah.
I can't say it's wrong. You know, like that's how it's strong. Like, I think he's gonna come in and really try to like put like a hard grappling base on Sean. And Sean's hard to take down. Like you don't see many guys taking Sean down. Like he's not.
He's a very good grappler.
I see he was out at Jocko.
Yeah.
Those guys.
Jocko.
Yeah.
Jocko was just fucking rich, man.
Yeah. He's long too. Like I'm sure he has good jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
But that's a good fight.
Well, here's an interesting statistic because the UFC was
was the mouth guard that they gave you guys to show how many shots he did?
Something like that, yeah.
He gets hit the least. Yeah, he spars the most. It's like his defense is so underappreciated.
Yeah.
Because that was a big factor in that fight too. But then we saw him outside, he just couldn't find it.
Yeah, he's like, it's like a weird, like, Philly shell that he does. And then he's lifting that, like, weak leg to, like, team.
Yeah, he's front kicking with that knee leg.
And he's just always jabbing. And it comes, like, you would think a jab coming from down here, like, it'd be easier to time, but it's not. Because it's beautiful. Like, you don't fucking see it. And then,
Right.
and then he's hitting you with the jab. But it works for him. It works for him. I don't think Izzy was 100% in that training camp either. Like, yeah, that DUI thing or DWI, like, right before that, I was like 2 weeks before that fight. And I think he just thought he put a fucking blow showing out of the border at him. Show's a tough motherfucker.
I think the Boots fight, you should have so much overlooked at that fight. This guy.
Yeah.
He's always there.
It's crazy how, like, he flips so fast. Like, a year ago, he lost to Jared Cannonier, and now he's fucking UFC champion.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
But they
fast.
also lead up Pereira fight.
Yeah.
Against Flat in the first round against Pereira. And then you think this guy's not the champion. A year later, it's a champion. Yeah. And went to train with Pereira.
Yeah.
That shows you how
That's
smart
actually,
he is.
yeah. He's like, I'm gonna learn from this guy.
Pereira will teach you, which is even crazy.
Hell yeah. Alex is, he's a bad motherfucker. He's a big dude.
He's giant. That guy made 45.
Nuts.
Ridiculous. Like, how?
Yeah.
How did you do it?
Yeah.
Because you look at him at 205, he's so big at 205.
I think he's way better off at 205. Like, I don't know who's gonna fight next, but I'll be watching.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine it would be Jamal. I just don't know when Jamal's going to be fully recovered. You know, Jamal blew out his Achilles. He's a bad.
That's a hard one to come back from.
Yeah, it's a bad one.
That's what Aaron Rodgers. Is that what Aaron Rodgers did? Yeah. That's gotta be weird. Like, you're just going, and then next thing it's done.
Yeah, it just pops off.
Yeah.
But Aaron Rodgers is doing great.
So they're saying he might, like, play, like,
He was hoping to. But it's only been how many months since the injury?
So it was the beginning of the season, September. I guess.
When was it started? I think so. October, November,
Yeah.
January, so 4 months.
Yeah. Not long.
Not long enough for such a catastrophic injury.
Yeah. I think Alex will be champ for a while, though. It's gotta, until someone comes along and exposes his ground game's not where it needs to be.
Well, that's what's interesting with Hamzat, right? If he fights Hamzat Chimaev at 185 pounds, that gets very interesting.
Yeah.
You know, but I think we saw, Hamzat fight against Usman, Hamzat against a really big, strong grappler.
Yeah.
Still very effective.
Yeah.
But,
Not to the level where, like, it should be.
Usman exposed
Yeah.
100%. Had no camp.
That was a 5-round fight.
Yeah.
Like, and Usman took it on short notice. Even on short notice, if there was 2 more rounds to that, who knows where that could have gone.
Usman was put him on.
I rewatched it recently, and he was getting better in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
For sure. Like,
Especially in the striking, because I think something happened to Hamzat's hand in the first round.
yeah. He's got some injuries going on, but yeah. So, like, usually something like that. So, like, Bogan, Bogan's a motherfucker, and then Joey's known for knocking guys out, but Joey has fucking. He submitted Abdul in his last fight. He's got really good wrestling, really good submissions. So, it looks like 185 doesn't have, like, those grab, like 170, like, we're stacked with grab. So 155 is stacked with grab. Like 185 kind of doesn't have that. So if you come to 185 and you have that good wrestling grappling pedigree, like, you can do really, really well.
It's interesting with Bo. It's like they're letting. It's like some fighters get thrown overboard.
Yeah.
And some fighters they lead.
He's doing like the slow.
Every fight he's this giant figure.
Yeah.
The next fight, same thing.
Yeah, he smokes him.
Yeah.
He has a fight until July. I listened to the podcast, those really good, but I think he's doing right. That he's like, listen, I'm going to kind of slow, because he's 27, 28, he's already in the UFC. A couple fights away from being in the top 15 wide rush. And I feel like that's something that I did early on that I wish I wanted to be in the top 15 so bad. And once you get there, you have to wait for the division to play out. You have to wait for guys to fight, and then you get hurt, and then you're still on the sidelines. Whereas if you're not in the top 15, you can kind of rack up these wins, fight these guys who aren't world class, but they're still good fighters. You get that experience, and then go to the top 15.
Yeah, well, that's what they do in boxing. It's always been. Test guys, you get tested, but not a fight you're going to lose. The fighter guys and show you some different looks. You know, maybe this guy's to fight inside, maybe this guy's long, fights on the outside. You get these different looks, and you learn and grow and develop new skills and get experience. Then you fight inside.
We have Charles Ennis. His dad was my boxing coach for years. I told Patrick all the time.
Bro, that is
I watch him hit pads from orthodox to southpaw, how hard he hits. Like, I'm like, yo, I'd be butt scooping towards Boots if I had him. I'm like, yo, come here, because he thumps, and he's 25, like 26. Like, he's not even a man yet. Like, I used to think the man strength thing was bullshit. It's true. Like, the older you get, you definitely get stronger, and he's getting stronger, he's getting better. It sucks that they gave him the belt, I guess, because Terrence got stripped, so he didn't get to earn it. He was the interim champ, but he's having such a hard time getting a fight. Like,
yeah, nobody wants to fight him, and Terrence wants the big money fight.
I get that.
I get it.
But just want to fuck any of these dudes out. Like, I would love, I think Terrence is great, but just that next generation.
Well, I think that fight would be very competitive, and I would really love to see that, because I think Terrence is the fucking man.
Yeah.
But I think that Terrence is 35, 36, so yeah, for him, it's all about big money fights. That's why he's trying to get that Canelo fight.
I get that. Like, you get to a certain point in your career, you deserve that. But I'm happy that they did strip him, so now they're going to give Reese that clear path to go let him build his resume and fight the guy. I don't even know who's in that division.
Well, it's like right now, Terrence is locked up with Errol Spence again, because Errol Spence, he exercised the rematch with Errol fight. Yeah, but I think, if I was being cynical, I would say, listen, Errol Spence fights someone else, how much is he going to make? Errol Spence fights Terrence Crawford again, he's got to make a big pay.
Yeah.
And I think that's probably why he's doing this rematch. It's also,
he's getting paid.
Yeah, he's getting paid, but also not happy with his performance in the first fight. He thinks he can do better.
I get that.
I don't think Terrence.
He's good. We had the UFC fights and those fights going on, and he just seemed like he was on a different level the entire time. But
he's so smart, he's so technical, and he also has an incredible ability to shift. He can switch stances and fight just as good as outlaws.
Yeah. I think he was like Sean Porter, and his coach was telling him, yo, he was in the end round, he's like, yo, he's up. And he didn't register for it. He's like, he looked at back, he's like, he's up. And he went out there, he's like, all right, bet. Went out there, smoked him the next round. I'm like, yo, this dude is fucking, he's the man. But yeah, it's like, boxing's hard to follow because there's so many, it's not like the UFC is the UFC, and there's Top Rank, and there's Showtime, and there's this, and the belt, who has the belts? So it makes it hard to follow.
Well, it does, because there's not just weight classes, but there's also 4 sanctioned bodies.
Yeah.
And so it's at least 4.
WBC, IBO.
WBO.
Yeah.
IBF, right? So how many boxing?
It's at least 4.
It's at least 4. WBC, WBA, WBO, IBF.
That's right there.
So that is nice. 4 more. Yeah. So
Wow.
it's just why?
Yeah.
Why there's so many sanctioned bodies? That doesn't make any sense.
It's not like we're in MMA, with NFL. But in MMA, you want to be a UFC champion. When you're a boxer, I want to be WB. It's so hard to.
You want to be the guy who's recognized and famous as a champion.
And you want to have all 4 belts.
Right.
Because if you don't have all 4 belts, you're not really. You know that guy's still out there.
Right.
It just gets fucking hard to follow.
Right.
So,
He does.
but yeah, Bruce is scary. He's scary as shit. I love watching him. He's crazy. And his dad's 7 years old, still smokes. Yeah,
He's still smart.
we live in the same neighborhood. I'll see him running. And then I'll fucking be one more. His name's Rosie. And he's just getting it. Yeah, it's crazy. 7 years old. Still smart. That's crazy. He's smart, still running, comes to the gym, sweatpants, sweat top, he doesn't hold pads anymore with his shoulders, but he holds done fighting, like I'm 100%, like obviously jiu-jitsu is going to be huge. I think I'm going to compete. I still want to train. Like there's nothing better than waking up every day and you get to do what you love to do. You know, like there's rough days, of course, but I get to go train, and there's no other place I'd rather be. Like if I had $1 billion in my bank, I would still do the same exact things I do every day because it's what I love to do.
Yeah.
You know,
That's a successful.
yeah, that's all. That's it.
Yeah, that's a truly successful life. You're actually doing things you love all the time.
Yeah.
If you make that your job,
Yeah.
that's amazing.
You could have 9 to 5, like you're sitting in traffic. I fucking hate this. Like we have a schedule. Like we have a schedule, but like you still get to kind of make your own. Yeah. That's what is he? 70 years old. This is all till yeah, right. Yeah.
So what is he, 65, whatever? Still, that's incredible. It's great. Boxes. Look at that. Wow, this is crazy. 65-year-old Mosey Scar, 65.
And he's just fucking around,
Bro, yeah. He's talking shit too. His pop, the jab, and the jab, as you were saying before about Sean, the jab, real low.
coming down low, yeah. And same thing I was saying about like Arjun Marquez MMA, like bro, really just these gritty gyms, like there's no super gym, like there's no super gym in Philly, like.
Well, that's the question. Is like, what is the best? Is it best to be with a small gym with really good coaches where they're giving you individual attention,
Yeah.
and really know what you're doing, when you're on, when you're peaking, where you're at, versus going to like a mega gym like XT?
Well, my coach John, like he only person that holds pads for me. He watches all my sparring sessions, like he does for all of us, and then he'll send my sparring to Dean. Dean will break it down, and then like my wrestling coach Cody, like everyone, it's only 3 or 4 guys, but the head guy is John, and he oversees everything. And we have a big gym. If you're not a top guy, like you're not getting that, like because there's so many. Like you have the training partners, but you're not getting that one-on-one that
Unless you're a champion.
And then it's still even hard because you're like you got like your training partners like fuck, I want to help these guys out, but I know like American Top Team, like they have different sets of coaches, so you might work with this coach, like they have Mike Brown to the main guy, so you might work with Mike, but you might not work with this guy. But I just think it's like I'm looking at, I don't have to travel, like my whole family lives in this. Like I thought of like there was different times when I was coming up, I'm like, damn, like where would I go? Would I go to Florida? Would I go here? Would I go there? And then I got lucky enough that I was just winning fights, and our team was growing, and we have the training partners now, and I don't have to go anywhere.
No, you're listening. Results speak for themselves.
Yeah.
So tell me more. I want to hear more about this mental training.
Yeah.
What's involved with that? So you decided to do this after the Bilal fight?
Yeah. So
look, you said you made like some decisions in that fight that you never had made before.
Yeah, I feel like I remember like you're in there and fighting's like being in a fight is the weirdest feeling ever. Like sometimes like you're super present and then sometimes you're not. Like I remember just being in that fight and with Kelvin for 15 minutes I was where my feet were, I was super present. Like I was locked in that entire time. When I fought Bilal, I remember like I was just thinking about other shit, and then I'd come back to like the present. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Like I'm in the middle of a fight. I just wasn't present. Like, I wasn't even like mirrored. Like I just wasn't thinking about the fight. Like I just didn't want to be there. And I didn't, and I never felt like that before. So now I started working with this guy Brian Kane. He worked with GSP after GSP lost to that's our first fight. He started working with him, and then I started working with Brian, and it's just all about just being super present, like not even just fighting, but just like not worrying about what I gotta do later or stupid shit like that. Just being in that moment and just focusing on that, because that's all you can control. I also caught up with thinking about the future, or what like happened the day before. Like if I had a bad day of training, like I let it bother me, and I just came out of the fight, but I just wasn't in the moment, and that's like. Now, like I just try to be in the moment, everything I'm doing, just super present, not thinking too far ahead, not thinking about the past, and that's something I used to get caught up in a lot, just not being focused on. And like I was just so worried about my next session or my next this, or like thinking about my fight, like things I can't control. Like I can't control that fight, but what I can control is what I'm doing in this moment.
So what is it that you do?
So like we just have like drills. Like say if I'm smart and if there's something's not going my way, just like little like signals just to like bring myself back into what I'm doing. Like if my round doesn't go my way, like not getting too caught up on that and just knowing like I have another round and I can just get back into that and just have these like signal lights. Like it's called like red, yellow, green. So green also you're having the best training session of your life. Yellow, you're starting to get in your head a little bit, it's not working out, like you're not getting off your shot, like you're taking out. Red is like you're getting pieced up, like your mind's going all places, like you don't want to fucking be there anymore. And when you get in the red, you have to have like it works with baseball players. Say like you you're about to get shoved out, you got the bat that will step out of the box, they'll take off their gloves and they'll tap their shoulder or something, and it's just like something about reset, and that's exactly what it is. So like if I'm having like a bad session, like obviously I'm not gonna fucking like tap my head or something like that, but just like talking to myself, like just knowing like Martin, like you're good, like bring it back. Like
So how do you reset? Like is there a first reset?
I just talk to myself,
And what do you say?
just looking at myself, we have like our affirmations for my last week where I control what I can control. I control what I can control. I trust my training. I'm aggressive and always moving forward. And then we have a funny one to make it not that serious. It was I'm confident, I'm cocky, I'm motherfucking Rocky. And it was just like that. And then before my fight with Kelvin, I'm fucking in the bathroom and I'm saying these affirmations, and then I'll laugh at it because it's like it's not that serious, but like small little things like that, just to bring it back and just be present. And I think that, and then I started working with another guy through my management company. His name's Brandon Epstein, and we would do visualize like the fights. So every week we meet on a call, and we go from visualizing being in the locker room. Well, before that, first the most nervous I would get before a fight is in that shower at like 12 o'clock fight day. Like you get a shower and you know the car's coming to pick you up in like 2 hours. So we like close our eyes and we start the shower. I shower, get changed, car will pick you up. We're walking to the locker room. We're in the locker room. We're hitting pads. We're warming up, getting your hands wrapped, making that walk, and then like for 5, 10, 15, however long I'd be just eyes closed, visualizing how I want the fight to go. Bad situations, good situations, and then eventually winning the fight and visualizing talking to you or talking to DC, and I would do these mental reps over and over and over again. Whether we sit in the sauna, I would do it. Sitting in the cold tub, I would do it. I'd have my affirmations so like timed up. If I was doing the cold for 3 minutes, I knew how many times I would have to say them, and then my 3 minutes would be up. And that's all in training camp, and I'll just do that shit over and over and over again.
And that was something you've never done
before, because you never think about it. And then before you know it, you get there and you're like, fuck, like this, it feels brand new to you again. Because you only fight a couple times a year if you're lucky. But instead, I see these things a million times in my mind already. Like, yeah, physically I was there, but mentally, like, I'm already in this locker room. I'm already more in the cage. I already made the wall. Like, they would make custom music for me now. Listen to my walkout music, Kelvin's walkout music, crowd noise, and I'll listen to it before sparring and when I'm shadow boxing and shit like that. Like, and I just like felt so prepared to do it, and I just never did anything like that before. And yeah, it's a fucking game changer.
That's interesting because they do say that visualization actually helps skill learning as much as training.
Yeah.
Like if you are training, but then also visualizing things and spending as much time, your training, your improvements will be compounded.
Oh, 100%. And like I'm blanking on a million other things we do, but like that's like the big one thing, just visualizing what you want to do, and not just the good, the bad too. Like, so I would think about like if I get ready for Kelvin, everyone is like, I want to get knocked out, I want to get this, I want to get that. So I would visualize getting fucking drunk and having to get back in or getting rocked or going for a takedown, getting stuffed, and having to recover from that and go and win the fight because it's not always going to go your way. Right. So visualizing the bad but still making it out with the good, which I didn't do at all. Like he rocked me in that moment and I was still there. Instead of just making that switch and be like, you're good, like go back and just getting back to the fight, I just never could get back.
Is that partially attributable just also to getting hit? Like, because sometimes when guys get hit, they're out of it. Like you see many guys, they go back to the fourth round, but they don't know what round it is.
I remember everything. I was definitely a buzz me, but I remember just putting my hands up and I just couldn't throw them on my punch, and I heard the 10-second clap go off. I thought I was going to get saved by the bell, and I was going to make it to the next round, and I never did.
Well, it was an interesting stoppage because it was one of the rare UFC stoppages with the guy standing up.
Yeah,
very rare.
Yeah, I never, and that's what I'm saying. Like I didn't get dropped. And I remember everything. I remember hearing the clapper. My coaches were right behind me. I could hear my coach John screaming, "He's good, he's good, he's good," and he stopped it, which good on him, but I just couldn't do what I wanted to do. It was so subjective. Yeah.
When a fight gets stopped, when it doesn't get stopped. And the thing that sucks the most is when a fight stopped too late.
Yeah.
Like,
for sure.
You know, the Jalen Turner, Bobby Green fight.
That
Jesus Christ.
That was bad.
That was so bad.
Case after that, right?
Oh my God. I was like, stop the fight. What is happening?
I think it was like 20 something.
Oh.
Unanswered strikes or something like that.
That is so hard to watch.
Yeah, it was
so unnecessary.
It was bad. But yeah, back to like the mental performance stuff, like it was just really just all came down to just me just being focused for 15 minutes. Because like, you can do anything, just you're fucking driving, but you're looking off, like you're not in the moment, you know. And that's something like now I try to do everything I do in my life. When I'm walking my dog, I'll leave my phone at home. I just try to be present, doing the thing you're doing at a time, not running through social movies and other shit. And when I'm fighting, like the only thing I'm fucking thinking about is fighting. And
well, just having the tools in terms of like having strategies and having a pathway carved in your mind for all of these different scenarios, it's gotta be beneficial. It's way better than just winging it.
No, yeah, and that's the thing. If you're just winging it, they wanted me to even get to the arena and like go walk it before the fight. I couldn't get in. Like they used to have GSP go in the day before the fight and like actually already be in the arena and feel that and already like see that. I'm gonna do that this fight, but if I get the chance, like before I go and fight my next fight, I'm gonna go fucking walk around that cage, feel the canvas, and just because you only get to do it once.
So Kelvin was ranked, right? Where was Kelvin?
He was ranked at middleweight.
Oh,
yeah.
So this because it's big.
I was number 9 going into that fight. I'm number 7 now, because he was originally supposed to fight Shavkat. Shavkat got hurt, and then they matched us up. And I don't know what he's going to do. If he's going to stay at 70, go back to 85, but I'm number 7 at 70 now. So
I don't think he has that hard time.
No, I don't.
I just think he has to make some adjustments.
Yeah, for sure.
For sure. When you go back to when Kelvin was in his prime, I just really think yes, he's doing it the right way. He's doing it.
If you look at the people he's beat, like he's fought everyone, and guys he's lost to, they're all close fights.
Well, that was not a fight. Very close.
Very close fight. I watched that race so many times. Crazy. He's fucking. Kelvin's good. He's fast.
That 1-2, that right left, fucking straight left.
And so many guys are like, just get ready for that fight because I watched all these fights. I watched what he did to all these guys. When he knocked out Bisman, he beat John Correa. Like he's beating all these guys. He beat Johnny Hendricks. Like he's like, you're gonna look at his record. You're like, holy shit, this guy fought like all these guys. He has so much experience. I think he had like 5 or 6 main events. He fought Chris Weidman, dropped him bad in the first round. Weidman submitted him in the third round. Right. Fucking got forward before that. So you're thinking like this is at 185. He's gonna hit way harder at 170. So I trained my fucking ass off for that fight. And once I got to the ground, I'm like, this is where I'm gonna do this.
Well, you are in that weight class one of the absolute. That was really established in that fight.
Yeah.
some rest your control, your ability. He's a good rapper.
Yeah.
Very good.
It's like the same thing. It's just like I have a path of what I can do. You turn this way, I have something for that. You turn that. It's like a map in my mind, and fucking like you might think you're getting out, but I'm just in a direction I want to go. And like I love like that, like almost like that slow cook approach. Like take you down, wear you out. Second round, same thing. And then I spit a Jake Matthews in the third, Kelvin in the third. Obviously, if I get it in the first round, but when you wear guys, there's nothing better than that feeling. Like, because you can feel it, like top of somebody, and they're just slowly, like their energy's just getting zapped.
Yeah. So have there been talks about that and things?
So there's that Atlantic City card. It's March 30th, so it's still 12 weeks away. I just want to make sure my hand's good before I go back into anything. So maybe April time frame will be there, but I would like the Kobe fight. He's ranked 5 now. He hasn't beaten anybody inside the top 15. He has no ranked wins. Oswald doesn't fight anymore. All the guys he's beaten are not in the UFC. So, and then there's Wonder Boy right ahead of me. I don't know what he's going to do. I feel like they don't want to put him with your grappler, you know? Like, so, and I get that. But if it's going to be like that, I don't think he should be in the rankings either. Like, if you're going to pick and choose it, he deserves to. He's done a lot of sport. Go ahead with fun fights like Terrence Crawford. I'll put someone else in the division. There's a couple big fights. UK's right behind me, so that could be a fight that they can match us on.
Have they given you any indication of which way they might be going?
Not yet.
How does that work? Like, do you just get a call one day?
They reach out to a manager. I guess and then your manager calls you, and they're like, hey, like, this is what they're thinking. And then it's literally like that's it. You can just go from there. But if you have an injury or something like that, you kind of let them know what's going on. So I just told them, like, give me a week or two to see kind of how my hand's feeling. And because I'm going to try to do absolutely nothing and just let it rest. And if it feels good, like, I would love to fight in AC. Like, I fought in AC and I won belts in AC. Like, it was in my bad. Fighting in Philly or fighting in AC. Like, you all go out and party afterwards. It was great. But
what was the drive? 45 minutes?
Like, an hour. It's the easiest drive ever. But being hungover, driving around, you're like, all right, it's only an hour. It's not that bad. We used to get fucking rowdy in AC when I was younger. It would be awesome to do that again. But, next week. But I don't want to rush into it and start training camp with my hand fucked up.
Yeah.
Well, especially because I'm in a good position now. You know, number 7. I had a big win, and I think I would like to Colby just because he's always got he's won his fights, but he's always kind of got easier path to the title. So I think you should have to fight somebody younger than him, right behind him, and then if he deserves it, he'll win that fight, and then he can go back. But if not, let the younger guys move up.
It's going to be interesting what happens with him after that fight because it's obvious that you can't get one other title shot. Right? So that's not like he go right back in. Yeah. He absolutely could earn another title shot in the future. Yeah. With a bunch of wins. Yeah. It's still possible. Yeah. But, what is that path?
He's calling now with a Wonder Boy. You're come on, come, let me. You're one of the best grapplers in the division. I'm one of the best. Let's fucking me and you do it, and let's see who wins. We're right next to each other in the rankings. That's what I want.
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Listen, Sean, you're a bad motherfucker. Appreciate you. Always love watching you fight.
Thank you, Joe.
Super high level. I love watching high level grappling.
Yeah.
It's so awesome.
Looking up, I didn't realize I seen you, and I didn't realize Gordon was right next to you. I was talking to Dan. I'm like, there's Joe. There's Gordon. I'm like, damn, it was awesome, man. Fucking thank you for having me, man.
Hey, my pleasure, brother. It was cool being there, man. Dude, I like watching fights so much better than commentating. If you can just get this in there and watch, it's so fun. Yeah, that fight was really fun. It's really fun to watch live. So congratulations, and good luck to you, brother.
I appreciate it.
Tell everybody your Instagram and social media.
Sean Brady MMA on Instagram, and that's it. Okay. All right, good luck. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, everybody. This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity theft. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become a victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help you solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to lifelock.com/JRE and save up to 25% your first year. That's 25% off at lifelock.com/JRE. Identity theft protection starts here. Tap the banner to learn more.
Oh.